fellow Falcoholics, what is up? Welcome to the Falcoholics Falcons Draft Party 2022 Day 2. We are here for the second and third rounds of the 2022 NFL Draft, here to take you through every single pick. And things are going to get started a lot faster here tonight because the NFL is not going to waste as much of our time with pomp and circumstance. We're going to get the Bucs on the clock here very soon at pick 33, and the Falcons will be up shortly after that. It's going to move a lot faster tonight. The Falcons are picking at 43, so they'll be up in about 10 picks. Obviously, a lot of good players left on the board that we're going to get to. But before we do, want to welcome in my co-host to start us off tonight. He is Adnan Ikic at Say Which Way. Adnan, how are you doing tonight?
Doing well. Very excited about this second round, day 2. Actually, even more exciting than day 1, in a way, for the Falcons, because they have 4 picks tonight, courtesy of one really good trade and one really not so good trade. The not so good trade was trading Matt Ryan for that third round comp pick from the Colts, where I'm not saying that I'm upset that they dealt Ryan to the Colts, but I'm upset at the compensation. I think Atlanta should have at least 3 first-rounders or 3 second-rounders tonight. Yeah. The other one was the Julio Jones trade, which in hindsight looks like a hell of a move, getting Tennessee's second-rounder this year in exchange for Julio, who really looked broken down and really bad for the Titans this past year. And he's currently a free agent, so I'm sure that the Titans really wish that they could have that one back. But, that's Atlanta's gain, and the Falcons have some ammunition to play with right now if they want to move up. Because of all of these picks, they have all of their day 3 picks as well. So I don't know. A part of me expects the Falcons to not be making all 4 of those picks and to be picking a little earlier than 10 picks from now. But, there's some really good guys on the board still. You have David Ojabo, you have Booth from Clemson, you have Nakobe Dean from Georgia, all guys that I would be thrilled with. Malik Willis is at the top of my board right now for Atlanta at the moment. I feel like that would be a home run pick. So it's exciting right now. I'm really happy that right now is the time when teams are really built on days 2 and 3 of the draft. This is where you make your medal as a GM.
Yeah, and it's a good time. Speaking of, management, Dave Choate, the Falcoholic himself, is here. Dave, how are you doing tonight?
Great. I'm not tired at all. So
yeah,
here we go.
Not tired at all. Yep. Yeah, I shot out of bed this morning to record a podcast, and, I knew that this was draft weekend immediately. It's just tired for no reason, and you go to sleep, you get to bed, and I don't know, maybe this doesn't happen to normal people, but for me, it's like, I just can't, I just lay there and I'm like, well, let's see. So if so-and-so falls, then, maybe they could get this guy. And then with pick 58, who do they take there? And then it's like 6 a.m. I'm like, wait, I should probably go to sleep at some point, but get too jazzed up about the draft. So it, exciting.
Yeah, the undrafted guys are going to have to wait on Sunday morning because we're going to be sleeping.
Yeah, so. we'll make Evan to do that. That's Evan's
thing.
No,
he's fine.
That's not for us. Yeah. We're above the UDFA work. You put in your time, you get 3 or 4 years under your belt, then you don't got to write up the UDFAs in the morning anymore. That is one of the perks, that we get.
Also, Evan's not going anywhere. He has that ankle injury. It's not like he can get out of bed.
Right, it's not like you can get away from his desk and do anything. So
no, it's like a Kathy Bates and Misery thing, but with undrafted free agents. Yeah.
Yes. Exactly.
Yeah. No, for the record, for those that don't know, Dave makes sure to break Evan's ankle every single year around this time, so that Evan has to do that drop grunt work over the weekend.
Somebody's got to do it, and Dave is he's making the hard decisions.
The thing is, but yeah, it used to be me, but Evan's the newest member of the team. We still have. Actually, we haven't really added anyone in like 2 or 3 years. So until we add anyone new, then Dave just has Evan in his crosshairs.
Yep, poor Evan. But he'll be on here at some point as well.
Someone's going to take that literally, and I'm
they will.
I'm going to criminal complaint against me for breaking.
You're going to be hearing from the NLRB here pretty soon, Dave. So
yeah. She's going to be on my ass about this. Yeah.
Yep.
they'll research all of our shows going back 3 years and just come up with like a 4-hour highlight reel of us talking about how abusive Dave is in the workplace.
Yes, exactly. That is very, very true. Yeah, guys. All right. Well, the Bucks are officially on the clock, so we're going to switch to our pick, watch, view. You can see the most recent picks over there on the left, and we'll go over the available players throughout the night as well. Let me add my camera to the mix here.
Expect a lot more trades in the second round than there were in the first, as is customary. Apparently, the Seahawks really like Desmond Ridder, according to some reports. So that's a team with 2 picks ahead of the Falcons. Well, that's one to watch. There's some talk about an expected quarterback run that may be made. So in which case, the Falcons want a signal caller. They may need to get ahead of it a little bit, the way that they got ahead of wide receivers yesterday.
Yeah, I am curious to see what the path is, like what the choice is for the Falcons there, because I know we sort of are curious if there will be a trade up for a quarterback. We were sort of watching for that last night. It didn't end up coming to fruition, but I do wonder if it's a possibility tonight when the price is a little bit lower. Obviously probably not going to get any action with the Buccaneers. The Falcons, probably their division rivals, probably not going to help them get what they hope is their future franchise quarterback, if it is for a quarterback. So that's not going to be an option. But anywhere in these next few picks could be a prime spot for a team like the Falcons to trade up. It doesn't necessarily even have to be for a quarterback. If you look at the available players here, obviously Malik Willis and Desmond Ridder are at the top. I mean, they're both quarterbacks that are probably going to go pretty soon. They definitely fell further than I expected, so I guess anything can happen. But those two are certainly up there. Andrew Booth Jr. is like my number 11 overall player in the class. So, I mean, if they wanted to, the corner's not a massive need for this team, but if they wanted to trade up because the value is just so good to get that player and really put together, this is a player that I had above Derek Stickney. Like, this is a guy that is on that level. And if he wasn't hurt right now, I think he would have been taken really early in this class. And look, the Falcons don't necessarily need him to play immediately. They can give him time to rehab his injury. They don't need him to come in and hit the ground running from day one. So that could be a good fit for them. Boye Mafe on the edge. Adnan mentioned Ebiketie is another great target. Nakobe Dean, I know, is a favorite of a lot of you guys in the chat. Sick 'em dogs. Perion Winfrey is a guy I've taken a lot in mock drafts. So there's a lot of talent left on the board at this time. I guess just talking about the potential for a trade, Dave, I'll go to you first. Do you see it happening? I think you predicted that a quarterback would be taken today for the Falcons. So,
yeah, I think it's going to depend on how things shake out. I think the Falcons will have a pretty good sense of, is there going to be a run on quarterbacks, and do we have to do it? And I think that's who they trade up for if they're going to trade up for anybody. Certainly you have the draft capital to make a trade if that's important to you. There's been a ton of smoke around them liking Malik Willis and Matt Corral in particular. So I think unless the first few picks of this round end up being like Dean and running backs and maybe Booth, and you have a decent shot of somebody falling to you, I think they're going to have to move up if they want their guy. So again, I expect them to take quarterback. So I guess I am predicting a trade up because I think that's probably what it'll take.
Yeah, I agree. Like if they really it's sort of like, I wonder, like, if they do like these guys, you think they're probably going to trade up. And if they don't like them and they just let them fall to 43, like, it kind of leads me to believe that they're just not going to take them at all. Like, if you're not willing to trade up for these guys, then, like, do you really like them? I mean, quarterbacks in particular, obviously these other guys, but I mean, maybe they just really aren't afraid of it happening if they were to sit and wait, or maybe they think that the price would be too high. And we're going to see a bunch of these guys come off the board. I mean, one of them could go to the Bucks for all we know. Kyle Trask, sorry for any Bucks fans, like, Kyle Trask ain't taking over your franchise and leading you to the promised land. So, just because they made that mistake, they could correct that mistake this year. So,
and Brady apparently almost dipped to the Dolphins, if not for Belichick, and
Yep.
and the lawsuit that Brian Flores made, which I don't know if that story was talked about much, but what a wild story.
Yes, like, it's sort of so wild that it's almost hard to believe, like, how crazy that story is.
like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, Sean Payton and Tom Brady agreed to team up in Miami after retiring.
That whole saga was so strange. I tend to think it was literally just Brady's ego. Like, he just wanted to see all the tributes and just enjoy them, and then he was never really going to retire. He was always going to come back. But
Apparently, he was always going to come back, but in Miami.
right.
And part of me thinks that Bill Belichick intentionally sent that text to Flores. There's no way Bill Belichick doesn't know how to use a cell phone.
I mean, he, according to some people, he doesn't know how to turn in a draft card on day one. That's, you know, a good player, but that's mean to Cole Strange. But, you know, that was what was being, you know, put out there on the interwebs today. And shout out to whoever found my Senior Bowl video of like Cole Strange getting wrecked by Travis Jones, which, to be fair to Cole Strange, like, how many times is he going to go up against like a 340-pound nose tackle one-on-one in that sort of situation? The answer is extremely rarely. So, you know, that's not really a fair assessment of Cole Strange. But, you know, shout out to like the 30,000 people that have all of a sudden seen that random Senior Bowl clip and are now having their entire opinion on Cole Strange shaped by that. So
there's Logan Hall going to the Bucks.
Yep. Good player.
And NFL Network has juicy ! As one of his breakdowns. So I don't know what exactly that means.
Juicy.
I assume it needs no further explanation.
Yeah, he's juicy. I mean, he has juice. I'm assuming that's what they mean by that. Like, he is explosive. Yeah. Yeah, this was a guy that did have some buzz as a potential late first round player. To me, he fell a little bit because he doesn't neatly fit in a category. Like, I sort of had to bend my evaluation a little bit and be like, this is a guy that's probably going to play some as an interior pass rusher, some as a outside run defender, because he's only 283 pounds, and he's strong. But again, like, at the NFL, you're going up against every guard you play is going to be like 305, 310 minimum. It's just really hard to hold up against the run at that weight on the inside. So I thought he might have to play some 5-tech too against the run. But in terms of like that versatility, if you're willing to move him around, is good. Like, he could be that.
The Packers just moved up to 34. Maybe they get a quarterback.
Are they getting a receiver? It's not the first round anymore, so technically they could take a receiver here, Adnan. But
Yeah,
we
yeah,
know
they-
they can't on day one. Yeah.
The Vikings again trading with a division rival, getting picks 53 and 59. This trade's a lot better at the very least for Minnesota than yesterday's trade. But the Vikings are just wheeling and dealing with the NFC North in this draft.
Yep.
Yeah, no, maybe they really piss off Aaron Rodgers and they take Malik Willis.
Just look, every time they take a quarterback, he has an MVP season. Okay, that's just science. It's just science. Like, they just go do it. You know, why fight it?
Piss them off so much.
The Packers pick is in 2, so we will get that one here soon.
I really appreciate this from Green Bay. You make the move and you immediately turn in the draft card. You know
Yes.
exactly what you want to do. Like, there's no need to just drag this out. The NFL did
yeah.
a enough job of starting on time. They had some dude hang trap.
Chris Angel, dude. Yeah.
Yeah,
He had to break out. Yeah.
Like, do that before 7 p.m. Like, these people are there. Like, do it before then. Get to the draft at 7 p.m.
Yeah. I mean, start on time, but we know that's not going to happen. Like, we know they never will. But
the NFL is above starting on time.
Yeah, they don't do that. They don't do that, you guys. Yeah, guys, while we wait for this Packers pick, again, thank you all so much for tuning in. Please like and subscribe if you haven't already. You can always check out the show every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. That's when we do our normal, non-party shows. Obviously, these are great, but, we have other, non-draft related shows too, so you can check us out then. Shout out. Yeah, go ahead.
I will be back for those. I took the last month off.
Yes.
Yes, I will. I will be making my reappearance on the Wednesdays.
Adnan tried to get away, but that blood contract, it pulls you back,
Yeah.
It's subtle.
I tried to make a break for it, but
you just can't escape it. Yeah.
Yeah, I just ended up with a broken kneecap and
mysteriously
back right where I was.
You guys are going to be put in a federal prison. This is great.
Yes.
Yeah, Dave sent his people. So Dave has some scary people that work.
It was the
for
moose caravan. Can you charge a moose? I don't think you can. Like, is a moose chargeable in a court of law? That's why Matt's on staff, honestly.
No, Moose charge you, like
Yes.
both in a court of law and just physically.
Moose
So,
lawyers. Yeah,
Ooh,
man.
Yeah.
Christian Watson. They
Yes,
did get a wide
it is
receiver.
Christian Watson. Yep. So, hey, this is what we were talking about last night. Like, are the Falcons galaxy braining, or are they actually the galaxy brain, as in the ones that are smart? Because we saw 6 receivers go in the first round. Now we're seeing a team trade up for another one in the second round here with Christian Watson, who was one of their preferred targets, at least one of my preferred targets. So, like, if George Pickens goes now, like, that's all the X receivers gone before 43. So, we'll see. We'll see when he goes, but it could be.
Yeah, no, I'm not. If the Falcons come away with a strong day 2, then there's some good justification for that London pick, given that run of wide receivers that was made. Christian Watson, this will be a good pick in fantasy this year. I think this will be one of the best rookie wide receivers in fantasy football, just because of the lack of weapons that Aaron Rodgers has. Valdez-Scantling left. Devontae Adams isn't there anymore. Like, Aaron Rodgers is an elite quarterback. He's going to have to throw to someone. And, I mean, we've seen Aaron Rodgers turn no-named wide receivers into very, very productive fantasy players. So Christian Watson's definitely a late-round sleeper in fantasy drafts this year.
Yeah, no, that's a tremendous pick for them. Like, I love Christian Watson. I believe that Christian Watson is going to be a dynamic wide receiver 1 at the NFL level. The thing with him is, like, right in his rookie season, he's going to have a little bit of a limited route tree. I mean, at North Dakota State, he was a deep threat. Like, he ran deep routes and he dominated. I think his deep like big play percentage or something was something nuts, like 40% or 50% of his plays were like 20+ yard receptions, like something nuts like that. And that's what he does. He's great at that. He's obviously a tremendous athlete. I think he's like a 9.96 RAS, size, speed. Just a more raw overall package as a wide receiver, but again, not someone that you think can't play the position. Now we're going to get in another guest here. Hey, Jake, how are you, man? Can you hear us? We'll see if he can actually hear us at any time. But Tennessee Titans have made their pick.
Another one where I appreciate them, getting on with it a little bit.
Yeah. Get on with it. Yep. Titans already making the selection. Good on you, Titans. Good on you.
Roger McCreary over Booth.
Booth, that's crazy. I mean, it must be the injury. That's the only thing I could think. I mean, McCreary's good, don't get me wrong, but going ahead of Booth portends that the injury is pretty serious for Booth.
I thought that was a big Nakobe Dean spot, honestly.
Yeah. Welcome in. I see that you got your audio working. How are you doing, Jake?
I am doing good. I am just trying to get my AirPods to connect.
No worries. I understand that. Yeah. All right, so we got that pick. The Giants traded back with the Jets, so we got some New York to New York action going on here. And
both those teams had a tremendous first round.
Yeah. Yeah, the compensation. Go ahead.
Winners in the first round, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they both had. I mean, it helps when you have 2 picks in the top 10. That makes it real easy to win the draft. But they nailed the picks, though. They nailed the picks.
Yeah,
so, I mean,
like they could have been like the Raiders a few years ago, taking Cleveland Farrell at number 4.
Yeah.
And then Josh Jacobs, both of whom they declined the 5th-year options on today.
Yeah. Jake, I had these guys give me their opinions, but do you think the Falcons are gonna be trading up here for a quarterback, or do you think they're gonna see what happens at 43?
Just from what we've heard, it feels like Matt Corral's the guy they like, and I think they can get him at 43.
Yeah.
That's going to be really hard for me to justify. And I like Matt Corral. It's going to be really hard for me to justify if you have Kyler Gordon, Andrew Booth, even maybe at this point Nakobe Dean, guys like that on the board. Really hard for me to go quarterback. I don't think Malik Willis makes it past Seattle, especially since they have 2 picks in a row.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't hate Corral either. I think at 43, you could justify probably any of these quarterbacks as being like fair value at 43. You know, I prefer Willis. I prefer Ritter. If they do go Coral, that's the one that's been sort of trendy in recent days, so that wouldn't shock me either. But yeah, I mean, Andrew Booth, like it must be something with his medicals. Teams must be really afraid of that surgery, because that's the only thing I can think of to why he's falling. It's definitely not talent related. And as far as I know, it's not off-field anything either. It would be injury related. So that's a shame, because he's like my number 11 overall player, Booth. So tremendous.
Yeah, I had him pretty high as well. I think when I had my mock of what I would do, I'm pretty sure I had him to the Texans at like the 13th pick or something like that. But they have access to those medicals that we don't. But
Yeah, we don't get any of that intel. We get very little. You know, we get the scraps and the crumbs that filter down through all the other media. So we just have to we have to work off of that. So the Jets pick is coming in, you know, any day now. Obviously, if you're on Twitter, guys, you'll see the picks leaked. We're trying not to leak anything until it comes out on the broadcast. I know people have requested that, so we'll try to do that. If the chat probably is going to leak it, so you might want to go to full screen if you're watching. You might want to go to full screen, because that'll put the chat off to the side. That's why we're not showing the chat on the actual video, in case you do want to keep your feed pure of spoilers and you really want the suspense. So we will do our best to keep that going for you guys. We will see who the Jets get. Yeah, go ahead.
The Giants give a 5th rounder to move up 2 spots, so they must have gotten some intel on.
Yeah.
I'm not going to leak it, but it's definitely interesting. You'll see it in a sec. I didn't want to see it, but somebody just texted it to me. Interesting.
They forced you. Yeah, they're like, yo, my phone's buzzing.
Yeah.
Aw.
I have to text the same people every single day of the draft to be like, hey, don't spoil the picks for me, please.
Yeah, like if I want to know the picks, I'll just get on Twitter, you know, like,
yeah,
like you texting it to me like 5 seconds before Twitter does. Like, that's very helpful. Thank you so much. Yeah, I've seen the pick leaked as well. This is an interesting one, and like you said, it has to be some kind of buzz that this player was going to go. It's not a quarterback, guys, which obviously the Jets wouldn't be trading up for a quarterback unless you think Zach Wilson's bad, which I don't think Zach Wilson's bad. I mean, I was never as high on him as I think the consensus was. But again, it would be really absurd for them to like try to get another quarterback so soon. That would be nuts.
I guess I'm just going to have to say this for every pick, but with Bob Saleh being here, I thought this was in the Kobe Dean spot, but I guess not.
Yeah.
I just let him keep falling. I'll take him.
I'll take him at 43. No questions asked. No questions.
They must have thought that Houston was going to take their guy here.
Yeah, that's my guess. I mean, and I get it, and we'll talk about it in just a second, guys, once it gets announced. It's getting announced here momentarily. My stream's a little bit behind, so as soon as you guys see it, if you're watching on live TV and you see it, we can announce it. But mine's like a few seconds behind because I'm watching it on YouTube TV.
Breece Hall, there's the first running back off the board.
Breece Hall going to the Jets here makes a ton of sense for their offense, certainly, and they need a running back.
They have Michael Carter was a really solid fantasy player last year.
Yeah,
Hall's going to go into a committee, which I've been begging the Falcons for years to start running a committee, but maybe this will be the year.
Yeah. I like Breece Hall. I like that fit too. I'm sort of glad he went here because I was worried the Falcons might try to do something silly like take a running back this early, just because I think Breece Hall is really good. So I think on a lot of boards when you get into the 40s, he's there as like one of the better players. I just don't want them to be tempted. And again, it's not that Breece Hall is a bad player. It's just really please don't take a running back at 43. This is such a deep running back class. I think we don't need to do that. We don't need to be that serious. So
yeah, Pierre Strong's the guy I have my eye on in the 3rd round.
The Falcons have traded up, guys. The Falcons have traded up. Yes.
The Falcons traded up with Houston.
No, sorry. We got it. Everybody, shut up. Shut up.
It's happening. Right. It's happening.
It's happening. You get the meme in here. Yeah.
This is they just moved up ahead of Seattle, so this seems like a prime quarterback spot. If they want Willis, they can get Willis.
Yeah.
They might go get Malik. I think think that's what's going to happen.
Well, it must be NFL Network's graphic, maybe. Oh no, they traded up with the Giants.
Yeah,
so
they traded up with the Giants.
now.
Yeah,
and then they're on the clock.
Houston's pick is already in. Yeah, so they're trading with the Giants. So we will see. Yeah, I
A
mean,
big thank you to the Texans for immediately making this pick.
yes, and not holding us in suspense.
Matt is cracking me up, man.
Yep.
He says the Falcons are on the clock, and Matt says best player we can trade up for available.
Yes, I have the compensation. It is the 4th round pick, so just a 4th round pick to get up here.
Well, yeah, if this is for your guy, a quarterback right now, then yeah, that's worth it.
Yeah.
We didn't think that they would make every pick in this draft, so
Yep.
man.
Jalen Petrie is going to the
Wow.
Texans, by the way.
All right. Well, I didn't want to see who that is, but
I don't know if that's a good sign. I'm gonna try to keep it from spoiling. Dave, stop reading. I see you're reading something.
Stop it! Stop reading, Dave.
I'm not.
Yeah, we're gonna see who they get here soon.
I'm gonna choose to stay ignorant for the time being and just assume.
I will
That is-
believe.
I didn't think it would
what
happen
I
that
want to
quick.
believe. Yeah. Well,
But
they were
yeah,
clearly not willing to wait for this player. They were willing to give up an early day 3 pick to secure them. So we'll have to see who it is. I think I think if it's Willis or Ritter, I'd be happy with that. We've talked about
It's
wide
Dean,
receiver is
then
usually
Terrell.
where they go here, but since they took London, so that's not going to be on the case, I hope.
Yeah.
Like edge guys like Boye, Mafe, perhaps. Ebiketti's still there. I have a hard time thinking they'd go after Ajabo because of the injury plus the developmental timeline. Maybe it's N'Kobe Dean, perhaps. But,
Kevin, are you sure they wouldn't double dip with George Pickens here? Corner
You know,
the wide
I
receiver,
can't
Mike?
be sure. So it could happen.
Maybe it's John Mechie.
All right, guys. Well,
You know
hopefully
very
they'll-
well I would have had a much different reaction if it was N'Kobe.
Yeah. I know you would have been hyped if it was N'Kobe. So, but now that you don't seem upset, you just don't seem hyped. So I expect it's gonna
I
be like,
just didn't
Yeah.
expect it. I like the pick. I just really
Yeah.
didn't expect it.
yeah. Well, we're gonna see with a wide receiver taken so far. We'll see what the pick was that the Falcons felt like they had to jump ahead of Seattle for. I mean, obviously quarterback, and we talked about the edge guys too. Edge would make a lot of sense too because the Seahawks could certainly use help on the defensive line. Chicago, you'd think is probably going after a receiver here, or offensive line help. I sort of have a hard time thinking the Falcons are going after offensive line, but
Maybe Chicago just hates Justin Fields.
maybe they do. Maybe we should just trade like a 6th rounder for Justin Fields since they hate him so much. Come home, Justin. Come home. All right. Maybe, eventually we're going to get this pick.
The commissioner is taking his sweet time right now.
He is.
That's the worst. That's the worst when your team is picking and then they choose to do like the 5-minute presentation right before.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Roger Goodell's probably just standing there chit-chatting with someone right now.
He's shaking hands, kissing babies backstage,
Must be nice to be the commissioner.
Yep. There's Falcons fans there. I'm impressed. Great job, guys. There's like a whole contingent.
I'm not gonna lie, I get going to Vegas.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
if I just like go to the draft in person.
Yeah. I think day 1 would be fun. Obviously I can never go to the draft in person because I will be eternally doing these shows for all time. But, maybe I could go and do the show live from the draft. That would be cool.
Dave, can you send us to Vegas next year?
I'm not going to pay for anything, but I can send you.
Sure. You can go. I'll sign off.
He's
Yeah.
got you on the $120 Spirit flight that'll get you there.
Yeah.
I mean, like all expenses paid. Put
Yep.
us in the Caesar suite.
Yeah, he'd give us $100 and, we'd have to go to the casino. And if we could we could possibly turn that into enough to cover the trip, but probably not.
That decides if you get a room or not. Or if you
Yeah,
have to sleep
exactly.
out.
Otherwise, we're going to be just wandering around. So,
It's an American success story. You gamble for it, and you either get it or you don't.
Yep. All right. So, Falcons picking now. We will see who the selection is. We wait with bated breath. Taking their time.
That lady has to be so nervous. I was thinking about that, like when the
Yeah.
when the
Well,
kid
especially with
when
this,
the kid did it last night, I'd be like about to throw up. There's like
Yeah.
30 million people watching.
especially if they give them a hard name too. Like some of these names are not easy. So,
Yeah.
hey, we're gonna see, guys. Held in suspense.
I really want to read the chat, but I don't want it spoiled for me.
I Garrett. No, the chat has definitely spoiled it. Like I think the chat spoiled it like 3 or 4 minutes ago.
The chat probably has 100 messages reacting to it right now.
Yeah, probably.
Before she announced it, I will say stamp of approval.
Yeah.
Stamp of approval.
All right.
Oh, that is a very hard name. It's no.
Yeah, that's a tough
yeah.
one.
Yeah, that's when you said that. I was like,
yeah.
yeah.
Yes. So Arnold, Ebiketie,
Ebiketie.
either one I think is close. But yes, the Falcons take an edge rusher, guys. They take an edge rusher.
Hallelujah.
Yeah.
Arnold
Can
Ebiketie. They drafted up for it, which means they prioritized edge. This is, I think, the first time I've ever seen this since Vic Beasley. So,
And it's the second year in a row where Terry Fontenot has traded out of Atlanta's original second-round pick. Last
yeah,
year
he
they
hates
traded,
that first second.
Yeah.
He can't stand it. Yeah.
Javante was last year, yeah.
Yep.
and hopefully Ebiketie does has more impact than Atlanta's last year's second-round pick.
Well, we traded down, so that lessened the impact. But we traded up, so that should increase the impact, right? Isn't that how that works?
Yeah, the Falcons really, really needed help on the edge. They needed help at wide receiver. So I think this helps mitigate the Drake pick a little bit. Not that, and I said it a million times last night, not that Drake is a bad player, that we're going to hold anything against Drake. It's just the fact that they took a wide receiver in the top 10 when they needed all of this, especially on defense. But now when you're filling in your defense like this, then especially after that run on wide receivers, like you mentioned, Kevin, I think Pickens is the only like legitimate like X receiver left on the board. It justifies it a little more, and they could justify it even more later on tonight with their other second round pick.
Yeah, exactly.
For the fourth, you look at Chicago, Seattle twice. I think Malik Willis will end up Chicago, Seattle, and those feel like have been definitely in on Ebiketie. Cool. Adam, either Adam or King made a Shaq comp earlier. I'd be very
We were losing you just a little bit there, Jake. I don't know if it's your earbuds popping off or what.
Just think, Chicago, Seattle, or Indy, all of those are teams that would have been in play, especially two picks. That's where most people end up going to be. So I'm cool with it. All four could have taken for the I like.
Yeah, I think it's a great pick. Like, I love Ebiketie. He's a guy I was super high on. I feel like he sort of like fell out of favor because he didn't like blow up the Senior Bowl like Jermaine Johnson did. But he's a great speed rusher, super smart player. He does in some ways remind you a little bit of Jermaine Johnson. He's a lot bendier. He's more explosive, but Jermaine Johnson's a better run defender, but Ebiketie's just super technically refined. Like, he's an instant impact guy. That's the thing about Ebiketie that I think was having a lot of people sort of maybe having him sneak into the first round. I mean, he was a guy that was getting buzz as like someone that might go in the last couple picks of the first round because he's an instant impact guy. He's smart. He's capable of playing, all three downs. He's got that explosiveness, that speed, that bend around the edge. So for a 3-4, like what Atlanta's going to run most of the time, just a tremendous fit for that front. And finally, Lorenzo Carter and Ebiketie, that's not the worst pass rushing tool in the NFL officially anymore, guys. So
Last
yeah.
year was rough.
Yeah, last year was really bad. So I think that duo is a good start in a rebuild of this edge group. So
And I don't know how far Malik's gonna fall. I think Seattle goes Desmond Ridder personally.
that was the buzz, right? That they were really interested in Ritter. But there's been buzz that they like Malik too. I mean, it's crazy to me that people were this off on where the NFL values Malik, and I'm surprised too, because this is a league that seems to value athleticism and arm talent above all else, and then you see someone like Malik fall, whereas Kenny Pickett goes high. And it's bizarre to me, considering the dearth of quarterback talent in this league, that someone hasn't taken a chance on Malik yet. I mean, obviously we know the concerns that he's a high variance prospect in terms of his passing game, but I mean, the traits are undeniable. And, you see someone like Josh Allen go so early in the first round. Obviously, Josh Allen has more prototypical size in terms of an NFL quarterback. Malik is a little bit on the smaller side, but it's interesting. And we now have joining us to talk about the pick, he is Aaron Freeman of the Locked On Falcons podcast. Aaron, how are you doing today?
What's up, fellas?
Not much, just celebrating a front seven pick. It's such a rare occurrence, it feels like, for this franchise. So anytime we get one in the top few picks, we really got to be excited. So I'm wondering what your thoughts are on Ebiketie at the small trade up. They traded a fourth for him. I think they must have, he probably wasn't going to be there at 43. So what do you think about that one, Aaron?
Yeah, it makes sense. I was skeptical that they would take a quarterback with this top pick because, been hearing all these rumors about them loving them some Matt Corral, and you're just like, okay, here we go.
I did not believe that. Yeah.
You're just kind of like, well, they're definitely not getting Ritter or Willis if they allegedly love Matt Corral. So I figured this pick would be somebody on the defensive line, and Ebiketie makes sense. He's probably the best. Either him or Boye Mafe is the best edge rusher left on the board.
Yeah.
I look.
Yeah, it's Kyler Gordon.
Mock drafts are always binding. This had a back in the very, very physical, sticky. Star role. The DP. ACNHA.
Yeah. You might, Jake. You might actually want to reconnect your pods or come back in, because I got about half of that. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Kyler Gordon, really good pick here for them. High up on a lot of boards. He was invited to the draft. Obviously, there was a lot of buzz that he would sneak into the first round. So, yeah, great pick for them. I do like it. I think Kyler Gordon is this is great value for Gordon. And I think a lot of people expected him to go much earlier in the process than he did. Obviously being at the draft and stuff like that. But yeah. Go ahead.
I'm looking, if there's going to be a quarterback run, it has to start with Seattle, right?
Yeah.
There's Seattle. There's the Giants. Cleveland's not in the market for a quarterback. The Lions. Malik could get Malik could fall to the Lions.
I'm just wondering, the longer it goes without that pick happening, just you wonder, where is this going to go? Where is it going to go down?
Yeah, it has to be Seattle or the Lions. The Giants are a dark horse in there. Beyond that, I don't think Washington's really in the market. They just traded for Wentz. Maybe New Orleans. I don't think the Eagles would be in the market for one right now. Maybe
right.
Minnesota.
I think it's
a team that might take a quarterback.
Who?
The Colts.
The Colts. Yeah, that's true.
They just got our pride and joy this year. They can't take it away from me too.
I think it's safe to say, though. Malik, I guess he can't be Atlanta's guy. There's no way they would move in front of Seattle to not take him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no.
It's sort of now it's are they even, it seems like they're basically saying we're not interested in quarterback. And, maybe if something ridiculous happens, 58, he's still there, or, third round, he's still Matt Corral coming around,
What happened?
Stop it, Aaron. Don't you put that evil on me. Don't you put that evil.
Jake, you're a Matt Corral guy, right?
I like him. I think the Falcons are going to take him because we got the report that they love Drake London and they love Matt Corral, and we're halfway there. So let's go ahead and finish it off. I mean, I think he's going to be there with the second pick too. I mean, I'm looking at the TV. Pittsburgh's already got Pickett. New Orleans is interesting for Corral, but they just signed Andy Dalton. They probably have to cut one of those guys. I mean, they're not going to cut Jameis, but I don't know. I could see Corral being there. I could also see Seattle pulling one right here and taking Desmond Ridder instead of Malik Willis, but I think it's got to be one of the two with them having 2 picks.
Yeah, I mean, it's like if they're gonna go after, like, why not? Like, why not go after someone here? Unless you think Drew Lock is the guy, which
Maybe they're just Drew Lock hive out here.
There's been rumors that they are big fans of Desmond Ridder.
yeah,
I've been hearing that for a while now.
That's the
Seattle
pick is in.
that'd be pretty wild. So we will see Kyler Gordon here going to Washington. Dave, I wanted to get your thoughts on Ebiketie too.
Oh, Dave's in here.
I forgot to actually
Well,
ask
boss.
Dave for his opinion. So sorry, boss man. But yeah,
Thanks.
what are
Yeah.
your thoughts on the pick actually?
No, I'm a big fan. I'm excited to see, I expected that trade up to be for a quarterback, but you will never, ever hear me complain about adding some edge rushing help. And I think Ebiketie's a good player. He's certainly immediately the top guy in that rotation. That's damning with praise maybe because they don't have much, but I think he can be a legitimate impact pass rusher in the NFL. And I think I'm excited that the Falcons were willing to go get their guy. So
Yeah. I agree. I did want to read off something from George Costanza with the $5. Thank you so much, George. Yeah, he says if Atlanta wants Willis, they really needed to get ahead of Seattle to go get him. He says, after sleeping it off, he's not angry about London at 8 anymore. I thought they'd blow the pick. Also, he thinks that Corral might be better than Willis. So he wouldn't be upset if they did end up passing on Willis. So thank you, George. Really appreciate that, man. I know George was crushed when they didn't take Jordan Davis. So
Wayne Mafe. So yeah, that
Yep.
pick must have been to get ahead of Seattle.
yeah, because I could see Ebiketie being high on Seattle's list too. I am a little surprised that Ebiketie went ahead of Mafe just because how much hype Mafe was. I mean, Mafe's athletic ability is off the charts, but I'm not surprised the Falcons preferred Ebiketie because of, like I said earlier, like the instant impact. Like he's not a guy that needs a lot of seasoning before he can step on the field. So, all right, we got the first of Seattle's 2 picks. It is Boye Mafe coming off the board. So yeah, I mean it's like for the Falcons,
I
were
just
these
saw who their
guys?
second pick is. It's not a quarterback.
Oh, okay,
Ooh.
okay.
Quarterback is there,
What is going on?
baby.
Apparently, nobody likes the quarterback.
I'm going to be completely honest. This is probably how they should be valued. I'm just kind of surprised it hasn't gone that
Right.
way.
Yeah. It's sort of like all of our boards in January were actually correct, and we just shouldn't have changed anything.
well, it's like I was saying last night. I mean, normally you can count on, no matter how weak the class is, quarterbacks being a little bit overvalued when push comes to shove. So actually seeing them all fall as far as they have is a surprise to me.
Yeah, it is. It is a surprise. The other Seahawks pick is like 100% a Seahawks pick, for sure. These are maybe the 2 most Seahawks picks I could possibly think of. At least this time when they took the edge guy, it was actually the best edge on the board instead of like LJ Collier or whatever. But
Shout out to LJ Collier.
yeah, shout out to LJ Collier. I hope he's doing well.
Got them first round checks. That's about all he did.
He's cashing them. So hey,
Yeah.
he could be doing a lot worse without those first round checks. So yeah, this is such an on-brand pick for Seattle. I wonder why they don't just make like
Kenneth
announce
Walker.
both the picks. Yep, did they officially announce it? Yeah,
Yep.
it is.
Second running back.
Wow.
off the board.
Yep, second running back off the board. Kenneth Walker goes here. Very
Better
good.
than Pick a few years ago.
Right. Yeah, I mean, this is like about where you start to see some of these guys going, but that's just like the most on-brand pick for Seattle, taking a running back high. They just can't help themselves. They really can't.
It's the Pete Carroll effect,
Yeah.
It's that old school, archaic. We're gonna win with defense and with the run game, and we're gonna waste the best quarterback in franchise history just trying to adhere to my philosophies.
Yep. Those philosophies, they're unchanging, okay? You can't bend the philosophies. You have to bend the players to your will. That's how you
You can
succeed
say what you
in
want
football.
about Arthur Smith, but at least he embraces the analytical movement.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw some nice things from him, like how he used Cordarrelle Patterson and how he really deployed him and got the most out of him. Like, we haven't seen really an offensive coordinator do that in Atlanta since Shanahan, where he like took players and actually like made them the best versions of themselves. So obviously Arthur Smith didn't necessarily do that with like every player on the Falcons roster, and I think the offense as a whole was disappointing for a variety of reasons. But I think that gives me some hope that this is a guy that is actually a creative mind, and when he has more pieces, maybe this offense can be good. That would be ideal. Mike Golick Jr. says few teams more on brand at all times than the Seahawks. They really don't waver. Like it's 100% Seahawks every time they get to the draft. So props to them.
I respect the Raiders just trading away their first round pick this year so they can't waste it.
That's galaxy brain right there. Like, you can't blow the pick if you never make the pick. So
Turning down 4 fifth-year options in one day, or 3 fifth-year options in one day is pretty tough.
Yeah, because it was Damon Arnett, Cleveland Farrell, and
it was Abram. I think Arnett was the year after.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Farrell, wasn't he?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And Josh Jacobs, which Jacobs
probably could have. Yeah. I think that would have been a fair one. But yeah, man, that's crazy.
Someone in the chat mentioned that very international flavor to the Falcons' defensive line. Ogundeji from Nigeria, Abikadi from Cameroon. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's very cool. Yeah, a lot of international representation. It's been getting better. I think the NFL's been taking more of these guys, and we've seen last year with Ogundeji, the Falcons explore like these players as well. So I'm excited to see it. I think
Giants trade back again.
The Giants have gone crazy they've gone mad with trades apparently.
The Vikings just got traded up.
Yeah. It says the Vikings are on the clock. Yep. So
Is that the third time the Giants have traded down today?
I think so. I thought someone forgot to make this the actual draft. The simulator's still running. You can't keep doing this, guys.
It's crazy. They went like 36. They got a fifth for 38. Then they got a fourth to go to 43. So crazy.
Hey, not bad. Hey, I mean, if you can do it, go for it. I mean, I would.
We gonna let the Baltimore Ravens get Nakobe Dean too?
Probably.
Let them have all the good players.
That's what happens, right? They just sort of sit there and just relax and let the rest of the NFL screw up time and time again, and then they just get to take the good players. So yeah,
every year they just keep
do it every year. I'm so jealous of them, man. So jealous.
Poor Ben Baldwin.
Time, Dick, when you can jump ship with Falcons and you'll have a built-in excuse. Everybody's doing it.
Yep.
So
Yep.
If you want to become a Ravens fan, just slip out the back door and no one will notice.
I've already hitched my wagon to Josh Allen, and I own the Packers, so I at least kind of have that going for me.
Yeah, you're an owner. That's right. So, yeah.
I told you I made some calls last night. 2 dogs when they traded up again. I was like, are they about to get picking?
That's funny. Yeah, poor Ben Baldwin's going through it. He says Malik Willis fell to the Seahawks at pick 41, and they took a running back instead. Man, I'm sorry, Ben. I know that's rough, man.
I think you like this Vikings pick, Kevin. I'm
going to like this Vikings pick, huh? Okay.
You mean like it for the Vikings or like it for the Falcons?
Like it for the Vikings. There's no such thing as liking anything for the Falcons. You know that.
That's not allowed, yeah. All right, we're going to see. Yeah, because that was the Colts pick. Or wait. Yeah.
The pick the Falcons should have gotten for Matt Ryan.
That's what I was going to mention that earlier. You couldn't swing those back-to-back picks. Like, come on.
Yeah, exactly. I can't believe it. But all right. Yeah.
I feel like this is going to be a quarterback. I haven't seen it. I feel like it's going to be a quarterback, though. I'm just going to keep saying that because I'm just shocked that they keep falling. But
Right. Well, I've been told I will like it, so I don't know if I would like a quarterback or it must be a player that I like. So it could be one of the quarterbacks. It could be Andrew Booth, could be Dean, could be Winfrey, could be
Travis Jones.
It could be Jones. It could be one of my boys, so we're going to find out.
If it is, though, I mean, they're locked into Kirk Cousins for at least 2 more years.
They're sort of locked into Kirk Cousins for at least 2 more years, anyway. They just keep giving him fully guaranteed years. They're just he's...
Next year, if they want to cut him, the dead cap is almost 49 mil.
Yeah. I mean, they keep doing it. They keep doing the same thing over and over again. They're like, we could just keep paying Kirk Cousins all this money, and, some days he'll be good Kirk Cousins and he'll look like he's worth that money, and then other days he'll be bad Kirk Cousins and he looks like he's not worth anything near that money. And unfortunately, you can't split the difference. So yeah, the Vikings already drafted one dog. They got Louis Cine, so
love that pick, by the way. Adore him. Love that pick.
Yeah, he's a good player. A real good player. All right,
next to Headman Smith.
Yep. Yeah, that's a damn good safety group there now. Oof. All right, Vikings pick.
Yeah, come on, man. Come on, spit it out.
Please tell me the pick. Just Jones and pure pick rush.
Time on the stage.
Yeah. These guys really like to draw it out. They're just like, I'm here.
If I was a Vikings fan, I would be livid right now and be like, dude, spit it out.
Give me the pick. Rush the stage.
He's talking about the story of when he was first drafted. Like, dude, I don't care.
Make the pick first, then tell the story, But then everyone would stop paying attention. They'd cut away, so. This guy's drinking out of an actual horn. That's awesome.
I do appreciate the shot at the Packers, though.
Yeah, that's always appreciated. Sorry, I know you own them, Jake, but
it's okay. I just wanted to be able to say I can tell Aaron Rodgers what to do.
Yeah.
And Alex is a huge Packers fan, so.
Oh, okay. Good.
I own something he loves, and it brings me a little joy.
Yeah, you can make sure to get him then. Yeah, for sure. Vikings pick at 42. Perhaps someday we will receive it.
Ooh.
Focusing on the cheese head.
Ooh.
Yeah. Well, there goes one of my top players remaining. The top player remaining on my board. So.
Oh my God.
Good move. Oh my God, this guy can't be serious. We're like a pick and a half behind now.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's like I feel like he's gonna announce it. Like I've seen it. Just like I feel like NFL.
To point out what the pick was.
Yeah, like NFL Network has tweeted out at this point. So like, yeah, like the producer came up and told him to give the pick.
Okay. It got to the point where I didn't even care what the pick was. Just say it.
I love that the producer was like, "Sir, make the pick. Come on!" Like,
I know Booth was from Gainesville. It's interesting.
That is cool. Yeah, Andrew Booth Jr. does go here. One of my top player left on the board. So yeah, I understand why they would trade up for him. I don't think he was going to fall much further. That's like an elite fringe top 10 talent that they're adding at 42. So very good pick there for the Vikings.
Great pick. Absolutely love it. 2 secondary pieces, Scene and Booth. Love both of those, really. I mean, those are two guys you could probably put in your top 20, top 25.
Yeah, potentially, depending on how high you were on Scene. But, I mean, Booth, like, man, just – it must be the medicals. That's the only thing I can think of that he's fallen this far.
Yeah, what is this? Is it a spinal issue? Or
I thought it was like a double sports hernia or something like that. Like, It was, something that people were concerned about. But, yeah, I know. It doesn't sound good, but – hopefully that means we'll get the Giants pick here, rapid fire style. considering
Yeah, the guy to tell his whole life story first.
Yeah.
Oh God.
We're gonna get another life story here. This is gonna be the life story situation.
No, I appreciate this.
Well, I've already seen this pick since I got to 45 seconds.
Yeah,
I'm a big
exactly.
fan
I
of
was
this
like,
too.
okay, let's go. You know, I'm gonna start scrolling up. Nope, now I already saw the next pick, but I saw the next pick like 3 minutes ago. Like,
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Still,
I love that.
yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting for them. I know, yes, Wan'Dale Robinson. So Eric Robinson will be super pumped because that's his boy. But yeah, Wan'Dale going here. This is earlier than I thought he would go. I did think he was one of those guys that you could just see sort of go randomly if a team really liked the fit or really had a role in mind for him. I always sort of thought like he wouldn't be as high on the Falcons list because they've got Cordarrelle Patterson. Like eventually they're going to need to replace Cordarrelle Patterson, but like it's not as big of a need when you basically have, you know, what you're hoping Wan'Dale Robinson will be already with Cordarrelle Patterson, you know, in terms of a running back, wide receiver hybrid guy that's great after the catch, you know, and all this stuff. So, but he's a good player. He's a guy that the ceiling is high for. He's only played wide receiver actually for a few years, I think. So, that one's interesting. I know there's going to be a lot of people shocked that he's going ahead of guys like obviously Sky Moore and George Pickens. I think would probably ahead of him on most scouts boards. So I can't speak for everyone here, but
we're gonna have Marinaro back on the stage right now, just sneaking back on.
she's
Hey
like,
guys, I wasn't done talking yet.
please read the card. Like, sir, read the card.
Oh, they need to tell these guys to start wrapping it up. Like just
They need to get the
up there and
hook.
off in 30 seconds. Just hurry up.
Get the hook out and just start, you know, trying to get them.
That's what Charles said, man. Just give us the damn pick. Like, come on.
Yeah. Come on, buddy.
We are living in a world where Nakobe Dean is going to fall to the Baltimore Ravens, aren't we?
At least they're not
We knew this would happen like 5 picks ago. You could see it happening.
You get Tyler Linderbaum, Kyle Hamilton, and Nakobe Dean with your first 3 picks.
Yep. Get 3 like top 20 players. So, man, yeah, this just always good things always seem to happen. We do have a trade here, I guess. Yeah, the Browns traded this pick to Houston. So is this where we see a quarterback? You know, are they sold on Davis Mills? You know, I mean, Davis Mills was Davis Mills was fine.
They take a quarterback. That's ridiculous.
I agree.
I don't
But
think-
this is Houston. This is Houston. We're
I
talking.
think they need to stick their neck out for Davis Mills.
Yeah.
He's already
There's no
doing it.
reason
for
to
them.
take a quarterback. Just
No, I
stop
agree.
for a year with Davis Mills and take a quarterback next year. Like
I think Davis Mills has I think he's got potential. I mean, I think he was the best of the bunch last year. I don't know if it'll stay that way, but
He did perform admirably in a dumpster fire situation, which shouldn't be totally overlooked for sure.
could this be Bernard Raymond?
I think Adnan's going to like this pick, or maybe he'll hate it. I don't know. I
Depending
know it's a
on
player he likes.
Okay. It's one of Adnan's players. Okay. Yeah, Raymond. I know Raymond was someone that people thought might sneak into the first round too. He did not. Raymond is definitely a guy you can see
Ooh,
the Falcons
Spicy.
potentially be interested in too.
that is interesting.
The pick.
Okay.
The suspense builds.
The suspense builds. We have to get this Good Morning Football plug in before we can get the pick.
Of course we do.
The thing I'm most upset about is Kevin, all those mock draft simulators we ran. And every time I was like, "Oh, Travis Jones is way too low. There's no chance he's going to be on the board still." And of course, it's still on the board. at
Yep.
this point.
It shows you guys what we know.
And
I know.
I think he was like
We
45.
agreed to pretend he wasn't even there because
I think he was 45 on
There's no way.
TDN's board. So if he goes
Yeah.
45 here to Baltimore, that
Exactly
that
45. Yeah. Yeah.
would be like
These-
the one thing their
wizardry.
draft board
Yeah.
got right. They got it exactly right.
Yep. Just nailed that pick. So
Well, it's in.
It's in. We're waiting with bated breath here. Yeah, I don't know. I feel so much calmer now that the Falcons have taken an edge rusher. Like, I feel like, okay, like the chances of them blowing it are lower now. Like we at least we have an edge rusher. Like, so there's all that we can at least always come back to that as like our bastion of hope for this franchise. So, you know, hopefully they don't blow it. But I feel less nervous about it now than I did earlier. So
Obviously, I joined a little bit after all you guys' reaction to the pick, but what are your thoughts on Ebiketie? I watched 2 games of him this morning because I hadn't watched him since January, and I was like, yeah, he's good. I don't know if he has like a standout trait or anything, but he's got a lot of tools that I guess he just needs to refine or something like that, and so he'll have to get coached up or whatever. But I don't know what his like go-to move or style is. I don't know if you guys saw something differently.
They announced the Mechie pick.
yes, this is John
I
Mechie
like that.
third. Yep.
Really like it for them.
I like
Yeah.
Mechie. I mean, I am biased, but unbiased, I probably would have took Pickens unless you really have concerns about his character. But Mechie's a really good player.
Yeah, I agree. Mechie's a good one. And yeah, so it seems like the Falcons would at 43 it would have been down to Wandale, Mechie, George Pickens as the receivers that would be on the board here. So certainly slimmer pickings than maybe a lot of people would hope for. And maybe gives a little
It
bit
was all
more.
started by the Falcons.
What's that?
It was all started by the Falcons.
Yes, it's all because of the Falcons that we have this. But
Sky Moore still available?
yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
I believe so.
He was the guy that I was kind of secretly hoping for in round 2.
yeah, I like Sky Moore. I didn't know like the Falcons would super prioritize him because I feel like he's one of those guys that's probably gonna have to play more in the slot in the NFL. But I always thought they would go after someone more like Drake London that like London can play the slot. Like if they want to play Auden Tate and Kyle Pitts on the outside, like you could have London go in the slot, and he was a slot receiver for the first 2 years in college, so he can do it. But it's not like the only thing he can do at the NFL level. But I think Sky Moore can play on the outside at the NFL level too. It's just like I just wonder. But
And
Now,
go ahead.
let me ask y'all this. So real quick, I mean, I see Detroit and I see New Orleans without any trade ups. Maybe Indy. Atlanta might have their pick a quarterback with the second pick.
they're just
and
gonna keep
this
having
is
their
so
pick.
insane.
They want it, to be honest.
Maybe they just like don't even care. They're like, nah, we're not.
Somebody's gonna make a move, surely.
Yeah.
I mean, we keep
Yeah.
saying that, but
Pickens would be really good here for the Ravens.
Yeah.
definitely.
Is that their like draft board behind these guys? Oh no, this is. I don't know who that is. It's. I hope they're not actually showing their draft board. That'd be very foolish. But it is the Ravens' pick now.
No, it's from last year. I saw Elijah Mitchell's name. up
Oh
there.
yeah. I thought I saw Shy Smith on there. I was like, what is this? This is some weird. So they're just probably doing it to troll. But... Right.
The pick is in for Baltimore.
Yep. The pick
I mean,
is
I
in.
think no matter what they do the rest of the way, this was a good draft for them, but they have a chance to really stamp it.
Yeah. I'm interested to see which direction they go, because they're probably going to make a great pick here because that's what they do. So
What a well-run organization, man.
yeah.
Must be nice.
Yep.
I forgot they added Marcus Williams.
Yeah.
Marcus
yeah,
Williams and Kyle Hamilton. What a duo.
This is the team I if I was putting money on like a team to win the Super Bowl that has probably decent odds, it would be the Ravens.
A Ravens pick.
Yep.
That is
yep.
a Ravens pick.
Yeah, Dave, send us to Vegas. We'll make that money right back.
But we're good for it, Dave. We're good for it.
It hasn't been spoiled for me yet. Oh my
Quarters
God.
for you boys. Yeah. You
Yeah,
can
Kevin's putting the house down on the Ravens to win it all this year.
What could possibly go wrong? As long as they don't have like their entire offense get injured again, we should be good on that bet, right?
They are
These-
that rare
these-
team though that like they get these guys that are like consensus great players and it works out for them. Like a lot of times I feel like a team like the Jets, you're like, man, what a haul for them, and then everybody stinks.
Yep.
So
Yeah, they just still suck. It's like it's like
Or
doesn't
it
even
can be like
matter.
the Ra- Or it can be like the Raiders, where it's like, oh, these guys just suck, and then they just do.
Man, the Ravens, when you guys see this pick, man, like I think they've gotten like 4 guys that in January were like top 15.
It's incredible, man. It's
Yeah.
incredible.
All right.
I envy
That's
them.
funny.
I really do. I don't envy a lot of NFL teams.
Yeah.
David Ojabo, what? a-
Ajabo. Yeah, wow. Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense for them. They don't necessarily need him immediately, but he's this high upside guy that
Weren't him and Owe high school teammates?
maybe.
Did I hear that correctly?
I don't remember. It's possible that that's the case.
I want to say they both were high school teammates and both didn't start playing football till like their senior years.
Yeah. Could be.
I will have to consult Dane Brugler's draft guide to get the
Consult.
scoop.
Yeah, I was reading through my scouting report, which if you guys Google it, it'll probably be literally the first thing that comes up now because he actually is a Falcon. So when it's Falcons scouting report for Arnold Ibiketti, it's out there. Yeah, I mean, to me, I thought he was super explosive and bendy. That was sort of his trump cards to me. He did come up from Temple to Penn State, so this was his first year playing, big time power 10 foot or Big Ten football or whatever, and he had his best year. Like, and I players that do that go from a smaller school to a big school and then have like their best season. That always stands out to me as a guy that like the jump in competition is not too much for them. I think also his like versatility. He rushed from like a 3-point and 2-point stance really, really well. I think he can drop back in space and cover. And from how the Titans and Dean Pease like to use Harold Landry. They might ask Ebiketie to do that sometimes, and he can definitely do it. But yeah, I think his thing is like he's a smart run defender, but he's not a like wall. Like he's a great penetrator. He's a great contain guy. Like he can run down outside zone and stuff like that, but he's not going to take on doubles, from a 3-4 outside linebacker spot and like gain ground. Like he's someone that is going to, if teams make a concerted effort to run at him, like he's not going to be that impactful. But again, like it's sort of the Falcons, I think, have some bigger guys that can play the run. They really need the pass rushers. And I think that's what he's going to give you early on. I think that the thing with him is like his overall size isn't eye popping. Like he's like 6'2.5", 250, but he does have over 34-inch arms. So like the length is there, even though the frame isn't quite what you would expect. So but to me, I think as long as the length is there, I mean, that's the most important thing. So we're going to get the Lions pick here.
Oh,
This one.
that's cool.
Oh man, they announced him as a defensive tackle too.
Really? Are you on you doing ESPN or NFL Network?
NFL Network. Around the NFL announced it as a defensive tackle, but we'll see what it's defensive end on NFL Network. So the tweet was incorrect. Yeah, so these edge guys are coming off the board too. So maybe the Falcons had some good intel about that they were not going to have their choice of all these guys.
I'm not going to give the people who are in charge of that intel a raise.
Yeah, it seems like they've been ahead of all the trends. So
yeah,
dare I say they didn't trip over their feet with the first pick?
Yeah, maybe. It's too early to tell. I'm not letting them off the hook yet.
They started a wide receiver run and now the defensive end run. That's impressive. You always want to be the one starting it and not the one reacting to it.
Exactly. I also want to give Drake London props for saying he ran a 4.5 flat. That's like the perfect number for him to say, because it's just like high enough that you're like, wow, that's pretty good, but like not too high that you're like, oh, he's lying. It's like, and someone was like, oh yeah, he's like, why would you lie about running a 4.5? Like no one, if you're gonna lie about your 40, you'll say like, oh, I ran like a 4.4, I ran a 4.3, whatever. You're not just gonna throw 4.5 out. So I thought that was very clever on his part to say 4.5, because it's like, I don't think it's that far off. I think he probably ran like a 4.55. There's fives in that. There's two of them. But Mike Evans ran a 4.53. So again, I'm not super concerned about the long
snap. If he ended up being Mike Evans.
Right. He does certainly. Mike Evans has an inch and about 10 pounds on him, but I think London would have tested out with better agilities than Mike Evans. But
all right, guys,
I think it was
Oh, see ya, Adnan.
Matt
Thanks for coming on,
Harmon.
man. Appreciate you.
You guys.
who compared him less to Mike Evans and more to Michael Thomas. And I kind of see that.
Yeah. Yeah, they're different. Like, I feel like Evans does more deep stuff, and that really wasn't like he ran. London ran some deep stuff, but I feel like that's not his best attribute. I feel like with London, it's really that short stuff. I think the slant was like his best route or whatever in college, in terms of his like success rate and effectiveness. By the way, shout out to Matt Harmon, for his reception perception. That's a great way to look at that. So, I guess maybe we have to stop, criticizing guys for just catching a bunch of slants, because that might be what Drake London's doing a lot of this year.
Yeah, and Mike Evans also has just a generational catch radius too, and I'm sure London is pretty solid in that aspect. But I think Evans separates a little better too. I think Thomas is a better comp, and if you get Michael Thomas with the 8th pick, like healthy Michael Thomas, it's kind of hard to complain about that.
Yeah, I agree. I think the comp for Evans and him, I think, is more based on like the size profile than like their actual games. Yeah. But there's just I mean, Evans has like an inch on him and has the longer arms too, and like 10 pounds. So it's just a little bit of a different game. But hey, you can't go wrong. Like, maybe he's in between Mike Evans and Michael Thomas. Like, he's got a little bit more juice downfield than Michael Thomas, but he's not quite, as dynamic as Mike Evans, but maybe does some more short to intermediate stuff. And I think that's fine too. He's probably going to be his own player. And I think if he finds like sort of a spot between those two guys, that's a very, very good, impactful player as well. So, All right, Washington, the Commanders on the clock. What do you guys think of that W logo, by the way? I actually think it's pretty good, but
I know they had an issue with the guy squatting on a lot of the trademarks, but they had Red Hawks right in front of them. That's a cool name.
It is. I mean, Commanders is just really bland, but I guess for them, like, they probably needed to go bland. Like, after making all these headlines, it's probably just do something, very quiet and.
Well, Washington football team had honestly kind of grown on me. I kind of thought they should have kept it.
I like WFT. I thought that was a good acronym. Like, I was interested in that. It was always really awkward to write football team, like an article.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I didn't like that.
Every article you're like, the Falcons lost to football team. You're like,
yeah, I just said WFT, and and sometimes you mess it up and it says WTF, and I think that works even better. So. Right. I have seen this leaked. I was like, wow, I haven't seen this leaked yet. That's crazy. But yes, it just got leaked. So, the Commanders on the clock here.
They took a guy I wanted the Falcons to get.
Well, that narrows it down to, only like 50, only like 50 guys now. At this point, I wonder who could be. Well, if it was
Travis
a quarterback,
Jones?
you would have made more of a stink about it. So,
Travis Jones is my guess. I actually have not seen it.
Let's find out. We're getting the pick made here.
Phil Mathis, not bad. Ahead of Travis Jones, though. They're different, but
I mean,
interesting.
I disagree with that selection, but
Hey, they like their Bama. They like their Bama front seven guys.
They do. And like the thing about Mathis is, I think he's like a rock solid like starter, but like, is he? More
I think with the
than
potential
that?
of Travis Jones, that's
So, yeah, I don't get it over Travis Jones. I certainly don't get it over Perion Winfrey. I think if you were looking for, Travis Jones, if you want the run stuffing, Perion Winfrey, if you want the penetration. I guess I could see teams maybe preferring Mathis to like a DeMarvin Leal, because Leal's sort of like a boom bust sort of guy and doesn't necessarily have the prototypical size. But I am surprised he went this early. But again, this was like a guy back in like January was going in this range in mocks, and then fell more into like the day 3 or like the early day 3, like third round sort of range.
Yeah, I never got that. I never got why
he didn't get any worse. Yeah, like
and it wasn't like I don't recall him like testing poorly or anything. It was just like all of a sudden he was like a second round guy, and then all of a sudden he was like fourth round, and I just didn't understand that.
Yeah, the testing. I'm gonna pull it up because there was something about the testing that caught my eye when I looked at it. I think it was like he did like a test and it was like really bad, and then he stopped testing, and then people like I think looked a lot into that. Yeah, so he did a vertical and he hit 23.5 on the vertical, which is less than 6th percentile. And then he did a 4.91 short shuttle, which is 1.61 on the RAS, which is 16th percentile. So
New Orleans is one pick away. If they take Nakobe, I'm going to throw up on stream.
Well, that's tremendous content. So, it's hard for me to root against that. But I definitely don't want Nakobe Dean to go to New Orleans.
That would be Kansas City's right there too. That's definitely another spot.
Yeah.
I'm in shock. Really.
Yeah. It's wild. I mean, it's the same thing that happened with Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Like these smaller linebackers, NFL teams always overthink it. They just always overthink it.
And he was one of the best. He was one of the best rookie defenders in the league last year.
Yep,
I feel like
exactly.
He's gonna get the same treatment.
Look, we just gotta pray he falls to 58. Okay, that's where we're going with Nakobe Dean now. Okay, it's 10 more picks,
really, at
baby.
This point.
10 more picks. So
you're gonna get some great content if they go with a quarterback.
There's gonna be some tremendous content.
Twitter will be an interesting place.
Oh yeah. All right. Chicago here at 48. Let's see where they go with this. I haven't seen this one leaked yet, so I'm impressed.
I haven't either. I'm going to say I don't see it either. I see this as a Sky Moore spot, maybe.
Yeah, I agree. That's a great prediction. I've heard they like George Pickens, so it could be Pickens, a Pickens spot too.
I'm high on Darnell Mooney as well. I think he's a good piece, and either one of them next to him would be solid.
Mm-hmm.
I have heard that Pickens is going to fall.
Yeah, that's the buzz.
Like it.
Yeah.
I would say he already has.
Yeah, and maybe that's part of the reason the Falcons took London to 8 is because if Pickens wasn't on their board, then they were going to have slim Pickens to none Pickens at it's Jaquan Brisker at 48, who is a very good player, fringe first round.
He's a guy who kind of fell. I didn't understand. I didn't understand his slide.
No, not at all. There's a lot of these players. This was kind of this class. I feel like there's like a ton of people you could have had sort of in that like early day 2 range, and like some of them are just going to fall because of the nature of it, but he's just like a really good versatile do-it-all safety, and the NFL sometimes just doesn't like, he's not this like elite rangy single high guy. He's not this huge prototype box safety. He's not necessarily like standing out as this like elite player in any one area, but just a very good overall safety, and just like probably just a fringe Pro Bowler every single year. So
I was going to say, so he's Richie Grant until you get to that last part. But.
Right, yeah, well, maybe Jaquan Brisker will actually play this year, so.
Yeah, seriously. This makes me nervous. New Orleans could do a lot of things here.
New Orleans always makes me nervous. I just don't trust them in general, so.
They could take a lot of people that I like, and then I won't be able to like them anymore.
Yeah. That's the thing. They just ruin players. They just ruin these guys that I love. And they're so rude. All right, we're going to see who is the pick for the Bears. But we saw the Bears pick. It's the Saints pick coming next. I mean, you have to think they would consider a quarterback here. I know Jake doesn't want Nakobe Dean, so we're gonna say that they're not gonna consider Nakobe Dean here.
No Pickens either. Leave my boys alone.
Yeah,
he's taking
no
those
dogs.
He's taking those Ohio State guys. He's having them.
No dogs allowed here. I never really am good at predicting the Saints picks, to be honest. They always sort of throw some curveballs. They have done pretty well on day 2 in recent years at getting value, though. So,
like Logan Hall, help me out here, the other Houston guy, Peyton Turner. He was a surprise last year.
Yeah, that was a big shock. That one, I did not see that one coming at all. All right. Eventually, are we going to get to some of these picks? The Saints are taking their time on the clock on this one. Benjamin Select just keeps updating his tweet saying the Bears hate Justin Fields.
That's the best thing that could happen to the Falcons is just the Bears just completely screw over Justin Fields so that like no one's regretting the Falcons passing on him because the Bears just purposely do not give him any help and any support, and he just winds up being terrible, and everybody's like, see, told you, the Falcons should have passed on him.
Yeah, they just sabotage him. Yeah.
I like Justin Fields very much as a player. He seems like I like his game, and he seems like a nice guy. But when he went to the Bears, I was like, well, Bears have never had a 4,000-yard passer. I was like, maybe it won't come back to burn us that bad. But I still believe in him. I still think he's going to be good. But they're away from Matt Nagy.
They're throwing everything at him. Chris Morgan's now the offensive line coach there. We know how great a job he does developing offensive line.
I didn't know that. Well, that explains why they're not taking any offensive linemen, because they're going to coach these guys up.
They're just taking as many defensive backs as possible so they can pick him off in practice and make him feel even worse about himself. They're going to break him down.
Then he'll be ready for it. He'll be ready for it when the game starts.
You joke. That sounds like something the Bears would.
I think so.
It kind of sounds on brand.
Yeah. We got to be careful because we got, Ryan Pace or whatever. So we.
This is also going to help my narratives that Matt Nagy ruined Mitch Trubisky, and Mitch Trubisky's going to have a good year in Pittsburgh.
There you go. That's very consistent with your narrative.
I'm anti-Mitch Trubisky resurrection in Pittsburgh for obvious reasons because my guy is now there and needs the path to glory.
Yes, your son, Kenny Pickett. So, all right, Saints pick is in. We're going to get that soon.
That's a surprise. Who the Saints got?
I feel like it.
Don't tell me
is.
Don't tell me if I'm right, but I feel like it could be Christian Harris out of Alabama.
I will not tell you if you're right.
Okay, perfect.
I also
That's
won't tell you if you're wrong. Yeah.
Perfect.
I haven't seen it yet, so.
If you said it's a surprise,
who's leaking this pick to you, Aaron?
The beauty of Twitter. You
Is
just
it
sit
Draft
there.
Diamonds? I feel like Draft Diamonds somehow gets these like super early.
There's a couple of accounts.
Getting the picks off of Twitter is like when you're watching a movie and you scroll through the Wikipedia to see what the ending is. Like, it just ruins it.
You read the synopsis like halfway through and you're like, why did I read this?
Yeah.
Like, what is the point?
Yeah.
But I can't. The TV just takes too long.
They
it's just
do.
like, come on, let's get to the next pick. Like we get it. 5 minutes, man. Like
that is fair. That is fair.
Man, the Saints took one of my guys. Not one of my guys that I would have considered anywhere around this pick, but
he's
he was
no longer
one
one
of
of
my
your
guys.
guys.
Yeah, no, he's
dead
to me now. Yeah.
Well, since you said it was a surprise, I kind of thought it wouldn't be Christian Harris because I think Christian Harris is pretty good. But
yeah, that wouldn't be super shocking.
Now I'm very interested to see who this is, though.
Yeah,
it's not Jacoby, so I'm happy with that.
You won't guess. It's not anyone on the radar here, I would say.
It's really only for those folks. When Kevin's doing the mock simulators, he always mentions this guy as a 4th round option for the Falcons.
I took Matt Arija.
The punt god. No, thank God. Thank God they didn't take Arija. I'd be freaking out. Then we wouldn't be able to get Arija in Atlanta, and that would just ruin my whole draft. So.
You could have gave me 60 guesses at that. I probably wouldn't have come up with Alontae Taylor.
Yeah, exactly. So it is going to be Alontae Taylor to the Saints. That one is a bit of a surprise, I guess, with the way the board. I mean, there's a lot of corners that have gone, so I guess I'm surprised he went ahead of Tariq Woolen, I guess, is what I'll say. Obviously, Taylor's further along than Woolen, but, I mean, Woolen is
I think how the
crazy.
corners are going to go this year is going to be really weird.
Yeah.
Because this year, I didn't study the corners all that deeply, but from what I can tell, it's just kind of like you had like really small guys and really like long guys that are really raw. It's just kind of a pick your flavor type of draft. So.
Yeah,
really,
yeah.
Truly.
Consensus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of specialist type of guys too.
You mentioned Tariq Woolen. Was Marcus Davenport UTSA as well?
I believe so.
I think so.
Yeah. That would have made sense because he's Marcus Davenport at cornerback. So pretty much, freak body figuring it out. So
Yep. Yeah, I'm surprised Woolen hasn't gone. To be honest, I figured somebody would just take a dart on a 6'4" guy that runs in the 4.2s. You know, like I mean, there's not many of those guys on this planet Earth. So, all right, let's see. Yeah, I know there's some Saints beat people talking about how the Saints probably are thinking about doing a safety transition with Alontae Taylor. I know there was definitely some scouts that liked Alontae Taylor better as like a safety convert, so that could be the direction they're going. Because if they view him as a safety, I think he would be the highest safety left on the board from that metric. I do like Brian Cook. Like, don't get me wrong, you know, Brian Cook, let's go. But definitely earlier than I thought we'd see Alontae Taylor come off. But I mean, once you get into this realm of the draft, it can get a little wild sometimes. So,
and
I think Nick Cross picks.
Yeah.
So they kind of have to go for need here.
Yeah.
I think Cross is an interesting guy at safety. Just really good measurables. He's still looks like he's still kind of feeling out the position, but he's definitely got the tools.
Yep. All right, we got a late trade coming in for this pick. The Patriots are moving up to pick 50.
For Nick Cross.
Just because you said his name.
Surely to God they are going to take Nakobe Dean. I know I keep saying it.
Yeah, because they wanted a linebacker.
They wanted
earlier.
Lloyd. Yeah, they wanted Lloyd.
Yeah.
It's going to be like another linebacker.
It's going to be a different linebacker. It's going to be
like
Leo Chenal. It's going to be like Leo Chenal or something.
Like that.
Yeah, Chad Muma. Yeah.
It'll be it might be Harris though. You know, Saban and Belichick, they're boys.
They are.
Not
they love
impossible.
those Alabama guys. Yeah, those Alabama linebackers.
Matt Miller put out a tweet, said the Patriots traded up for Matt Araiza, and I was like, oh my god! And then he said, this is a joke in the tweet. And I was like, oh.
No, the thing is, I would believe it. Like if that was true, like I would.
After Cole Strange, especially, like whatever they're trading up for, is not a surprise.
That's why I believed it.
If I was like writing a draft recap for the Patriots after the Cole Strange pick, I would just say like, you know, Patriots draft, let's get weird. You know, with the Cole Strange pick, we're weird now. You know, so that I would just lean into that.
I only did anything on Cole Strange just because he went to UTC and that's where my parents live.
Oh.
Solid. I think it was a big overreaction to it though. Very solid, good testing. I don't think it's as bad of a pick as everybody was freaking out over.
It's just
this pick
like
is going to be interesting.
This. I mean, I can never.
I think this will go in the reach bucket of players you did not expect to go this high in the draft.
Yeah. So it's not Nakobe Dean.
Okay. That's crazy. I'm just going to keep saying it until he falls to Atlanta.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think it's working. It's working so far. So let's keep going. Yeah. Let's see.
Patriots are the weirdest drafting team in the world.
They really are. Like, I feel like if Bill Belichick didn't have Tom Brady, like, would he have gotten fired?
What?
I just saw the pick.
Yeah.
Really?
This man, without giving away exactly who the pick is and living up here, he has never seen a receiver before in his life. Like, he is on the sidelines with his eyes closed when the ball's in the air. He does not know what's happening at any time. Just sees a guy standing around and thinks, this is my guy for some reason.
I like him. He shook my hand when we met at the draft.
I don't think I had him 15.
No. What was he? I think he was my wide receiver. We're not gonna leak the actual name of the player. I guess I leaked it. It's a wide receiver, so spoiler. Sorry. We're not gonna leak the name of the player. But if anybody in the chat can guess it legitimately, you know, I'll be impressed. But
I had him at like 16 or 17.
Yeah, I think that's about where he was for me too. And like he is a high upside guy, but again, like I didn't think anywhere near here. That's for sure.
They could have traded this pick for Mohamed Sanu again if they wanted to.
Oh man.
anybody. He can be my move.
This was a
Sorry,
guy that I was like, oh, if the Falcons don't get their wide receivers early, they could just take flyers on some day 3 wide receivers. And this is one of those guys that I think was worth taking a flyer on. But here in round 2, very interesting.
Yeah, that's very much not a flyer. You know, that's like a premium, you know, day 2 pick. So,
I mean, hell, it's been a really trade up.
let's see the official announcement. Lawrence Guy making the pick here. Get on with it.
That's what it seems.
Who? I don't recognize this name. Is this a real player? This guy's very, you know, pumped to deliver this pick, so.
Not gonna lie, he got that.
Drag this one out. It is Taekwon Thornton from Baylor, one of the fastest players in the draft. And these guys always get overdrafted, so maybe we shouldn't be that surprised. But we've already been told the next pick. The next pick was leaked before this one even got announced. So that's usually a sign that it's taken too long. Taekwon Thornton. Again, it's like as like a late day 3, early or a late day 2, early day 3 guy. He's got the size speed thing, and you're sort of like, yeah, I could see it. You know, maybe he could turn into like a really good complementary deep ball guy. Maybe you could teach him some more routes, you know, with that size. Maybe he could do something else for you. But man, this is just like the typical Patriots wide receiver early that like they bring in and like he just doesn't pan out. Like, and I just feel bad because it's, I don't know. I mean, is Mac Jones the right quarterback for this guy too? Maybe.
I remember like a year or so ago, like going back through all the 2nd and 3rd round picks with a couple of Patriots fans I know, like that team has sunk into receiver, and like I swear they were in tears by the end of it. Like it's not pretty. Yeah. I don't know why they keep going back to that well.
Well, guys, Locked On is calling, so I'm going to duck out.
Yep, no problem.
Right.
Yep, thanks.
Sometime in round 3.
Yeah, we'll see you then.
See you then.
All right. So it's just you and me, Dave, until Jake gets back. But yeah, guys, the Falcons will actually be up fairly soon here. It's pick 58 is their next pick in the 2nd round. Then they'll be on the clock actually fairly shortly after that too, fairly early in the 3rd round. So we're gonna have a couple of picks here, pretty quick succession. So we'll have a pretty good idea who the Falcons are gonna take. Obviously, quarterbacks are still around. Obviously, we got wide receivers. Not that they're going to take another one, hopefully, at this early. But, you know, if they wanted to take another one later on day 2, wouldn't be the most shocking thing. Obviously, Nakobe Dean, you know, is who Jake's sort of hoping for. Perion Winfrey is a guy that I love if we're looking for defensive line help. You know, Travis Jones is still there, too. He would make a ton of sense for them. Tariq Woolen, I mentioned. Offensive line-wise, you know, Bernard Raymond. Daniel Falele too at tackle, so there's a lot of players that they're going to have to choose from at this next pick that are pretty darn good. Well, before the Falcons go up, Dave, would you mind if I handed off the show to you for a second while I grab some more refreshment? I'll be back in just a second.
No, go for it.
Cool, thank you so much.
It's going to be. I never would have expected that we'd be looking at all of the guys who are on the board here for the Falcons. Like, it almost feels like trading down a few spots and kind of picking up another pick to make up for the loss of 114 would make a lot of sense here, because I mean, especially with none of the quarterbacks gone, which I did not expect. If you still want one, I thought you'd have to kind of move up in the second round, but apparently you can maybe even move down and get one. So it's a great spot to be in. You know, whether you love the picks they've made to this point or not, they've kicked off a pair of runs and they're still sitting on plenty of talent available. So that's pretty cool, I gotta say. I am
Sorry
wondering.
about that.
No worries. I was just saying, like, I can't believe who's available here, and I never would have expected that we still wouldn't have any of the quarterbacks gone too. Like, do you consider trading down a couple of spots here if you can do it? Like, just pick that pick up you lost earlier.
I definitely would.
Yeah.
Especially if somebody's really, really hungry for a quarterback. I think you do it without hesitation. I think that's actually what I would aim for, especially because if it's true that they do like Matt Corral. I mean, if they really like Matt Corral at this point, you still got two guys who like they may go ahead of him. And,
Yeah.
you know, there's just these quarterbacks keep getting passed on. Now, if Nakobe Dean is there, and I'm just kidding. I actually did just read the other torn pack, and I don't think that was known.
Oh.
Yeah, nah, that's awful for him, man. I mean, he'll be fine.
Yeah, he will be, but it is crazy. Like, I was so sure he was going to be one of the first couple guys off the board in the second round.
It's finally starting to make sense.
Yeah.
Who's Philly going to take here?
Yeah, they're a big wild card. Like, I almost wondered if they might take a quarterback.
Cam Jurgens. Oh, I don't think I did much on him. I don't think I did anything on him. I don't subject myself to Nebraska football.
That hasn't been a good decision since what, 98, 99? So yeah.
I guess they're aiming for a Travis Kelce replacement.
Must be, yeah. I mean,
Yeah. All right. Have they announced that pick yet?
Yeah, Cam Jurgens, they're out of Nebraska.
Oh, it was the Jurgens. Yeah, he was really popular at the Senior Bowl because he was giving out Cam Jurgens jerky. Like, he makes his own jerky or something like that. And it was just, I guess he was actually handing it out to scouts and stuff. So I think he was winning a lot of fans from that.
Does he call it
man.
Jurgens jerky?
I think it was something like that. Like, it was a play on his name. Yeah.
Yeah, because
I just got the Colts. Oh.
What was that? What happened?
Oh, the Colts pick just got spoiled for me, and it's a 10 out of 10.
Okay.
Big fan.
Oh, okay.
It is not Nakobe Dean. I'm sorry. It is not George Pickens either. It's actually not a homer pick, but I do love it.
Yeah.
Is it? It must be Travis Jones. No, maybe. I don't know.
Have we seen?
This is someone a couple people. This is one of my guys for sure. But I've seen a lot of people talk about this guy. Yep, it'll all make sense.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
I think, okay, because we're about to get the Steelers pick, and then it's going to be the Colts. But I think they're doing it quick because that Eagles pick took for them forever to come in.
Yeah.
All right, Steelers are on the clock. Steelers picking imminently.
There we go. I love that fit.
Yeah. All right, well, there's the end of the slide for George Pickens, the wide receiver from Georgia. Another dog off the board. His slide ends at 52, which I think is actually, I mean, I don't know if it's really a slide. I feel like he was probably going to go in this range. Like, I think this is a fair range for him. I know there was some hype that he might sneak into, like, the late first round even, or the Packers or something like that. But, like, I'm surprised Wandale went ahead of him, to be honest. But, yeah, I mean, I think that's a good fit there for sure in Pittsburgh.
Absolutely. Hey, look, we've heard the attitude concerns, so on and so forth. Mike Tomlin handled Le'Veon Bell and Antonio Brown at the exact same time. I think he can handle George Pickens. So
Yeah,
I love
yeah.
the fit. Love it.
No, that's definitely a good fit. He really complements what they have, I think, too. With Deontay Johnson and Chase Claypool, I like that one. That's a good fit there.
But I didn't even see that. I
Right?
didn't see it
Yeah,
until
you
it
were
came on
talking
the
about the
screen.
next pick. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I said it wasn't Pickens. I didn't know he was already gone.
Right. It couldn't be Pickens, literally. So.
Yeah, Costanzo out there calling what?
I know we had, concerning Pickens, we had a tip from George Costanzo at the $3. Thank you, George. He said, if Travis Jones and Dean are gone at 50, I like Pickens for the Falcons. He's 6'3". We know Smith likes size. With Pickens in London, we would have rebuilt the receiving core overnight. I think Mariota could have a career year if we gave him Pickens in London with Kyle Pitts. Yeah, I mean, I think you could certainly say, like, if he was still falling, like, maybe they just sort of were like, you know what, this year we're just going to tackle the edge group and the wide receiver group. We're going to, like, double dip on both of those and just fix those positions, and we're going to deal with everything else later. But unfortunately, it looks like Pickens isn't going to be an option. And we will have to see who will be, but it's getting close to that time here, folks.
Yeah, if you would ask me even at the beginning of the evening who would be available when the Falcons were picking the second time, I would not have said most of the players that are actually available. So
You guys that people were talking about at 8.
Yeah.
I know, and like it's oh, interesting. I like that pick.
Yeah, I love it. I love it a lot. I think that's a perfect fit.
Yeah.
Especially with Matt.
Yeah, I like
Big
that.
fan.
That's a fantastic pick. I know he was going to go sooner than a lot of people thought. The pick is Alec Pierce, wide receiver from Cincinnati. Yep.
I had him as my wide receiver 6 or 7. I had him pretty high.
Wow. Yeah, that's higher than me. I had him like 12, and I thought even that seemed high compared to some boards. I didn't really get people that didn't like him. I mean, I know some people were like, he might be somewhat limited or something like that. Like the agilities weren't the best, but he's a damn good player. He's got that size speed profile. Like, I mean, it's just, don't overthink it, you know, like guys that are built like him, it doesn't take much to get them to be a good player. Man, he's a good compliment. Yeah.
This has been an unbelievable, like, it's a good receiver class, and I think we knew that coming in, but like, how many guys is that? 9 now in the first 2 rounds? Plus 2 trades? Yeah. It's
Yeah, because it was 6, 7, 8.
I don't know
9.
if people looked at those contracts or if it's just like the value of the position is going up exponentially, but it's crazy to see.
I believe I'm going to count just to make sure I have this right. So we had London at 8, Wilson at 10, that's 2, Lave at 11, that's 3, Jameson Williams at 12, that's 4, Jahan Dotson at 16, 5, Treylon Burks at 18, 6. Then the next one came all the way at 34, Christian Watson, that's 7. We had Wan'Dale Robinson at 43, that's 8, John Mechie at 44, 9.
Taken.
Then we had, Taekwon Thornton.
Oh, yeah.
So
He's
that's
a
10.
right.
George Pickens 11, and Alec Pierce 12 wide receivers in the top 53 picks. So yeah, exactly what you were saying, Dave. But it was like even more than we thought. Like 9 would still have been a lot, but man, 12 wide receivers already gone here. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, and I guess you can spin that a couple of different ways if you're looking at the Falcons pick of Drake London, right? Like,
Right.
either they got the best guy in a class that everybody thinks is pretty good and deep, or they could have waited. So
Yeah.
I guess we'll see.
We will see. Yeah, I mean, it's sort of like, what do you think? But yeah, guys, it's pick 54 now. We're getting close to the Falcons' next pick. I mean, obviously at this point, it doesn't seem like a trade-up is going to happen. Like, it seems unnecessary. So I am excited to see where they go here. There's going to be some very good, very tempting players on the board. I'm sure of it. Top guys, I would be sort of eyeing, obviously, the quarterbacks. Willis and Ritter, probably high on their board. I know Jake is praying for Nakobe Dean. I think that would be a great pick, too. Perrion Winfrey would be also someone I would really like. Travis Jones in that same bucket. And then there's some other guys, too. But those would be, I think, the top of our lists. I don't know if there's anybody else you guys want to shout out as someone you'd put in that bucket, too. But
Travis Jones is a big one for me. As much as I do love Nakobe, I'm not worried about his injury or anything. I would take him immediately right here at 58. But Travis Jones would be a fantastic pick too. Love his upside.
Yeah, I do think that getting that prototype nose tackle in here, and especially one that's as good as Travis Jones, that would be pretty tempting for me. Especially at this point, you know, we talked about it earlier. Like he was someone that wasn't necessarily even expected to make it into the 40s, let alone possibly to 58. So interesting. If they do take Travis Jones at 58, I think I have mocked him at 58 multiple times. So that would make some of my mock draft picks correct. So that's what I'm pulling for, because it's all about me and my mock draft correctness. Because as everyone knows, we only do mock drafts because we're trying to be right about the picks. There's no other
yeah, that's
reason
exactly
we do
why.
them. Yeah, that's the reason we do them, is because we just are trying to be right about the picks. So, you know, that would really put a feather in my cap if I could be right about some of these mock draft picks.
I'm going to pose this question to y'all. We'll wait on the Chiefs pick right here.
Yeah, we'll just get this real quick, and then I'd be happy to answer your question.
Oh, wow.
Wow, that's a terrific pick. That's terrific.
Make that 13.
Yep. 13 wide receivers now. Sky Moore to the Chiefs. Man, that is perfect. That is just perfect. I mean, I can't believe he went wide receiver 13. Like, I think he was like my wide receiver 8 or something like that. Like, this guy, he fits that Chiefs offense to a T. He's going to be really, really good there. Man, what are we doing the rest of the NFL? You're just letting the Chiefs take guys like Sky Moore in the 50s. I mean, come on. Plus that name, Sky. Like, I feel like you can't possibly be a bad receiver with the name Sky. Like, I feel like there's no chance. Yeah.
The Chiefs are going to use him in so many ways.
Yeah.
Good pick. I like it. Good pick.
I like it a lot. Yeah.
So this is what I was going to ask y'all. Let's hope they're okay. Well, they got the pick in. I'll wait till we get another lull. It's just a fun little question.
Are they even gonna announce it, or are they just gonna show me a million highlights?
I'm sure we'll get a commercial break right before the Falcons.
Yeah, I'm sure.
They
always go to commercial right before the Falcons. So.
Look
Cardinals
at Cliff, man.
Here. Yeah.
Like he's about to sell me the nicest used BMW he's got.
Oh man, Cliff. Oh, Adnan, what's up? Welcome back.
Popping in unexpectedly.
Yes, very unexpectedly. Everybody stop shit talking Adnan, okay? Like, he's back. So, tamp that
Yeah,
down.
they're listening, right?
Down. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here for the next Falcons pick since it's so close.
Yeah, it is
And
very close. Okay, then officially you're gone. So.
Yes.
Trey McBride. I don't hate it.
First tight end. I think this is about where I expected him to go. This is pretty close.
Even Kyler
He was my
Weapon.
tight end 1. Yep. He's very good tight end, just well-rounded, like ready-made tight end 1 type of player.
Very safe. Yeah.
Very
safe.
Just gonna be like, he's not gonna be Kyle Pitts, but could he be like, I don't think he's gonna be like the heights of the tight end position. Like, I don't think he's gonna be Kelsey or Pitts or Kittle or Mark Andrews, but he's gonna be like right below that, like in that next.
He could
group
be a
of
Hunter
guys.
Henry.
Yeah.
He'd be like
in
a
that
Hunter
next
Henry.
group of guys, and that's well worth that in the pick in the 50s there if you hit on a guy like that for sure. So, good blocker too.
I think Delaney Woods is the guy to watch for Atlanta in the 3rd.
Oh yeah,
I wouldn't hate that at all.
No. I feel like he's gonna go earlier than expected though. I feel like he could go in the 2nd just because he's an
He
alien.
could very easily go to Dallas or Buffalo. I
Yeah.
mean, like right here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, we agree if the Falcons don't take a quarterback here, then
They don't want one.
then you just-
Yeah.
They're saying they don't want one. So, or they just keep letting him
Because they would
slide.
take one in this draft, so I have to.
Yeah.
They have to take somebody.
Right. Well, when Desmond Ritter's still there with pick 213, and we're trying to decide between Matt Araiza or Desmond Ritter, maybe then they'll take Desmond Ritter. So.
I wouldn't be so
Probably
sure.
both on the board.
Right.
And depending on this next pick, that London pick could turn into a home run.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't look so bad. Like, honestly, like, I think we tried to couch it yesterday when we were upset with the wide receiver pick at 8. It's like, look, if they nail their day 2 picks, no one's going to care about them taking London. Like, because if London's a good player, it's going to be like, okay, whatever. But it's like, when you have 4 day 2 picks and you spend your first one on a wide receiver.
Oh my guys, you got sniped.
Oh,
I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
One of my guys just got sniped right now.
What, to the Cowboys?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna, you know, I'm stealing myself. I'm stealing myself for this, but, yeah, we've got just 2 picks to go, so it seems like one of our targets is gonna get sniped here. We'll see which one it is, but guarantee one of Willis or Ritter will be there at 58 for the Falcons. Who would have thought that would be an option?
Oh. This is a guy I would not have minded with that next pick, by the way, even though they already took an edge. Even though they already took Evan Katie, I would have absolutely taken Sam Williams too.
Yeah, Sam Williams, a guy I loved, a guy I took frequently around this spot. Yeah, he's a damn good player too. So, yep, Ole Miss
Nice Dan
edge
Quinn
rusher.
pick.
What's that? Go ahead.
Nice Dan Quinn pick.
Yeah, definitely fits that for sure.
He has violent hands, man. Kid,
Oh, yeah.
like he just punches whenever he comes off the line.
Yeah, he's really good. He blew up the last 2 days of the Senior Bowl too. He was just dominating those last couple practices.
Ooh, Tampa Bay just traded with Buffalo ahead of Atlanta.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean,
If they swiped N'Kobe Dean, I swear to God.
Hell, at this point, they really should.
I mean, they should. It's the Falcons' fault that they didn't, get this guy. But clearly, they're not. They don't have an itchy trigger finger if they're willing to just sit and wait for the guy they want. So.
ooh, I just saw the Bucks pick. According to the chat, I saw the chat. Unless
Is
the
it
chat's
gonna make?
locked.
Is it gonna make me mad?
It's gonna make you furious.
Furious. Definitely haven't
Is
seen
it Travis? Well, no. I can see Travis Jones.
I could
haven't
see
seen
it.
so I don't know.
I could see that being the pick. Yeah. I don't believe it's been leaked at all yet. So.
Yeah, well, maybe the chat is just saying.
No, the chat always just throws out things to make me mad. Like they always just put whatever player I want. They just throw it in there. So.
Yeah, maybe
You're lucky they don't troll you and just completely lie to you for the most part, which is probably
Yeah.
which is probably what I would do. But
Yeah, I mean that's what I would do too. So. All the Bucks had to give up. They've only jumped 3 spots and they gave up a late round pick, a 6th rounder. So we will see where they go here. Then the Falcons will be on the clock.
I feel like this couldn't be lining up better for the Falcons, and they'll probably take somebody we don't expect.
They're going
at
to
all
take
because
someone totally random. Yeah, that's always what
100%.
happens.
I'll
Yep.
take Matt Ariza.
Yeah. This is the punt
I
god.
will not complain with
okay?
Matt Ariza.
Yeah.
And I will stun anybody who has anything bad to say if they take Matt Ariza. That man is a legend.
Yes. Literal punt god. So.
We
Like,
got a
what
little bit
other-
of a lull for a sec.
Yeah.
But if Justin Tucker was in a fantasy draft, do you think he'd be one of the first 30, 50 picks? I mean, punter's different than kicker, but
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think if you can, and again, the thing is, I think, in the second round, it's harder to justify, but I think when you get into day 3 with those day 3 picks, if a guy's and with a punter and kicker, like those guys pretty much transfer. It's rare that you have this great college punter that becomes a terrible NFL punter. It's really not.
It's not
there's some
a kicker.
positions where it's,
yeah.
But, so it's I think, if your 4th round pick is going to be a Pro Bowl caliber player every single year for a decade, assuming he doesn't get hurt or something, that's probably going to be better than 90% of other players that you would take with that pick. So, all right, it is not a player I would have expected someone to trade up in front of the Falcons for, but
Yeah, the chat was saying it was Dean, so I was like, oh.
It's not. It's not Dean. So Dean will be an option. Will the Falcons do the right thing? That's the question. So yeah. All right. Well, while we're waiting, I know the Bucks pick, but we'll go ahead and I'll give everyone a chance. Jake, you're leaning Dean here. Oh, he's got to pop off. Okay, yeah. Oh no, what are you leaning with this one?
Apparently, he's not leaning deep. Who would I take, or who do I think we're gonna take?
Yeah. Well, who do you think we're gonna take? Yeah, Adnan, you want to go first?
Who do I think? I mean, conventional wisdom says Kobe Dean. He's a top 20 talent in this draft at 56. Yeah, I'd be thrilled with him or Malik. But yeah, like Dave said, I think it'll be someone that none of us expect.
Yeah.
What? Has anybody seen Tampa yet? I'm not going to spoil it.
I've seen Tampa. I've seen it. I'm waiting for it to get announced here, but yeah, I've seen it. It's a weird one.
It is going to be extremely difficult for the Falcons to mess this pick up. That's all I got to say.
Boy.
Yeah. Who do you think it's going to be for the Falcons, Jake?
I'll go Travis Jones. I think that's a good
Yeah,
pick.
that's a good
I
one
can
too.
live with that.
Yeah, I think that's
If
a
they
good one
pass on
too.
Malik Willis, though, I mean, that's going to be
Yeah.
very interesting. And I think at this point they will.
It
If they
seems
wanted
like
him,
it.
they would have took him the first time.
Yeah, it seems like it. So
If someone told you that we could take Nakobe Dean or Malik at 56 or at 58,
right.
Yeah, they asked they could have a hit.
Yep. All right. It is Luke Goedeke from Central Michigan. That is the Bucks pick here. That is an interesting one. I don't think he was generally considered a day 2 pick by many. But the Bucks take him here. So that is interesting. That's an interesting pick for them.
Oh my! Yep.
Yep.
did it leak?
I'm gonna take a moment.
He's gonna throw up. I've seen it leaked. Yep. I'm pretty surprised by the Falcons pick, but it's not anyone we talked about. It is exactly what you said. It's gonna be some random ass person that probably shouldn't even be in consideration at this part of the draft, but it is a player I've mocked to them before. That's a hint. So it's not the punt god either. It's not the punt god. I know some people are probably getting excited about the punt god, but it is a player that I like a lot. I'm just surprised this player is being considered this early, I guess, is what I'm saying.
All right, I've compartmentalized. I'm just kind of ready to talk about it. I needed to flash on the screen because I did talk about this guy earlier today, but I'll save it.
Yeah, we'll get to it. Yeah, and it's a guy that I like. It's a guy I've mocked to them, just not this early. So definitely, I would call him one of the most unique players in the draft.
You know what I'm going to say too. You know what I'm going to say.
Well, he's not as good as Nakobe Dean. That's 100% true. So, I'm guessing. Well, we'll talk about it. I mean, he's a very interesting player in general.
And if they're taking this guy, that tells me that Jelani Woods is definitely going to be in play in the third round.
Yeah, based on this sort of pick. But we will wait for the official announcement, guys. We're not going to spoil anything.
Hey, there's Warwick.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Warwick?
It's Troy Anderson. Yeah, he's not as good as Nakobe. Why?
He's not as good
He
as
tested out of his mind.
Yeah, he's like a 10.0 RAS player. Elite athlete, linebacker Troy Anderson from Montana State. Shout out to Montana State. I love that town. Bozeman, great town. Yeah, Jake, I know you're just itching, so go ahead.
No, it's okay. It's easy to say. This is going to be one of the picks that defines the draft because you just took this guy over the captain of the best defense in modern college football history.
Yes. Yeah, and you're 100% right. Like, this Troy Anderson is a ball of clay, one of the most unique players in the NFL draft. Like, this guy played quarterback, then he played running back, then he played linebacker. He was quite good at Montana State at all of these positions. He was the Big Sky defensive, the conference defensive player of the year this year. This is a very unique player, very unique athlete. You sort of wonder, taking him this high, do they have more in mind for him than just linebacker? Do they have a multiple role in mind? That's sort of something that's very rare to see at the NFL level. But, let me pull up his RAS real quick, just because it's incredible. I mean, like, I guess if you're gonna reach on a guy, reach on like this is like a Tariq Woolen sort of type of player. Like, if you're gonna reach for like the literal best athlete at linebacker in the history of the combine. So I got his RAS here. He is a 10.0, which means he's the best ever, athletically speaking. Over 6'3", 6'3 and a half, 243 pounds, 4.42 40-yard dash, a 1.49 10-yard split, which is complete absurdity. Jumped 10 foot 8 inches in the broad, 36 in the vert, both elite numbers for a linebacker. 6.77 3-cone. And a 4.07 short shuttle, those are just, ridiculous numbers, obviously, for a linebacker of that size too. So it's an upside pick, basically.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm a little speechless after that one. I knew it was going to be somebody. It was going to be somebody.
Always. I feel like this part of the draft, they always just take random ass players. Like, it's just sort of universal. But again, it's like, it's hard for me to be too mad because I really like Troy Anderson. I thought he was a really interesting player. I was totally happy to take him at, third round, like pick 82, I think is where I had mocked him. I think I'd mocked him in the fourth round before. I'd mocked him later in the third. But not someone that I expected to go this early, certainly. But again, when you're talking about guys with this sort of athletic testing, you can sort of go anytime. Ed Ingram goes to the Vikings as well. That was another interior offensive line guy we've seen linked to the Falcons a little bit. The quarterbacks are still here, which is just, I guess, is there like is this collusion? Like, are the teams all colluding together? Like, we're just going to let these guys hit undrafted free agency. Like, we're just not going to draft any of them. Wild.
Yeah, they're correcting quarterback.
Jalen Mayfield is going to be starting agenda is still alive and well. I see.
Not for the right reasons, mind you. But yeah, Dave, what do you think about the Anderson pick? I don't think we got your take on it yet.
The athleticism is really intriguing. It was not a pick I expected. I'm going to sit here and digest it for a little bit. I'm kind of catching up on him, but
yeah,
I can see the appeal for sure.
Yeah. Again, like, if
I
you're
was
going to
almost
reach,
going to say that like he's the new Croy Bierman, but it was Montana versus Montana State, so I can't confuse those two.
Yeah.
I'm getting shades of Trey Smith with last year, Creed Humphrey last year, just watching him fall and fall and fall. Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, people just overthink it.
Especially, and not even Dean, Travis Jones, Bernard Raymond, Nick Bonito, like there's even Leo Chanel. I mean,
yeah,
really good players.
Yeah, I am surprised that Anderson went. I'm shocked he went above N'Kobe Dean. There's really no good justification for that. It has to be the size, right? Like, I mean, I guess for the Falcons, if they're really trying to go to more of a 3-4 look, you generally ask your linebackers to be a little bit bigger. Maybe it seems like this might lead credence to them probably trying to move Deion Jones and going to these bigger linebackers. Rashaan Evans, Michael Walker, now Troy Anderson. I wouldn't necessarily expect a lot from Troy Anderson this year in the defense department. I think he might be literally your best special teams player. I mean, that he is a tremendous special teamer. But
I mean, we talked about it last year. Well, I don't want to say we uncovered it, but we kind of talked about the RAS score with Fontenot before a lot of people did, and just how much stock he puts in the RAS score. And Anderson was a 10.0, I think, the highest RAS of all time for a linebacker.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, the the Bengals have jumped up a couple spots here, so they're on the clock. There was a tweet from Albert Breer about Nakobe Dean falling. He says teams are scared off by his list of injuries in college, and then that combined with the small size has caused teams to drop him down their boards.
Apparently, he has a torn pec right now. Is what I read.
Wow.
Yeah,
Well, that would.
help.
Did I not say that earlier?
Maybe you did. Maybe you said that when you were breaking up, and I just didn't hear it. But
that's definitely possible.
But yeah, I mean that could definitely be the answer there. If it is a torn pec, and they don't think he's going to play this year, so that could make sense. But yeah, I mean I know you tweeted out Leo Chenal being on the board too is pretty shocking. The thing with Anderson is like he's only played linebacker for what, like 2 years now, like total. So, I think asking him to come to the NFL and like decipher all these crazy play action schemes and all this stuff is you're not going to necessarily get great results immediately. But again, the Falcons are a team that, let's be honest, like, do they need these guys to come in and play at a high level immediately, or do they need these guys to be Pro Bowlers in 2 years? And if you look at it through that lens, maybe it makes a little bit more sense, I guess. But at least it's a player I like. That's the one thing I could say. Every player they've drafted this year is somebody I like, somebody that I've like mocked to them. It makes sense. So compared to years past, where sometimes I've been like Desmond Southward. Let's give a shout out to Desmond Southward. I was like, who is this? Like, who is this man? I've literally never heard of this person before in my life, and we ended up being very right about that pick, being like, why is this? Because he ran a 4.3, but yeah. I guess at some point we'll get the Bengals pick here at 60. This is going to move right along. We're almost to the third round, folks. We're getting there. Again, guys, thank you all so much for hanging out with us. We were up to... Man, did we hit 350? We did. We hit exactly 350. Thank you, guys. That's tremendous. Really appreciate everyone hanging out. Like I said, like and subscribe while we wait for these picks. Those really help us out. After the show's over, if you don't mind leaving a comment to appease the YouTube algorithm gods, we definitely appreciate that. Want to also shout out all of my co-hosts tonight for hanging out. Nanik is at Say Which Way on the Twitters. Dave Cho, obviously, at the Falcoholic, and Jake Gordon is at Can't Guard Jake on the Twitters. Yeah, and we will just wait with bated breath for these next picks to come in.
And I will be taking my official leave.
Okay, just wait for the plug, and then you just, exit.
Yeah, no.
It's good timing. Good job. Yeah.
Kevin, hurry up. I'll be here most of the time tomorrow, though.
Cool. Yeah, well, thanks again, Adam, for coming on. Have a great night.
All right, see you guys.
See you, man.
Take it easy.
All right. Oh, man, that guy. He looks like the Cowardly Lion with that, makeup. Looks great.
Oh, my goodness. How can you see? I think I got the lights right in his eyes. Everybody's trading up, and not the Bengals, but it's like, it's quarterback.
Nope, it's not for quarterback. It's never for a quarterback. So.
Really? Okay.
Interesting. Yeah. We got a cornerback here. Cam Taylor-Britt is the pick here for the Bengals.
He was a transfer, was he not?
From Nebraska? I can't remember.
Sure.
Let's see.
I might be thinking of Isaac Taylor-Stewart, who was a 5-star.
Yeah.
Coming out of high school, never really looked up to it.
Britt was a convert. I think he used to play wide receiver. No, wait. He was Yeah. He was a quarterback. He was a dual threat quarterback in high school, and then he transferred to defense.
Damn! Shout out to the Athletic. They got an article from 13 hours ago. Best available fit for Cincinnati Bengals. Cam Taylor-Britt. There you go.
Yep. Hey, there you go. They were on it. They were on it for sure. All right. Next up will be the San Francisco 49ers at 61. We'll see which direction they go. All right. Looks like we're going to get this one quick. That's nice. Thank you.
Very random to bring up Brees Hall in the middle of the 49ers pick.
Look, any excuse to talk about Brees Hall, you know.
That is fair.
Yeah. That was a weird timing. It's like maybe they just always they're gonna we're gonna eternally see the Jets and the 49ers talked about in the same breath because of that coaching crossover there. Right. Let's see. Perhaps they look like they were going on stage to deliver the pick, and then they just stood there. They went to commercial. So, just fantastic.
There's a little screen grab going around of some scouting reports. Shades of Troy Anderson. Shades of if Cordell Patterson played linebacker.
I like that, actually. That does make sense because he played running back and quarterback, and he catches the ball too. So
Well, it would be nice too if I feel like in the past the Falcons have drafted guys who seem like they could be really versatile, have real athletic ability, and then they're used in one role. So if you're really going to try Anderson out at a bunch of different stuff, then let's have some fun.
Yeah. I mean, it could be interesting to see if he does get a shot at any other roles or if they just really go hard at linebacker and special teams early. Because, I mean, he could legitimately be an all-pro special teams sort of guy. There's no role on special teams that he couldn't do at a really high level.
I love the idea that they're just drafting really good special teamers in the second round because that's what Richie Grant did last year, right?
Right.
He played
exactly.
special teams.
Yep. We're gonna get the punt god next. We're gonna go all in on special teams. Drake London's just a gunner. He's not even here to play offense.
That is Kaderil Hodge disrespect. And
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
You actually
no,
watched
but
Kaderil Hodge?
Yeah. It is. It is really interesting though because this, to me, maybe year one, they're not looking at it, but they have to free up cap space, I believe, just to get the draft class
they will
under contract. And so, to me, this indicates that. I don't know if they're going to get the deal done with Jared or not. It seems like the chances maybe increase because they haven't already dealt him.
right.
But maybe you are looking at moving Deion Jones post June 1 now because you've got Rashaan Evans, you've got Michael Walker, who I think is a player. I think he's a good, capable linebacker, and then you've got Anderson to develop. So at that point, it's a little bit of a logjam. So I would have to think that they have to be thinking about moving Jones.
Yeah, I would think so. I think that's always been sort of I didn't expect him to be here in 2022. I thought if they got a good and then edge Drake Jackson goes to the 49ers here, so that's another
good pick.
Potential. Yeah, I like that pick for them. That's a guy that may have been on the Falcons' radar if they were trying to double dip at the edge group. But continuing what you were saying, yeah, I mean, I always sort of feel like I would be surprised if Deion Jones is still on the roster in week one, just because I just think that he's just not a good fit for this defense. I don't think he gave tremendous effort last year, and I feel like that's a big thing that the DPs can't stand is when guys don't give full effort. So I feel like they kind of want him out of here, but we'll see. They're not going to get a good pick for him, but if they can get someone to take on the salary, I mean that would be nice.
I mean, really, if you can get one of these picks right here, which I don't think there's enough value for, just one of these early thirds, there's your quarterback.
Right. So yeah, that could be an option. I don't know what would happen with that, but Yeah, I think that's the easiest way to clear the space would just be to if you could get someone to take Deion Jones post June 1st. But we'll see. I don't know if anyone's going to be game for it. They don't save anything by cutting him, so it's either they trade him or he's going to be here for one more year, and then they have to go from there. But all right, Chiefs here at 62.
Brian
Brian
I don't
Cook.
know if I watched any of this game.
I like Brian Cook. He's very good. He's definitely the next safety on my board here. I think I think him going this high might be surprising to some people, but I had him high because he's like really the type of safety that the Falcons I think would have coveted, like a real interchangeable guy. He can play some slot, he can play deep, he can play in the box. I liked his tape quite a bit actually. So
I think Kobe Bryant's a guy that can make a splash too. He's definitely not Gardner, but I think he got overlooked a lot in that defense, and he was picked on a lot because nobody was going to throw at Gardner.
Yeah, no, he didn't look bad. Like, he got targeted constantly, and I think he actually acquitted himself well. I sort of see him as a good matchup guy, like, for bigger receivers. Like, he doesn't have the agility to play against the shifty guys, but he could be a good, like, third or fourth, corner, like maybe your third outside corner, something like that, and you put him in to play against the big receivers that you're going to face because he's got that size and physicality. He's not going to shy away from contact with those big guys, give you that sort of matchup player. So I think that sort of specialized role from him, it could be a good way for him to stick in the NFL for a while. He's just it's sort of like Isaiah Oliver. Like, he's got a weakness. Like, if he has to cover a shifty guy, he's going to have problems on the outside. Like, he's not going to be able to keep up with those really shifty wide receivers on the outside. But if he's going to play against a bigger guy, in theory, it should work better. But all right, Buffalo on the clock here at pick 63, and we are just 2 picks, this pick and 1 more pick away from the start of the 3rd round. The Falcons will be on the clock shortly after that as well for the first of their 2 third-round picks. Both of them are pretty early in the round, so we don't have to wait too long to see who these players are going to be. Oh, Jake, you called the Troy Anderson pick a shock. Well, that you obviously think he's a terrible player and is never going to turn into anything. So,
well, I understand what's going on with Nakobe now. I know about the whole torn pec thing immediately. I still didn't think he was going to be the pick there. Like, it's still a shock. It doesn't matter who's on the board. I don't hate it.
Travis Jones,
kid's a freak athlete.
Yeah.
Yeah. Quarterback's still on the board. Kid's a freak athlete. It's just interesting. I didn't think he would go at round 2. But I like his upside. You can't teach his body. You can't teach his athleticism. I like it though. At first I had a little bit of a reaction, like, what the hell? But I kind of think I have that to every pick. So
yeah, it does happen with this team quite a bit. So don't hold that against us when we have that reaction to the Falcons picks. Like, that's just normal. That's normal for this team. So
Buffalo. I forgot they gave Von Miller that monstrous contract.
That's right. I always forget that he's there now. I just sort of I still think he's playing in Denver. Like, he hasn't been in Denver in like a year, and I still think he's playing for Denver for some reason.
We got Roger Saffold too. That's a nice pickup.
Yeah. The Bills are another one of those teams, if you want to put money on the Super Bowl. You're not going to get as good odds on them as the Ravens. I think the Ravens you'll get better odds on, but if I was a betting man, the Bills would be one of those teams too. They should have had a chance to play with the ball in overtime, okay? They should have had a chance. So that would have been a great game.
Oh, let's go, Bill. Okay, I was already, how I already told you the Bills.
They're your team, yeah.
Even more, baby. Let's go. Love this pick. Love it. Best pick of the whole draft so far.
It is a dog, ladies and gentlemen. It's another dog. So.
In case you couldn't tell. You could probably guess who it is at this point, but
yeah, probably. Based on the Bills' needs and things like that. They were rumored to be looking at Bryce Hall in like the first round, and I never really thought that was legit, but
I didn't either.
it is interesting that they go this route, and once it's officially announced, we'll break it down in more detail. But I'm interested that they went this route as opposed to like another route. But I could see it. They don't really have this type of player on their roster. They have more of the traditional running back archetype, whereas this guy is a little bit of a different fit, like a different style. So I think it really complements what they have in
I
the
love
running
it.
back room. Yeah.
Is this their first pick? No, they had first. I was
Yeah,
thinking
they
of,
traded back and
yeah.
did some other stuff, I think, but
Yeah. Atta
Steven
baby.
Johnson.
I love it.
yep. All right. It is another dog, ladies and gentlemen. James Cook, the running back from Georgia, goes to Buffalo. Yeah, go ahead. I know you're just itching to talk about this dog, so go ahead, Jay.
We ended both the first and second round. We got Lewis Dean to finish the first. So we got oh wait, no, that was 62. My bad.
Close enough.
James Cook is awesome, though, man. Yeah, no, he who knows, maybe we'll take Channing title. James Cook is awesome, though, man. He really improved between the tackles this year, which is something he really wasn't that great at in 2020. Obviously, incredibly talented with the ball in his hands. He's an extra receiver in the backfield. Josh Allen's going to have a lot of fun with him, especially with the way he likes to create. He's a guy that's going to be able to get open and pick up a lot of those chunk plays as a receiver.
Yeah, I really liked his tape. You know, I always sort of thought, I wasn't sure that the Falcons would prioritize adding him because I sort of think the Falcons are going to go for more of a rushing specialist, and I think Cook is a receiving specialist who's also a dynamic. I think Cook is like best as like a 1A, 1B guy that can be your sort of change of pace lightning to your thunder that is also just an elite receiver. He's going to bring you a ton of value on third down. And I think the Falcons sort of have the receivers. Like they've got Damian Williams. They've got obviously Cordarrelle Patterson. Mike Davis was like their best short yardage receiver last year somehow. So like they've got the receiver archetype. They need more of a rushing archetype. So I was never really convinced that he would end up in Atlanta, but I think that's a tremendous fit in Buffalo. So I'm happy he goes there for sure. Good for him. Because he's gonna get every opportunity there.
Yeah, I love that pick too. Really, I love all Georgia players, obviously, but that's actually a really good fit. And they needed a running back, and that was probably the best time to get one because they still didn't have to use a premium pick on it. And Nick Bonito going to Denver.
Nick Bonito, another one of my boys. Yeah,
I like that. I like that for them. The
that's
comp
a good
that I give Cook though, before we move off of him, I don't think he will ever be what Alvin Kamara is, but he can definitely provide you the same type of structure that Kamara gives you in an offense. He can do the same type of stuff.
Yeah, I think so. I think Cook is a more talented receiver coming out than Kamara was, but Kamara might be a better rusher. So I think they're sort of the same flavor of player.
He's a good match with Singletary too.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like Singletary, the grinder, the really physical, zone scheme guy that's going to take the bulk of the carries, and Cook's going to come in and blast you with that speed on the wide zone stuff and go catch a bunch of passes for a ton of yards. So that's tremendous. I like that pick. And then Nick Bonito to the Broncos. That's another guy I mocked all the time to the Falcons. Like I would say he's like Arnold Ebiketie light. I think he offers you a lot of what Ebiketie does, just at a slightly lower level, but very similar player in a lot of ways. I think Ebiketie's more polished, but I think Bonito is a similar player. I think the athletic testing wasn't quite as impressive for Bonito, but again, sort of a similar speed, explosiveness, bend type of guy.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, and it wasn't hideous.
Like, it wasn't bad. No.
Yeah, he didn't blow it up, but it definitely wasn't like alarming that it wasn't.
Yeah,
to a certain level.
He was just like a good athlete, like a very good athlete, whereas Ebiketie was like an elite athlete. So, we actually pull up their RASs because I'm actually interested because these guys actually reminded me of each other on tape. So we're gonna pull it up. This is the beauty of technology. I can just pull this up right while we're streaming and do this. I don't have to guess. I don't have to guess the times. I can just give you the times. Yeah, Ebiketie ended with an 8.9 RAS. he had obviously some very elite athletic testing. 4.6, 640, which is 92 percentile. 2.64, 20-yard split, 97th percentile. That's pretty damn good. Like I said, the 34-inch arms sort of offsets the fact that he's technically under 6'3", but like if you've got 34-inch arms, the height is more like if you've got the arm length, it doesn't really matter if you're 6'2" or 6'3" or whatever. Like it honestly, it makes the leverage game easier for you if you're a little bit shorter. But 38-inch vert, obviously that's elite, 96th percentile. 10-foot 8-inch broad, 98 percentile. 6.95 3 cone though, that bend, that's nasty. Under a 7.3 cone at 250, that's pretty impressive. And then let me pull up Benito here. Yeah, Benito had some great testing too. Yeah, Benito was faster in the 40. He was a little bit lighter. He came in at 248. He was a little bit taller at just over 6'3". But again, what really matters is the arm length, and Benito's down to 32.5, whereas Ebiketie was over 34. So the length goes towards Ebiketie there. Benito did have some very good jumps still. 35.5-inch vert, which is like 87th percentile, and then 10-foot broad, 84 percentile. So this is, again, very good athletes. Very good athletes there. But, yeah, agility wasn't quite the same. He had a 7.07 3 cone, which, again, is like an 86 percentile, but it's not elite like Ebiketie's 3 cone was. So, but, again, both very good athletes at the position.
Tail into the second, yeah, that's a good pickup at the tail end of the second.
Mm-hmm.
Where did Miles Jack, did he go to Detroit? Am I making that up?
Oh, yeah, where did he go?
He's in Pittsburgh. Wow.
Wow.
Maybe I'm thinking of DJ Chark or something.
Right.
Jacksonville.
Pick 65. We are starting the third round.
One quarterback in the first 2 rounds. Who would have
That's
thought?
wild, dude. Like, this isn't a great class, but like these guys are good enough to go in the second round. Like, they're not bad quarterbacks. Like, I'm shocked, to be honest. So,
well, this is the thing. Everybody wants to act like they saw this coming. This happens every year, right? But like, no, nobody saw that coming.
yeah, no, exactly. So,
Yeah, I can't wait to get all the tweets like, oh, I thought Willis wasn't going past the Seahawks. Oh, well, then go cash your tickets at the front desk then, bud, because I'm sure you had him going in third.
oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. If I dig through everybody's tweets, I'm sure we'll find that. But like, it's kind of like with Anderson. Like, we do this every year, and like, Anderson might not work out. He might not be a great pick. You can be as critical as you like of that pick, but to be like, he would have been there a full round from now. Like, if they're picking him, they don't think so.
That's what annoys me. Yeah, that annoys me more than people being like, oh, this is a terrible pick. The guy who says, oh, well, he wouldn't have been there the next. Stop. It's easy to say that because there's no proof otherwise.
Right. You just don't know. Like, every pick affects the next pick and so on and so forth. So it's tough to tell where these guys are going to go. So if you have a guy you love, you just have to take him. Like, you can't depend on him being there at your next pick, at the pick after that, or whatever. Was it? Yeah, Luke Fortner going. That's another one that's pretty early. In terms of
Brian
Asamoah
Asamoah just went to Minnesota too.
Oh, Brian Asamoah, another linebacker coming off here to the Vikings. So yeah, we had Luke Fortner, who was announced as a center, and then linebacker Brian Asamoah to the Vikings here. Man, I'm surprised Asamoah is going ahead of Christian Harrison, Muma, and Chenal and all these guys. Like,
yeah,
you know, it's like that meme. It's like, am I out of touch? You know, like, no, it's the scouts who are wrong. So,
and see, like, I'm over the whole Nakobe thing. I understand you got medical now, but still, like Leo Chenal, Christian Harris, 2 guys I definitely expected to go before now, especially with there have been a couple linebackers that have been taken.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised that we haven't seen more of the linebackers go. Yeah, we've got. I mean, the quarterbacks are obviously still there, guys. If you're watching, you can see. I mean, pretty much everyone we said that should be in play, at 58 is still here, potentially for 74. Malik Willis, Desmond Ridder, N'Kobe Dean, obviously with the medicals, seems like he's going to fall a bit, unfortunately. But Perrion Winfrey, I mean, goddamn, if you told me you could get him at 74. Travis Jones, too. I would love another trench pick there. You have to think at some point these guys are going to take quarterbacks, so we'll see. But
I know we keep saying it, but I feel like Travis Jones, if he's there at 70, 72, is it? That's got to be.
You got to do it, yeah. Or Perrion Winfrey. Like if they want the penetrator, that's fine.
Yeah.
But I feel like the nose tackle is what they're sort of lacking. And Jones offers you pass rush. He doesn't offer you like pass rush like Winfrey does, but he also offers you elite, run stuffing too. So it just depends on what you want. But I think Aaron Freeman said it well, that like this team needs to be able to stop the run if they want to win games next year, because they're going to play a lot of teams. The weaker teams on their schedule are going to try to run the ball against them, so they need to be able to stop the run. Who the heck is this? Joshua Ezeudu.
I didn't do anything on him.
I've literally not heard of this player, which is impressive. Usually that doesn't happen until like at least pick 75 for me. So Joshua Ezeudu from North Carolina. Let's see where he is. Okay, he's 150. He's 150 on the TDN board, so it's not that. I mean, it's early, but it's not like he's not on the board or something. That is interesting. So we're seeing a lot of these interior guys go ahead of where we thought these players were going to go. Like on the interior, like I would take Sean Ryan ahead of any of these guys that have gone. I would take Jamari.
Sean Ryan's
I would take
another guy.
Yeah, Jamari Salyer. Like hello, like I would take him. Dylan Parham. I mean, like what are we doing? Like I
we
just
do
don't.
this every year. We keep getting surprised by it. We do it every year.
We do it every year. You're right. So.
I love how every time they show Sam Howell, he looks just like stunned. He looks like somebody
Every
shot him
time.
with a taser.
Yeah.
Every single time.
Someone's going to kick off the run on quarterbacks. It maybe Tennessee, maybe Seattle, maybe Indy, maybe Atlanta.
Eventually,
But surely,
someone's
we're
going
going to have
one.
to start
Yeah.
getting moving, right? Like these guys aren't going to go to the
I
board.
still feel like the Falcons are going to take a quarterback, and the fact that they've been able to wait this long is
buddy.
awesome.
What up? What up?
Hey man, how you doing? Welcome, guys. Damski. He asked me not to reveal his government name because he was getting harassed by his football camp players. So how you doing, man?
Yeah, good man. No, yeah, they found a couple of YouTube videos and they thought it was funny to put it up on the big screen when we were watching film. So yeah, no more Adam Blank on the on the thing, yeah.
Otherwise,
what's going on? What's the mood like? Jake doesn't have this place hype or what? I thought Jake for sure was gonna have.
We've been having fun. I just I've finally accepted the devastation that N'Kobe Dean is injured and is probably not going to get drafted today, and it makes me very sad.
Yeah,
but it's kind of a lot. Like, man, they're always going to have a handful of picks, and we're just kind of like, really, like. And that was kind of the Troy Anderson pick, but I like it. I mean, you can't teach that type of athleticism. You can't teach that type of upside. I thought Ebiketie was a good pick. Overall, like, so far, I'd probably give him C+, A-. I feel like it's fair, but yeah, I don't think it's going poorly.
I think Troy Anderson threw me for a loop. There'd be other linebackers. I don't hate the fit, though. Like, as long as we're getting bigger at linebacker and it looks like he's going to be playing inside linebacker, I don't hate that. Ebiketie's cool. Rocks with that. He was a guy that I liked. I really wanted Logan Hall. I really thought he was going to fit in that three-man front. I don't really know what we're going to do there. But that goes back to Jake, me and you saying about DeMarvin Leal, who potentially maybe in the third round here might be a little fit. So yeah, Troy Anderson threw me for a loop, but I like Ebiketie. And I'll say I did like the Drake Jackson pick. Now that he's picked the number 5 too, that just makes me love him a little bit more. So he solidified his Hall of Fame status with that number. So
yeah. I mean, it's with hindsight of seeing 13 wide receivers taken in like the first 2 rounds or whatever it was, like it's sort of like if the Falcons didn't get their guy at 8, they probably ran the risk of not getting their guy in the second round. And maybe they would have had Pickens there, and I think a lot of people would have been satisfied with Pickens. But turning it into like London and Ebiketie, it's like, okay, I'm not mad now. Like, we got an edge player. Yeah, like
somebody was saying they're like London and Ebiketie would have been better than JJ or Jermaine Johnson and whoever. Like that may be the case. Like I know Georgia fans would have liked JJ and probably George Pickens, and they would have been happy with that. But I think, for what it's worth, I think Drake London's a heck of a player. I happen to think Arnold Ebiketie is too. Yeah. Like I said in my tweet, though, I think he struggles with counters, and that's something that he can work on. But he's a guy, like, he calls himself Dr. Pass Rush. So I mean, like, he's obviously ingrained in the art of pass rushing. So that's like half the battle is like wanting to learn. And I know Chuck Smith says religiously, to be a good pass rusher, you have to be comfortable being uncomfortable. And I really feel like Arnold Ebiketie has no problem doing that. So I mean, I'm intrigued, man. I'm definitely intrigued. I definitely like that we're filling the front 7. Like that's like I wanted Travis Jones at that pick, but like if we're going Travis Jones here, I'd be like, hell yeah, I'm all in on this.
Yeah, I'm hoping. Fingers crossed, man. That would
Martin Emerson.
Sorry, here. No, it's okay. Yeah, they just announced the next.
Sure, you
pick,
know what I mean. Go ahead, take Martin Emerson.
Yeah, as long as it's not Travis Jones. Yeah, you just leave him.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. It's like when the Saints took Alontae Taylor. I love Alontae Taylor, by the way, but it's like, okay, go ahead. Like, you know what I mean? Go, sure.
Yeah, why not? You know, that one was weird for me too. Yeah. Just like I love Alontae Taylor, but like I don't love Alontae Taylor at like the second round. You know, I was let's see if he's there at like 82. Yeah, like
that's super rich. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's been a weird.
I know
one.
These are Oliver Davis's guys though. Martin Emerson and Alontae Taylor are both Oliver Davis guys. They both train with AJ Terrell too.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, I like Emerson. I like Taylor. We'll see. The Falcons are going to be up here and. 1, 2,
anything that dude touches turns into gold, so that's my only worry.
Yeah,
so.
He could be good. That's the danger. So, yeah. I mean, I hope these guys are good. You know, I hope that you know they're bad for a year with the Saints, and the Saints cut them, and then they go somewhere else and have a tremendous career after that. But
yeah, but the thing that pisses me off though is like Alontae Taylor is like kind of that Gardner Johnson mold where he likes to get under your skin. And those are just the piss off players to play against. Like you don't like playing those guys. Like they're just annoying. This guy rocking a Julio Jones jersey? No way.
How dare you? First of all, but
oh no, he doesn't. Trees, what's trees? I don't know.
That's like his. Oh, people thought it was Julio. Yeah.
He's been goofball wearing the jersey, but a guy who played 5 games and got cut. So.
Oh, is he like? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just old. I don't know. I have no idea who that is or what this is.
Oh, I think it might just be a custom one. I think
it's a custom one. Yeah.
Does Dave not talk? Dave, what's going on? Like, he's shy or what?
Dave
like, what
is pensive.
Like, guys
he's here to evaluate us.
I am.
Yeah.
You guys are all way more well versed in this than I am.
He's like the rap sheet. He's back there taking calls. Yeah. Oh man,
boy.
Nicholas Petit-Frere here. Yeah.
Interesting pick. I don't know. Maybe they
I really like him.
Kelly, didn't they?
He's so raw. He's got a long ways to go. He gets his butt kicked way too much.
I like him. I like Petit-Frere a lot. I like his potential, but yeah, you're right. I mean, he needs work. He does. I think it's funny because it's like the guys that are left. Well, yeah, I mean, it's exactly. Yeah, Raymond's the same way, right? Like Raymond needs a lot of work. Daniel Falele needs a lot of work. Like all these guys, like right now, like these are all like guys that you like that they just need a lot of work. So.
Yeah. I mean. I'd kick tires on Falele just because he's 6'8" or mountain of a man.
Yeah. Look, I don't know how you could possibly be bad at football if you're 6'8" and 380
I know,
pounds. Like, just fall forward. Like, seriously.
Jesus Christ. We all watching the screen here? What's going on?
Yeah, I was just about to say something.
My boy, Jay.
I wasn't going to say anything.
Holy hell!
What were you saying about Falele?
You got distracted there. Sorry.
Oh my god!
Oh Lord! Oh God damn! That was a good one.
That was good. Yeah. Great job, NFL Network. Great job.
Anyways, want to go to Jacksonville? I don't know. Just a little inkling to go. No, that's good.
All right, we got the Jaguars pick here.
I'm surprised. Like I'm shocked
Another
Leo
guy.
Chanel is not going.
Chad
here.
Muma.
Yeah.
Here we go. Yeah. Yeah, I'm
I don't
I'm
think
surprised.
he's a bad player either for the record.
No,
but
Muma's good.
Yeah,
I
mean,
like Muma.
I like Chanel a little better though, and Christian Harris. We still haven't seen Christian Harris.
Yeah.
Yeah, Muma was another guy that had really good athletic testing.
Yeah.
Surprisingly good. Like, he looked like he was fast, but his agility testing was way better than his tape looked. So, I mean, that gives me hope that he could be a better, space player than he has been. But yeah, he's just a tremendous straight line guy.
NFL
Physical.
comparison to Andre Campbell.
Oh,
That's what it was, really?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
that's funny.
The
I wonder if it means 2018 or 2021 to Andre Campbell.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a bright
There's a
line
difference,
there,
a
right?
big difference there.
the one thing I liked about this draft class, if we were gonna go linebacker, I like the prospecting of getting an inside linebacker with size that can like blitz, like they just said with Chad Muma. And then Troy Anderson's kind of that same downhill style linebacker. I mean, they showed like tons of film of him just coming downhill.
Yeah.
I feel like that's like a huge area where we like struggle, and like people point to the run defense. Like I know Anthony Rush and Mike Pennell came on late, but they were like just occupying blocks, but our linebackers weren't like slashing gaps properly. Like I shown that was a big problem with Debo. And that's why I went on like a little rant about like why I give Debo so much flack. It's just like he doesn't want to take on his gap, and that's a problem. Like that doesn't have to be a problem in schemes, but in this specific scheme, it's a problem. So that's why I feel like he's on the outs. And I mean, if you trade him, I think post June 1st was Kevin.
Yep.
You get a good chunk.
money.
Like that's our
Oh, yeah.
rookies, right? Those are our rookies.
Oh
So,
yeah,
I mean,
that and more. That's just you gotta find
exactly.
someone to take him because you can't cut him. So you gotta find someone to trade. Yeah.
give us a 7th in
Yeah.
2028.
I don't care. Any
Like,
pick.
whatever. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'll give you a 7th. I don't care.
Yeah, exactly. I'll give you- Just
Well, if you
take
get
them.
that,
please.
if you
Yeah.
get that and the if you get that and a Grady Jarrett extension done, which I'm still holding out hope for, you got a ton
Yeah.
of space to play with too,
Oh, for
and there's
sure.
still some decent free agents out there. So
Yeah.
Well, then it's
Nick Easton
prospecting
could
for
still
next
come.
year too, right?
Yeah. You could roll it over. You can roll over a lot of it as well.
That's what I
So,
mean. And then we're live going into next year. We can finally see what Terry wants to do with like actually filling needs, like he said he wants to do in free agency.
Yep. It could. There is the
Bro, can we
potential.
get Justin Fields some help? Bears?
No,
Jesus
they don't.
Christ.
They don't do that. They've made it clear they're going to kill him, and then he's going to resurrect in Atlanta, and he's going to become our franchise quarterback. Yeah, that's what's going to happen.
Let's do that.
we were talking about that earlier. Like they're drafting defensive backs to pick him off in practice and demoralize him. Like they're going to break him down.
They're
to
just gonna,
ground level.
yeah, and then we'll build them back up. Like that's the plan, right?
Exactly.
Come back home to Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow Ryan Pace is still influencing those decisions. Yeah.
They're calling him up for draft advice still. They're like, Ryan,
It sucks
honestly,
'cause-
we only had 30 players on our board. Can you give us some pointers?
It sucks because like I like the Kyler Gordon pick. Like that was a solid pick.
Yeah.
But then I don't even hate Brisker. Like Brisker's a solid player, but it's like you could have had Kyler Gordon and George Pickens at that point.
Yes. I just don't get how they draft, to be honest. But, yeah.
Oh, Bayless Jones.
Interesting.
I don't hate that.
Interesting pick.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
14th receiver.
Yeah, Bayless Jones Jr., wide receiver. So, they're trying to get somebody for.
Yeah.
I mean, I
don't
wouldn't have
hate
taken
that.
him. I don't hate it. I like Calvin Austin better, or Jalen Tolbert.
Yeah, I do too.
but-
I love Calvin Austin. Yeah. 100%.
like I feel like. Well, it was funny because at the Senior Bowl, it was like a running joke that like Bayless Jones was very bad like the first 2 days of the Senior Bowl. Like everyone was like dunking on him, me and Thor, and every time he would drop a pass, he'd be like, "Oh, Bayless is back," and then he just like crapped on everyone in the game. We were like, damn it, like Velus Jones is gonna like make us all look stupid. And then he ran like a 4-3 at the comment. We were like, damn it, Velus Jones is coming back. So like good for him, like honestly.
Some guys aren't like practice guys. Like some of my
No.
guys, I'm just like, you guys are dog in practice, but I know at least in the game they'll be gamers. Like,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah. Sometimes you flip that switch, and as long as you can do that consistently,
So
you're not making mistakes in the game. So
my team, my tackle team that goes down to the States, we have the best Canadian running back. His practice work ethic fucking sucks. Like he just carrying his ass. Like he hates it. He doesn't like, you know what I mean? And then we have this other, like the backup running back, who's the second best running back in Canada for his age group. He hauls ass like all practice, like running hard, hitting people, hitting holes. And he's like the one practice. It's his name's Donnie. He goes, my boy, you don't have to run that hard.
stop giving our other players bad practice habits. Okay, you can suck because you're the best, but nobody else can do that.
I'm just like, Donnie, chill, man. Like, just let him run how he wants to run.
As long as you don't get hurt, that's all that matters. So.
That's it.
Stay
That's
healthy.
it.
That's funny.
Actually, it was funny. Cam Newton noticed them when I was in North Carolina.
Oh, hell yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy.
That's awesome. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun.
Right.
All right. Seattle up at 72.
Okay.
So we're almost here, guys. We're almost here.
Did anybody
Seattle to
else
Malik
upset
Willis.
that Seattle
Malik
took
Willis.
Kenneth Walker? Like, come on, man.
Yeah, that was I think that's what
Such a
people were
Seahawks
saying. It's
pick.
like literally like the Seahawks are just always on brand. Like they're the most on brand team at all times. It's like Boye Mafe. Yep. Okay, and a running back. Yep, there's Kenneth Walker. Okay, yeah. So the Seahawks are here. Like they've made their picks. So
Yeah.
yeah, JJ Zachariason tweeting out Velus Jones is older than Darnell Mooney. I
What?
did not know that. Apparently that's the case. So
All I know, Justin Fields has been saying he wants Marquise Goodwin back too. So I mean, he probably will play on that. But I mean, still, like, I don't know. They're planning the scheme. Will
Yeah.
apparently make it better, but I don't know.
I don't know. Who the hell knows with them? But I don't. trust
We
this.
I'm gonna actually make sure I don't spoil this pick for myself this time. I've done it twice in a row.
Yeah,
What?
yeah. I'm not gonna look at the Falcons pick. I've like looked at it in advance.
This Seattle pick is the second guy I haven't heard of so far.
Oh yeah, I like this guy. This guy's good. Dave, if you read my positional rankings, you would have heard of him.
Yeah, don't you read the articles, Dave?
No, I have publishing power, so he doesn't have to edit my articles. So I just push it out.
I do read them, but I don't
sometimes.
retain every single name.
Right.
swear.
Oh, you don't retain the information from it. So you're selective retainer. Oh.
Yeah, exactly.
How do you
He's
think
gotta-
I made it this long as a Falcons fan? Come on, man.
You have to move on quickly
Everything
from
is
something.
like right here. Come on.
Yeah, I got you.
You got to move fast. Yeah, you can't live in the past. You gotta just take the next
I forgot
thing.
they got Nwosu too. Oh man, that's gonna be a
That's
good D line to watch.
Yeah.
Boy Mafe. Do we know the pick? Is it tipped? Like I don't. If you guys don't,
I mean,
I'm not checking.
I know
okay.
the
as long,
Seahawks
as long as
pick.
we all agree, we're not.
Yeah, we're not gonna tip it. Yeah, we don't tip it because I think there's some people in the stream that don't want it tipped. So I just usually wait till they announce it on the broadcast to actually say it.
Perfect.
I hate the tips, man.
Yeah,
I
me
hate it.
too.
They kind of ruin it. So I try not to look at the Falcons pick. But yeah, we
I'm
got.
gonna look at it because I got to write it up. So
Yeah, Dave's got to
I
write the
have
pre-write, so Dave
to
needs it as soon as possible. So I understand, Dave. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Well, the issue here is, so if we take a quarterback, that little message box on my laptop right there is gonna add about 20 in about 30 seconds, and I'm gonna know. So
Yeah, you're
I'll
gonna
try not to
know.
look at that.
Yep, you're gonna know. I
The
mean,
what?
Like it's like connected to my phone, so like if I get a text, it comes through, and so if people start blowing me up, I'm gonna know it's a fucking quarterback.
yeah, probably. But
I mean,
yeah,
at this move, like Malik's a good PR move,
right.
No?
Like at this point, Malik is a great pick. Like this is like best player
Yeah,
available.
there's no harm here at this point.
Yeah, it's like
You
go
take
for
a
it.
quarterback in the third round that you.
Did you
think
say
can
there's no
start for
arm
you?
here?
I think you said harm. Tech.
Oh, okay. Hard.
There's definitely arm, like arm talent out the wazoo. Oh man, Shaquem Griffin, the dew is as potent as always.
Man, the
Where's
Falcons
the-
app is ruining this for me.
Are they
Because
leaking them on their
man,
own
it showed
app?
me the Drake London pick before it was even on thing.
Wow. All right, we
You're
got
gonna
to
have
the
to look at you
Seahawks.
have to stare at the TV.
Yeah,
Abraham
I'm
Lucas.
not gonna
Probably
look at my
tipped.
phone now. There's no way.
It's
Yeah,
probably
no, we're-
tipped. I would say it's probably out.
It's
by
been
now.
tipped by now, I would
Right.
think, because I know that the 72 and 73 have been tipped. Abraham Lucas goes to the Seahawks at 72.
Okay, so we're all on the same page. So Abraham Lucas was just picked
yes.
Yeah.
for you. Okay, good. All right,
Yeah.
perfect. There we go.
Yeah, so we got that pick. We also have so now with that, there's one more pick for the Falcons. So obviously,
Oh, no.
one of Willis or Ritter would theoretically be there. We've also
Oh,
got
no.
Perrion Winfrey, Travis Jones on the defensive line. Probably not going to be another linebacker, but Dean and Harris theoretically there. Tariq Woolen at corner is a high upside guy on the offensive line. Bernard Raymond. This is sort of where you could start to see them possibly go after a running back, right? They were interested in like an Isaiah Spiller, DeMarvin Leal, Daniel Falele. So a lot of ways they could go here.
Dude,
Did you get it leaked?
I don't know what this means, but no, my phone is exploding. It's sitting by my foot, and I can feel it. I have
It's just
15
like-
unread messages.
It's like a volcanic eruption. You can just feel it. So
What
something is
what are
happening.
we doing here? Like, what is this? Like, just go and pick. Do the
I don't
pick.
know. Let's go.
Yeah,
Now
hurry up,
I'm
Colts. Get the hell off
wound
the
up.
clock.
Let's go. Hurry
Yeah.
up.
Why are we breakdancing? Come on.
Ah, wow.
Yep. Oh well, there goes the tight end, Jelani Woods. I know that was somebody that
I
we
would
had.
have taken him with that exact next pick too.
What are you guys saying about drafting him and then it being like a damn basketball team?
Yeah,
Why
pretty
not?
much. We can run.
Why not?
We can run four. We can run fives with the Hogs.
Yeah, why not?
They could just be a good, scrim team for the Hawks. That helps two sports. Why not? Yeah, Jelani Woods is insane though. Like his ceiling is nuts. He's huge. I mean, that would have been really
he
fun.
runs so angry. He runs
does.
so pissed off.
Yeah, and like his blocking
Look
is
at this.
super undeveloped, but like this dude is gonna be a good blocker. Like, does he have blocking technique? No, but like it almost doesn't matter. He's so damn big and angry. It just doesn't matter. So
As long as you can
We gotta
clamp,
get this
like,
show on the road,
yeah.
dude. I have 22 unread messages. I gotta know who this is.
I got it. Yeah, we're gonna sweat it out here for a few minutes, guys. But
So you're saying
Yeah.
you think it's good? Yo, I don't know, because I know they liked Isaiah Spiller too, but Isaiah's kind of falling a bit.
yeah, well, what do you think? Who do you think it is, Jake? Based on your vibrations.
I think it's Malik Willis.
Yeah.
I think
What do
it's
you
Malik
think?
Willis.
What do you think, Damsky? What do you think?
I think it's Malik, but I'm hoping it's Travis.
Yeah, I would like it to be Travis, but
Desmond Ritter.
I would.
Desmond Ritter.
It's Ritter. Oh, let's go. My son.
Wow.
Over Malik though. That's wild.
Bro, you guys just tipped the pick for me, you assholes.
What? They just announced it on my screen.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
behind.
you must be behind a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all right. It's
It's
all
okay.
right.
I'm sorry. I
don't mind
apologize.
that.
Yeah.
I don't mind that.
Yeah. If you're streaming it, depending on the service, it might be like a few seconds behind.
Yeah, so like the zone in Canada is what NFL Game Pass is on, so that's what I'm on. But I like that pick, man. Like I know a lot of people are saying like he was a good scheme fit here. So I mean the biggest thing is too, Marcus Mariota is probably going to miss games, right? So I mean you're going to need somebody that's capable to play some games. So I mean, it obviously wasn't Frank's. Desmond Ritter's a good intermediate thrower. I mean, he's athletic. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, that's what I mean. He compares to Marcus Mariota. So, and the thing is, it doesn't push us that we can draft a guy next year.
No,
so, I mean,
it's honestly the literal perfect place for Desmond Ritter.
Yeah.
I think he was worth 43, but at 74, it's like if you don't like him, there's no pressure to build your team around him. It's like when you're picking a guy in the third round, if he's just your backup quarterback long term, that's a good third round pick. So it really takes the pressure off of Ritter, which I love for him. And it really takes the pressure off the Falcons too, because it's like, look, let's see what we have. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how he looks this season, and then we can make a decision after seeing him, having him in the building for a year, if we need to actually go and address this position with a big time addition next year, or we just take Will Anderson, instead. So I like that flexibility.
I know,
a lot.
Jake. You want to comment on that or?
I don't really. I got to process. Give me a couple seconds.
Okay,
go
for it.
So Nate Tice, if anybody wants to be like, oh my God, like we got to steal, like Nate Tice loves Desmond Ritter.
Yeah, so does
he
Derek
says
Klassen.
he's got a lot of same tendencies as Dak Prescott did as when he was coming out. Dak, yeah, see, like people, like, you know what I mean? Some people compare him to Dak Prescott. But I know through a mental processing standpoint that Nate Tice said he was head and shoulders above every other quarterback in this class.
I believe
So, I
it,
mean, he was Nate Tice's quarterback one in this class. And Nate Tice, the son of obviously Mike Tice, the former, offensive line, head coach, blah, blah, blah. But he was also an offensive coordinator and he was a quarterback himself. So he does quarterback evaluations. So, I mean, if I'm taking a gamble on any quarterback in this class, I said it from a while ago, it was going to be Desmond Ritter, even though Malik had the athletic traits. I feel like you get a higher floor with Desmond Ritter as well. So, I mean.
Yeah, I agree. I really like Desmond Ritter. He's my QB2. I take Malik above him, but I understand why the Falcons would take Ritter first. Yeah. He's a safer player. He offers a higher floor as a passer. I think Malik offers you obviously the incredible ability as a rusher, but honestly, Ritter's not a bad rusher either. Like Ritter is a good rusher. He's got that athleticism. I think he has technically. Malik didn't do all the testing. If Malik had done all the testing, he might have been the highest RAS. But Ritter has the highest RAS of any quarterback. I think he's like a 96th percentile athlete at quarterback. So like he's got the athleticism. The arm is good. Like I would say it's like a 75th percentile arm. It's not Malik Willis like 90 plus percentile arm, but it's good. He's got the tools. Like he's got everything to be a good NFL starter. He works his ass off. That's what I've always heard. Is like Ritter's going to work his ass off. He's got the mindset for it. He's going to work hard. It's just the accuracy. The accuracy is spotty. And if he can fix the accuracy, he can be a good NFL quarterback. If he can't, he's probably going to be a middling NFL quarterback. But even a middling NFL quarterback would be okay for the Falcons at this point. So.
When Dave turned his camera off and I felt my phone vibrating, I was like, something's going on.
Dave just disappeared. It's like, uh-oh. Christian Harris going to the Texans here, too.
Yeah, I love this.
Yeah,
I love
like
this for the Texans.
But go ahead. Go ahead, Jake. Yeah.
Oh, real quick before Harris. One thing I've always said about Ritter, and I will continue to say about Ritter, is against Alabama in the playoffs, in South Bend, against Notre Dame, in the Peach Bowl against Georgia, never once looked like the moment was too big for him, and I really like that. The kid's got a lot of moxie to him.
Yeah, I thought, honestly, against Alabama, like, his receivers let him down. Like, I thought he delivered some really good balls that if they had been caught, like, that would have been a closer game, would have been more exciting. I don't think they would have won, but, like, it would have been a better game. He gets dunked on from people that didn't watch that game because of the stat line. But if 2 or 3 of those plays that he put the ball on the money and the receiver just didn't come up with it, you get 2 or 3 of those and it's a completely different story. And I agree with you. Like, he didn't look fazed by it. I think mentally, from a mental makeup standpoint, this is the type of player the Falcons covet. And I get
the Baltimore Ravens cannot keep getting away with this. They cannot keep getting away with it.
Can't keep letting them get away with this.
I'm serious. Just wait.
Nobody told you? Subway's refreshing with better ingredients, better footlongs, and better spokespeople.
It's got to be Travis Jones.
Of course.
Just stealing.
I guess at this point, I don't think anybody really cares. If we tip the one Ravens pick in the third round, who else would it be, man? They wait on everybody around them to just piss their pants, and they take all the good players. It's insane.
Man, that's crazy.
This shit is so stupid, man.
Yeah. All the Ravens, like, literally the draft is easy. All you have to do is just sit there and be like, what guy shouldn't be here?
Let's watch other teams fuck up, and we'll take everybody else's
that one.
mess up.
Like, step 1, like, get extra draft picks. Step 2, take good players. Step 3, profit. That's all you have to do. Like, there's literally nothing else involved. You just have to do that. And then, but, you know, most NFL teams can't seem to even grasp that, so.
Damn, man. Come on. I would love for Atlanta to add like one of those 5-tech. I was hoping Josh Pascal was going to fall a little bit, but he didn't end up falling. But like Perrion Winfrey would be a guy that I'd be interested in as well.
Yeah. I love Perrion Winfrey. I would love that pick, so I hope he's still there. I think them getting another trench player is probably what they want, but, you know, we'll see.
A running back too. I know for a fact they like Isaiah Spiller. I know that.
Yeah. If he's there at 82, that starts to be like pretty good value for Isaiah Spiller. So I would get. I mean,
that. My thing with Isaiah Spiller is I feel like he's more of an inside zone guy, and I know we love the outside zone and power a little bit more, but I was praying that James Cook was going to be our running back because he just knows how to hit it outside like really really quick, and then just as added value as a receiver. But I don't know. I don't even hate Isaiah Spiller. Like Isaiah Spiller's a solid running back, but I don't know. Like for me, I would rather the trench player on the D line here.
Me too.
Like for me, because I feel like we're missing because we rushed 3 a lot, and then you had Taekwon Graham playing nose guard, like right up, head up over the nose tackle. A lot. I mean, he's a strong dude, but you're gonna need somebody to push the pocket from the 5-tech as well. So I mean, it'd be nice to get Winfrey. He was a mean dude at the Senior Bowl.
Oh, dude, he was. If not for Jermaine Johnson, Perrion Winfrey was that guy. Like, he was so nasty. Just They made him play nose tackle his entire career at Oklahoma, and he goes to the Senior Bowl. They're like, "You're gonna play 3-tech," and he just dominates everyone, and it's like, wow, way to go, Oklahoma, you screwed this up. Like you could have had one of the best penetrating 3-techs, probably a 10+ sack defensive tackle, and you just made him play nose.
That's what I mean. I feel like sometimes Senior Bowl can like, and I know a couple guys have said that like it shows like things that they weren't asked to do in college that they can do. So that like when a guy like Perrion Winfrey goes there and wrecks shop, it's like, oh, I got to go watch the tape. Well, you're not going to go see it because Oklahoma really didn't ask him to get upfield like that. It's kind of like what Grady Jarrett's going through right now, right? Like his whole life he's been a penetrating 4-3 3-tech, and here he's just like asked to occupy blocks to free up other guys, and that's not really his game, right? And like to be fair, if we're going to use him like that, as much as I love Grady, I'd rather see him in a 4-3 like full blown attacking scheme, but. It is what it is. I hope he's here. Like, I don't get that twisted. Like, great. I have 2 Grady Jarrett jerseys right now. I do not want to see him traded.
I agree. I know people probably want to hear something.
I mean, you just added Arnold Ebiketie. You're starting to form like kind of like with Lorenzo Carter. You kind of got a couple bodies now. Like, you know what I mean?
You're not literally the worst starting edge rushers in the NFL anymore. So
Like,
so we've made progress. We've made progress. But we should probably talk about Ritter a little bit more just because it is a big deal. Dave, did we get your take on Ritter at all?
No, we didn't.
Yeah, Dave, no. You had to disappear to cover that, craziness. So yeah, what do you think now that you've covered the craziness?
Look, dating back to like last fall, last winter, I thought Ritter was a logical pick for Atlanta. Obviously, like all the smoke around Willis and Corral in recent weeks, like I thought maybe they were switching it up. So I would have been happy with Ritter if he was their guy, which feels like he is, late in the first, early in the second, regardless of what it took to get him. But like in the third, if you miss, it's a 3rd round pick. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
I really feel like he is a guy who can thrive here. Like he feels like the quarterback that has the skill set to make it here. He's got an excellent mentor in Marcus Mariota. He's going to have the time to develop. Like, to me, this is a home run pick here. Like, I really like Ritter. I really like Ritter in Atlanta. So, like, I'm pretty psyched about it, honestly. Like, I wasn't expecting it after everything we heard over the last couple of weeks, but this is a great pick, I think. So, give him the time to develop, continue to build, the supporting cast around him. Obviously, he still doesn't have a great offensive line in front of him, but I think if they do a good job with him, if they give him the time and the supporting cast, he is going to thrive here. So,
right. And it's sort of like the fact, like, did they not take him earlier because they're not sold on him, or did they not take him earlier because their intel was like, these guys are going to fall. We don't have to move up for Ritter. Like, I don't know. It's going to be hard for us to know that, but that is something to consider when you think about this whole thing. But at 74, you don't even have to love him. Like, you just have to like him. Oh, there goes Raymond.
Yeah.
All right, Raymond to the Colts. That's a great pick.
Yeah.
Too.
I'm gonna be blunt. Go ahead, Jake.
No, I just said that's a good pick. I was talking about Raymond. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna be bluntly honest. I wouldn't be shocked if Ritter won the job out training camp.
I think of all
just
the
gonna be
guys.
bold.
Yeah.
Honestly, like if you look at it, like Marcus Mariota, if he like say he misses some time in training camp, and then they're like, oh, we really like what he's doing here. Like, let's see full scale what it's gonna look like. What's the worst you can do? You'd be like, hey man, you're not ready yet. We're gonna put Marcus back in. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, it's happened. Russell Wilson, that's how Russell Wilson happened. That's how Dak happened. So I mean, if he's killing it and he looks good. I mean, the thing is, too, the guy's got twin towers for receivers right now.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's got two of probably the best jump ball guys already in the league, which is, like, absolutely bonkers. And then Cordell Patterson's really good on the underneath stuff. So, I mean, I don't know. That's one, like, I know, like, that's not a huge thing. But, like, Desmond Ritter's, like, really money on routes that can extend yak-wise. So I mean, like I really want to see him in the O. I really feel like that's a solid little pick. I mean, hopefully he's our guy. Like that would be sick if we spent a 3rd round pick and he's our guy for the next 10 years. But I mean, it doesn't preclude us from drafting a guy next year. So that's the biggest thing.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like this late. It's like you sort of at the best of both worlds. It's like if he pans out, that's awesome. If he just becomes your long-term backup, that's not bad for a 3rd round pick. It's not bad. And then if he turns into a franchise quarterback, you hit a home run. But that's the thing when you take a guy like this that's underrated. It's like the chance of it paying off. The chance, the Falcons probably, I would say, if you had to take the odds are favorable that they're going to be they're picking in the top 10 again next year. I don't think that's controversial to say. But if you're confident in Ritter, then you're talking about taking another, foundational piece to help build the offense around Ritter. Yeah, Will Anderson, maybe, perhaps. Or
the defensive tackle out of Georgia, that I forget his name. Man.
Another dog, perhaps. Yeah. Jalen Carter, right? Isn't that the
Carter? Yeah, Carter. That's it.
Yeah. Jalen Carter's damn good too. I kept getting him confused with Jordan Davis. I was like, is that Jordan Davis blowing somebody up? No, wait, that's Jalen Carter. Yeah.
No, Jalen Carter actually has a pass rush.
That's true.
No, just joking.
Damn that George. Good thing George. I don't think George is watching. George Costanza might be mad if he saw that. So.
I was just joking.
Yeah.
Alex Wright, huh?
Wow. That's early for him. I know he has a lot of fans. Alex Wright.
A lot of fans in the draft Twitter community. He's got a lot of fans.
Yeah. Yeah, he's 220 on TD's board, so that's fairly early from that perspective. But he's big. He's big. Over 6'5", 270 pounds, big boy. So we will see how that one goes. And that means the Falcons are now just 3 picks away after the Chargers here. We're at pick 79. The Falcons will be at pick 82. And again, the board is falling in a favorable way for the Falcons. Obviously, quarterback no longer in consideration. You know what? They should just double dip and get Willis too. And God damn it, one of them's going to pan out, right?
Take double shot, yeah. No.
Yeah, just look, one of these guys is going to be a good quarterback. Okay, so we're getting this done.
Let's just make Damsky happy and get Perry on Winfrey.
I would love Perry on Winfrey.
I think that's a good pick here.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah. I feel like. Do we meet with him? Does anybody know the logistics of that? No, I don't know. I don't remember.
I didn't get a chance to talk to him. I got to ask a bunch of people at the Senior Bowl if they were meeting with the Falcons. he was not one that I found. So I don't know, but they may have. Let me.
I feel like it's so funny because I feel like so many of us did. Like, did you do a 2-round mock draft today or no?
I didn't bother doing a mock today, but I only
No?
did like 17 throughout the course of the off season.
Yeah, no, I feel you. I did one today. I feel like most that I seen are like people are sending me mocks like crazy today. I had like 45 mocks after work that people were. I was like, okay, yeah, this is great. Like, I felt bad, but it's like, man, like I'm not reading 45 mocks.
Like I'm sorry, like when I've seen one mock, I've seen them all, so.
Yeah, like you know what I mean. But like I feel like the consensus was like everybody wanted Arnold Epiketti, that first second round pick. So I mean, I feel like that was a fan pick. I feel like they seen all the mock drafts that were on my thread there, and were like, oh, we got to get this guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that went well for sure. So that one went well.
That was another draft pick. I like Drake Jackson to San Fran. I feel like he's gonna fill in nice for Arden Key there, who left.
For sure. Yeah, I like that one too. That's a good pick for them. Let me see.
I haven't even looked at my.
I'm so
Twitter
ready to
since
be done.
I've
I'm so ready. Don't bother. Don't bother.
Is it a mess? Is Twitter a mess?
I'm so ready to just be done talking about it, man. We could trade a 7th round pick for Patrick Mahomes and people would be bitching about it.
Oh, it's so bad.
Yes.
Like,
Okay.
man, I had the one guy complaining about Drake London in my mentions. Like, I was just like, this is a disaster, man. I really don't want to I don't want to study this much film right now. Jesus. Like, I don't know. Sorry, Drake London. I don't know why people just people just what I mean? They like one guy and then they're like, if we don't pick this guy, everybody else is trash.
Terrible, yeah.
Yeah, I hate that. That's one thing I hate.
It's just funny because we've been at this a long time. I feel like most Falcons fans know by now they're not going to pick the guy you want.
No, yeah.
you got to be willing to see it out.
They literally don't care. Yeah, they literally don't care what we think at all. So
if you're like a Twitter sports fan, you should be a Ravens fan because they make the popular choice. They really do.
Yeah,
and
or
they make
Chargers.
it work.
The Chargers do too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is this
Watch,
their
this is
first
gonna be
pick?
Perry
No.
Winfrey now. I say, watch. I bet you.
it better not be.
Yo, my
Perry
guy-
Winfrey. It better be Perry Winfrey to the Falcons. Okay, it's not anyone else. It's
They
to
got
the Falcons.
Zion.
Yeah, they got
the Rams
Zion.
have
already.
good
Chargers
pick,
fan,
right?
No, just joking. My boy Steve, he was at the draft. He's a Chargers fan, and he wanted Zion Johnson. They picked him. It's just him, he's 6'6", and he's jumping up and down. I'm like, you're you're a child, man.
I think Zion Johnson's going to be incredible.
Yeah,
he's really good.
He's
Yeah.
a stud, man. Yeah,
He's awesome. Love me some Zion.
this guy. Speaking of studs, here's one. Austin
Eckler. FaZe Rug. That's a weird gamer tag, bro.
FaZe Rug is nasty though. That dude's an G.
Oh yeah.
What is it?
JT
What is
Woods
that?
to Baylor.
What's FaZe Rug?
FaZe is like an esports team.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. JT Woods, safety.
Bro, they actually they have 3 good safeties. Why the hell do they take a safety?
You can never have too many safeties, okay? You know how many
Oh, yeah.
DBs? You know how many
They play
DBs
cover
the Chargers
two.
play?
Isn't Staley predominantly a cover 2 guy?
No, don't you realize the Chargers play 6 DBs at all times? They just
Yeah,
they need
do,
as many as
right?
possible. If one gets hurt, they don't have any more DBs. Period. So they need extra ones at all times.
Well, I mean, hell, man, they can rush 4 all the time and be fine. So I mean, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, when you got a
we
pass
can rush
rush like
3
that.
probably.
Yep.
Okay, I just saw the Giants pick tips, so if you don't want to see it, I would recommend popping
Yeah.
off
The
and burning out
Giants
now. Yeah.
Yeah, they're
That's
they're
what
Denver's up.
they're coming in hot and heavy, the picks. So I would get off Twitter now, everyone, if you don't want to see the Falcons pick. I went ahead and tweeted out that the Falcons were on the clock, early, so I didn't have to risk seeing it. So The Falcons will be on the clock here in just a second. Denver's pick is in. The Giants pick
Is this
has
their
been made.
first pick today? Denver?
Well, they got
They had a second.
Benito,
Yeah, they got
They got
Benito
who?
at
They
the
got
end of the
Benito.
second.
Nick Benito.
Oh, that was
Good
terrible.
take. I like Dulcich.
Yep.
I actually
Yeah,
really like Dulcich.
yeah. I like that. Dolce's really good for sure. Someone who may have been in contention for this next pick for the Falcons if they're looking for a
Yeah,
tight
that's what I
end.
was gonna say. I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
we're totally gonna take Dulcich here.
Dolchich is very good. There are a lot of good tight ends left. This is a deep class. Isaiah
Yo,
Likely
my
is a guy I
boy.
really like. Cade Otton, guy I really like. Ruckert, obviously, I'm sure you're a big fan of. So
I think he's gonna fall though. I heard that because he hurt his foot at the Senior Bowl.
yeah.
So I guess he's gonna fall a bit, man. I'll take a flyer on him in the 6th.
Oh
for
hell
sure.
yeah, let's do it.
The thing is, like, Ohio State don't use their tight ends. Like,
No, they
obviously,
don't.
like we have the best receiving core in the nation. Like, you know what I mean? So those guys don't get balls. So I mean, you don't really
Yeah,
get to see him.
yeah.
But if you want to see him versus Clemson, last year, it was. Yeah, it was last
He's
year.
had some really
That's
good
when-
games. Yeah.
Justin Fields, they're like they basically let Justin Fields open it up, and I mean Fields tossed 6 tutties and we crushed it. So I mean,
Yeah. All right. Giants pick is in. We're going to get that, and then we will give you guys our final thoughts on the Falcons, depending on who exactly is here. But I know a lot of us are big fans of Perrion Winfrey. That's personally where I'm going to go, assuming the Giants don't swipe him right here. But
I watched a lot of SEC football, and I legitimately don't know who this guy is.
I have never heard of this person. I watched a fair number of corners, too.
I watch a lot of LSU. I'm sure Chase knows all about him.
I don't know who that is.
No, he's got some
Who is
decent
that?
highlights, but
Cordale Flott.
when
That's
somebody
fine.
tweeted that
That's
out,
great.
A slot corner?
I thought it was one of those names Gas or whatever. Like I thought it was like someone was trying to pull one over.
Yeah. He was a 303 on TDN's board, Cordale Flott. So that was a little early.
Perfect.
A little
Perfect.
early.
That's awesome.
every
what I like to hear.
reach ahead of the Falcons is perfect. So
Yeah, that's it.
so we got Falcons on the board now. The pick is in.
Somebody spoiled it for me, but I mean I'm sure it's going to be pretty quick. I've never heard of this person.
No way.
That's
Come
typical
on.
third round Falcons picks. So I wonder if I've heard of them. I watched a lot of people.
I think he's a receiver.
I believe that he is, but I'm not sure.
I couldn't tell you. He's an edge out of Western Kentucky.
Oh,
Is
I
it
know
D'Angelo
who it is.
Malone?
They were linked to him. So
Yeah,
I'm
Yeah.
gonna
Bro,
say
what
that
the-
and then disappear again. So
If you like it, Adam, I like it. I had never heard of him though. I hadn't watched.
Oh,
He's
shit.
interesting.
I guessed it and I tipped it. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Well,
Oh
he
my
said
God.
Western Kentucky edge, so I mean, there's only one. It's D'Angelo Malone. So I mean, you
It
were
was
like,
co- it was
God,
coming
bro,
across-
this guy is he's dynamite. He was in Trevor
Yeah.
Penning's ass the whole Senior Bowl.
yes, this dude is like, he's not like a big edge rusher, but he was putting Trevor Penning on his butt like
Yeah,
constantly.
that's one of the things right there.
yeah.
Plays bigger than size, right?
Yeah.
So when Senior Bowl was going on, and I was just going, you know what I mean? I was just posting the one-on-ones and putting my thoughts on the moves and how they were playing them and stuff like that. His uncle DM'd me, and he was talking to me. So he's an Atlanta native. So he's from Atlanta, and his family are all Falcons fans. They're all
That's
all
awesome.
of them are Falcons fans. So he and I said, I'm like, yo, D'Angelo's a nice little player. He's like, that's great. He wants to come home and play. I was like, that's sick. So, yo, that's full circle. I'm going to DM his uncle. That's so good.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm happy. I didn't know he was from Atlanta.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Obviously, it does make sense to me. I think I wouldn't take him over Perry on Winfrey, but
No,
we're past that now. I can't change that. But Malone is an intriguing player. Really, again, speed rusher, tremendous athlete. Not quite Ebiketie level, but 906 RAS overall, a little over 6'3", over 33-inch arms, so solid length, 243 weight, Had some pretty good jumps, almost a 35.5-inch vert, which is 87th percentile. 9 foot 11-inch broad, which is 81 percentile. Ran a 4.6 in the 40, which is 96th percentile for edge rushers. That's pretty damn good. A 1.6 10-yard split, also pretty damn good, 93 percentile. And hit a 7.06 3-cone, which is 87th percentile. So very good athlete, speed guy, explosive, undersized. Not necessarily the biggest impact guy against the run, but again, the Falcons have run defenders on the edge. They need pass rushers. So
Yes.
they got James Vaughters. They got Ogundiji who can stop the run. They need some pass rushers now. So
Yep.
and Lorenzo Carter can stop the run too. But
I like this room. I like this edge room. I like it so far. A lot of young guys that are gonna play a lot of snap, man. It's gonna be fun.
I like it.
Apparently, investing in.
Sorry, Jake?
I'm just.
We're losing you again, Jake. Losing you again. Yeah, he's had to pop back in and out a couple times. I think it's his AirPods disconnecting or something.
Oh, got you. Yeah, man. I'm really excited. This could be because I think he was slotted as a 4th rounder. Obviously we gave up the 4th rounder to move up to select Arnold Ebiketie. So I mean, maybe they slightly reached, but I mean he's a solid player. And I always talk about getting a power rusher and then going with a speedball rusher as well. This is exactly what I talked about. Arnold Ebiketie's more of a power rusher. He's got heavy hands, but he's got some bend to him too. So he's kind of like a complete package. But D'Angelo Malone is very much a speedball rusher where he can bend that corner. But he also has a nice counter to his speed that chops inside. So if anybody knows pass rush so well, so I mean, even if you know basketball, a Euro step, it's called a Euro step where you jab inside and then you rip inside. He's got a really intense Euro step back inside. So I mean, he's a solid pass rush. I like his game. I like his game a lot. He's fluid as hell too. That's what I mean. For a guy that's 243, you usually don't see pass rushers that attack inside like that. But I mean, D'Angelo Malone is a tough dude. I'm excited, man. I really like that pick. That's a solid pick.
Oh, there he is. I knew it couldn't last much longer.
Yeah. That man, the Eagles take a linebacker. Who knew?
Was it Nicobe?
Enjoy it.
Sorry,
Yeah,
again.
No, it's okay. Everybody knows what I'm talking. I think we're kind of past that at this point.
Yeah,
we're
late
just
in the
having fun
third
with it
round.
now.
Day 3, there's no point because they literally leaked 5 picks ahead at that point. But
yeah, and they're cutting up the footage on TV for the actual pick that they're announcing is 5 players behind the footage.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Eagles select the linebacker. It ends the slide for Nakobe Dean, who we're hearing did have the medical issues. That's why he's fallen, but he does get to go to. I mean, that's a steal. He might miss this year, but I mean, that's an elite player for the Eagles next season.
I said in the other stream that I was in today, the ideal spot for Nakobe Dean would be a team like Philly, that has those big in a 4-3 front. That has those big defense tackles, and he's paired with Jordan Davis right now. So I mean,
yep,
it's gonna be he's gonna just wreak havoc again. I mean, that Fletcher Cox, Javon Hargrave, Brandon Graham, he's really protected. He can really just roam and just do work. So I mean, it'll be fun. What's up, buddy?
Perfect fit for him. Happy that he gets to reunite with Jordan Davis too.
Right. Oh man, now I gotta like the Eagles a little bit more.
That's dangerous. That's dangerous territory.
Oh, a Jonathan Vilma comp.
What? Come give me
I like that.
Love you.
Jonathan Vilma, I like that.
Yeah, that's a good comp.
So, bring your cat with you. Hey, are you going in the field in the morning? All right.
All right. 84 Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock now. Got another. I think there's over.
I mean,
100 picks
all
that
in all,
place.
like Atlanta had a good day too.
Yeah.
I give him a B plus. Give him a B plus.
Like, yeah, it's right. It's up there. Like, I mean,
I did not think they would make all 4 of these picks.
I mean,
Yeah.
if you Troy Anderson, I feel like that's the one that we're kind of all like meh on. Are you? Is anybody
Well,
else
it's
like, oh, that was an amazing pick?
Well,
or
let's do this exercise, right? Like, let's say Desmond Ridder is pick 43, then you get, or well, let's say Ebiketie is 43, Desmond Ridder is the Troy Anderson pick, and then Troy Anderson is like pick 74.
Okay,
so
yeah,
do you like it better then? Because it
yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
matter.
you can sell me on that
Yeah.
draft. Yeah,
Yeah. So it's like, does it really matter? Like, you got all these 4 players. Yes, like I think Anderson was early, but then I think Ridder was great value. I think Ebiketie was pretty good value where he was drafted. So it's sort of like, did they get guys a little bit early with Anderson? Yes, but like, I get it with Anderson because there was buzz that teams really liked him. Obviously, as a 10.0 RAS, he's sort of like an unprecedented athlete. If you want that guy, you probably have to reach on him. Like, he's not going to be like. He's not going to go at pick 100 like boards were saying.
Yeah.
Based on
Oh,
DeMarvin
Leal
Leal
to the
to the
Steelers.
Steelers. Man,
I like that.
I do like that. That's a good pick.
But anyway,
It's like-
keep going, Kev.
Yeah, I just I guess I think that it's fine. Like I think if you do, I think it's a good 4. I like that they did get 2 trench players. That's what I wanted. Edge was where they needed the most help. Like, honestly, if they don't lose Grady, they're fine. Like, they're fine at defensive tackle. They've got Grady. They've got Anthony Rush, who is a nose tackle. Like, he can play nose if they need to. It's not going to be at the same level as a Travis Jones. It's not going to be a Jordan Davis, obviously, but he's fine. And then you've got some interesting guys there. You got Taekwon Graham, who came on last year, and then you have Vincent Taylor, who was supposed to be a starter for the Texans before he got hurt. So, like, I think your DTs, you're okay. Edge is where they desperately needed help, and they added 2 guys. So I think you've got now a top 4 edge group that actually has some level of promise. As before, it was like Lorenzo Carter and praying that Ogundiji becomes a starter. Like, that was what it was before today. Now it's Lorenzo Carter, Ebiketie, D'Angelo Malone, and Ogundiji, and like you can definitely see that group actually producing some sacks as opposed to Jordan. No offense to these guys, but like James Vaughters and Jordan Brailford, like I don't think we were expecting a career renaissance from any of those guys at this point. So
yeah, I definitely agree.
Yeah, I at the end of the day, the only one with the value that I'm really concerned about, because you can talk about value all day long. If you're an all-pro, nobody cares if you went with the first second-round pick or the second-round pick. The thing that I like is that Desmond Ridder was a third-round pick, and if for some reason he really just ain't it makes that a lot easier to move on than if you had taken him at 8.
Yep. Yeah, you can move on with no trouble. There's no sunk cost fallacy involved. You can really evaluate that pick honestly. You can be like, we liked him, but like, do we like him enough to pass on Bryce Young? Like, no, we're gonna trade for Bryce Young. Sorry, Desmond. But like, if you take him at 8, it's like, well, we can't take Bryce Young. Like we can't do it. Like, we're not gonna do it. Even at 43, it starts to be like, well, you spent a premium pick on this guy. Are you really gonna chuck him? So like, say like Ridder comes in. I think this is the most likely situation. Like, Mariota needs to come out for a few games. Ridder comes in and he's like solid. He's not great. He's not bad. He's solid. But then it's like, you see that from Ridder, and then you're picking in the top 10 still, and you have an opportunity to go up and get CJ Stroud, Bryce Young. Like, what are you gonna do with Ridder? If you take him at 8, you have to stick with Ridder because you've sunk all that cost into him. At 74, you have the opportunity to be like, look, maybe we shouldn't pass on these guys. Like we like what we've seen from Ridder, but like, you can really make an honest evaluation instead of being like, well, we can't because we spent this premium pick. So, I like it. I do like this pick by the Patriots too. Marcus Jones is really damn good.
Oh, Titans just moved back up. This could be a win-free spot, maybe.
Yeah. Malik Willis, and finally.
I mean, really though, Malik Willis, that's not out of the question.
No, it's not.
That's me, Mr. Cole.
gonna have to reevaluate. I'm so scrambled right now. I have no idea who's left. No idea who's on the damn board.
Yeah, that's why if you actually turn on the stream, I've got the I do look at the I have the mock draft, the TV mock draft thing going. It's like our little pick tracker. So that's how I'm keeping track so well. No, I wanted you to think that I just had this encyclopedic knowledge of every available player, just at arm's reach at all times. Yeah.
I thought all I was missing was the chat.
Yeah.
Get more done. I remember the day you asked.
I'm pretty surprised that
N'Kobe Dean's gonna have to redshirt this year.
Yeah, that's what we're
That's
hearing.
crazy.
Yeah, that's wild.
Oh,
that's
really?
Definitely why he would have fallen then. Yeah, I'm surprised that Tariq Woolen hasn't gone.
Yeah, that's another one.
I thought somebody would have taken a stab at that sooner than this. But, obviously the tape is very spotty, but, how many 6'4" guys that run 4.26 are out there? And that have any football acumen whatsoever, there's not many, so.
I still believe in him. I think the biggest surprise, undoubtedly. Let me pause it.
Bro, my mentions
Biggest
are
surprise
a
still.
mess. This is fucking terrible.
Yeah, mine are too. I should have not even said anything. I should have just went downtown tonight.
It's my fault for pulling you in here, so.
No, it's okay. I have enjoyed it. I think I just think it's the biggest surprise is obviously that 2 quarterbacks have gone in the first 3 rounds, which obviously the 3rd round is not over. I think maybe one more will go. I would be a little shocked.
Did you see this pick or no?
What is it?
For the Titans.
Oh, is it a quarterback? I guess we're about to find out. Oh, well, now I have
I was right. Yeah. My instincts were correct. I'm glad. I'm happy.
I
for
actually
him.
love this pick. I
I'm
actually
happy
love
for him,
this
yeah.
for them.
I love this pick, too. This is a great pick. Because if they can get off of Ryan Tannehill and develop him.
Yeah. We won't officially say the name, so but I think everyone probably knows who we're talking about at this point. It's been leaked minutes ago, but the pick is coming now.
Bro, I love this D'Angelo Malone pick. I cannot sing this guy's praises enough.
Yeah, I know you've always been super high on him.
Yeah, his Senior Bowl stuff was fun. And Trevor Penning's an asshole, straight up. And D'Angelo Malone wasn't gonna deal with that, and I love that he went back at him for it.
Yeah, and there Malik Willis goes finally to the Tennessee Titans at pick 86. Thank God for Malik Willis. I feel bad for the guy. He deserved to go higher than this, in my opinion. But I think it's a good fit for him, and I think that that is a good spot. I think it's a good spot for him to go, a good place for him to go where he's not going to be forced onto the field too early. And I think Tennessee, in theory, should have the infrastructure around him and run the sort of offense that he would fit really well in. So I like that pick a lot.
That's the whole thing for me too, is if you think that Willis has sky high potential and needs a little bit of time, that is a great landing spot. So hopefully it works out for him.
Yeah, I hope so. That's just rough. I just you see a guy like EJ Manuel go at 13, and then Malik Willis is still here at pick 86, and it's what are we doing? I can't believe nobody in the NFL is no, Malik Willis is worth a top 32 pick, but they were willing to make that case for EJ Manuel. It just blows my mind, but.
Well, my hot take on EJ Manuel is that if they hadn't kind of thrown him to the wolves early, he could have been pretty good.
Maybe he could have. That's true. There's always a chance.
My question is, who are they getting in front of? Because I see Arizona, Dallas, Buffalo, Las Vegas. Tampa would maybe be the next one.
Maybe there were just other teams trying to trade up at this point because the compensation is so low.
Maybe Las Vegas, though.
Yeah,
maybe
the Raiders. Maybe Arizona because they're about to trade Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I think that's a good pick I think it's actually a really good pick for the Titans too. I still think that Malik's the best. I still think he's the best quarterback in this class.
Yep.
at least going into the process, and that's a great fit for him. I mean, no more A.J. Brown, but he does have Traylon Burks. I mean, you got Derrick Henry, man. That makes it a lot easier.
Yep. I guess Desmond Ridder said to ABC, like, "Oh yeah, we're winning a Super Bowl in Atlanta, so put him in the Hall of Fame now, guys."
Well, like I said, he's immortal. Clearly, he's going to live forever. So
Yes, definitely.
he's not leaving until he gets
to say,
the Super
man?
Bowl, so he's going to be around forever.
That's what always cracks me up is people just get like, oh, it's such a stupid thing. Like when somebody will be like, oh, I'm the best player in the draft. Like, oh, this guy's an idiot. Like, what's he supposed to say? I'm probably
If he didn't say that, I would be concerned. If he didn't say he was the best player in the draft, I would be concerned. So, like,
I am the 74th best player in this draft class.
I am a good, solid late day 2 selection. I feel. So.
I probably could have went round 4 too. That would have been pretty good value. Yeah.
Oh God. So perfect.
That's funny. Right. Yeah, that's a good story. Malone going back to Atlanta with all the boys. That's good.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know he was from Atlanta. I know he was blowing up Penning. He put what's his name on his butt too, Falele.
Yeah.
Just with that, he got up under his pads and just pushed him over. All right. Cameron Thomas to the Cardinals here. That's a great pick.
Fantastic. God, man, I forget. Cam was one of my top guys for day 2, and I completely forgot about him all day.
Yeah.
I
feel
Cam
like
Thomas.
Yeah, I feel like he was like kind of a weird fit for a 3-4, which is why I was like not sure the Falcons would take him, but he's a damn good 4-3 defensive end. Like one of the better ones in this class. I'm shocked he went this late, to be honest.
He moves so well for a guy his size, though. I think he could make it work.
I think he could. I agree. Like I think he could make it work. That's why I think I still had him as like edge 7 or 8 or something. I was like, I don't even care. I don't even care that he doesn't stand up. Like he moves so well. Like he could make it work. I agree.
I think I had him right behind Sam Williams. I think that was the order they were in.
Mm-hmm. That sounds about right. All right.
75-year-old grandma is out here absolutely decked out in Cowboys. That is crazy.
Well,
all right.
This draft could have went a lot worse for Atlanta.
Oh,
so
yeah, I think it went pretty well, honestly. I've had a lot more head-scratching picks, let's say. There's been a lot more head-scratch. The worst day 2 was 2019 when we were hyped to get these day 2 picks in here, and then the Falcons traded them all away at the end of day 1 to get Caleb McGarry. Speaking of Caleb McGarry, we have his greatest defender here, Aaron. Aaron, how you doing, man?
We got a whole bunch of island boys now. Caleb McGarry,
island boy.
Marcus Omarita.
That
was the best video I've seen all week on Twitter, though.
Aaron, before we get to your analysis, which I do very much want, how do you feel about this Jordan Addison stuff?
Man, I don't know what the hell's going on, man. What the hell is going on?
I think they just bought him from you. Really, if you want me to be honest,
like, right?
I think they just bought him.
They're just like, here's $1 billion, come play for USC, and I was like, that's what happened. He left.
I would not be shocked.
My condolences. My
Yeah,
condolences.
that's crazy.
That dude got Keaton Slovis from USC. He's terrible.
Who is this?
I'm watching all these Drake London clips, and I'm watching this quarterback be terrible, and that's who's gonna
replace Keaton Slovis. Some people had Keaton Slovis as like a first rounder, like potential first rounder last offseason. I was like, what? I guess because he's at USC.
Like he has the name of a cartoon sloth. I'm sorry.
That's true.
I can't pick a guy like that early in the draft.
We got, let's see, Jalen Tolbert. We just went off to pick 88, I believe, to the Cowboys. That's a good pick. I like Tolbert a lot. That's a good one. I
gotta get some pick.
Phil smiling.
So I missed the Ritter reaction. How we feeling, boys?
I think we were all pretty happy at 74. Like I feel like it's hard to be mad at that one.
The fact that it's a 3rd round pick. Yeah, it's you're not married to him with a 3rd round pick. I still think you got a really good player.
Yeah. I'm interested to hear what you have to say about it, Aaron. We talked about it a lot. I think it was surprising it was above Malik, but the original gut feeling I had that they liked Desmond Ridder the most out of all the quarterbacks ended up being true all along. So I beat Big Media this time. I just want everyone to know. I lost to Big Media on the wide receiver thing. I'll take that, but I won on Desmond Ridder, that they clearly loved him by drafting him at 74 overall. So
Yeah, I think you're right. It always seemed to be the best marriage between a quarterback and a team. And we know that they basically every home game that Cincinnati had this year, a Falcon scout was in attendance. We know that they sent 1 billion people to their pro day. We know that, they were chatting up Luke Fickell at Senior Bowl and whatnot. So it seemed like, they either really loved My J. Sanders, I finally figured out how to say his name, or Alec Pierce, or Darian Beavers, or more than likely Desmond Ridder. So yeah, I'm with you guys. I like this pick a lot. You get a really good player in the 3rd round. If he winds up being the player that a lot of people think he's capable of being, I'm not going to go and say like you just drafted Dak Prescott, but you might have just drafted Dak Prescott. And if he's not that good, then, and the Falcons are terrible this year, like I think a lot of us think they will be, then you're still back in the CJ Stroud mix, and you're like, oh, well, we got a 3rd round backup quarterback, and you kind of need that. And then if people like, Desmond Ridder, you can trade him, like we did with Matt Schaub many, many years ago.
Some of the reactions to this pick are, well, not surprised. Falcons fans are reactionary creatures. I understand. They've been hurt very often. But it is a 3rd round pick. He wasn't the 8th pick. Like, it's okay. I mean, Jalen Mayfield was a 3rd round pick, and everybody wants him gone. So obviously, you don't have too much of an attachment to him. So I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think it was a great pick for the time, especially because I thought he was the guy you were going to have to take in the 2nd round if you were going to take him. And 74, that's not that bad at all.
no, and that's the thing. Like, it's like he was a top 50 player on most people's boards. So like getting him at 74 is just good value. And it's rare that I think you get to actually take a quarterback at good value if you're not taking one at like pick 1, 2, 3 or something like that. Like generally you're reaching on a quarterback. And I think you're actually getting good value on Desmond Ridder, which I think was shocking to believe, because I think we all thought the quarterbacks would go higher. But look, I think he fits the system. I think he has the mental makeup that they really, really like. And I think that he does have a legitimate chance of turning into a franchise quarterback, as good as anyone in this class, basically. And, we'll just have to see if it actually pans out or not. But I think at the end of the day, at the 74th pick, if he just becomes a good backup for you, that's not a bad pick either at 74. Like, it's really not. No. So the expectations on him will be so much lower. I feel like that honestly could make a big difference for a player. Like, if you come in as a 3rd round pick, it's like, I'm expected to be a contributor, but I'm not like the face of the franchise. And maybe that's actually just a really good environment for a quarterback, sort of an underrated sort of environment for a quarterback to come into.
Well, I think the good thing, you get him as late as you do, he's going to come in with a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah.
Because he's going to want to come in and prove everybody like I should have been, a 1st round pick or whatever the case may be. I thought the only chance that the Falcons were going to get Ridder was by trading up into the 1st round, by giving up the 3rd round pick, giving up their 2nd round pick to get him. So to basically be able to get him for half the cost that I thought it was going to take.
Shows how much you know.
Boot this guy.
Get him out of here.
Get him out of here.
Whenever I did my last mock draft, which mock drafts are always accurate, I had
always accurate. I
had because I don't pay for TDN premium because I'm not a chump, and I put Desmond Ridder at 32 to the Lions, and I said it might be the Lions, but it might be somebody else. I was like, somebody's going to take him in the last pick of the 3rd round, just to get that extra 5th-year option. And of course, I don't think anybody really saw 2.5 rounds with one quarterback. So.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I still like the pick. I like the pick. I can't be mad about it. I like D'Angelo Malone too. Adam knows way more about it than I do, but you talk me into him. And so if he's not good, I'm personally hold
we're gonna
that
blame
against you, by the way.
Damsky. Yeah,
That's
Damsky's
fine.
fault.
That's
yeah,
fine.
it's Damsky's fault.
I'll
He's
roll with
bad.
the punches.
Like-
I'll roll with
Yeah.
the punches.
You got a quarterback, I think, late that could end up being the guy, and you double dipped at pass rusher. Like, you made me happy tonight,
Yeah.
Atlanta Falcons,
Yeah.
and that's
Yeah.
all. That's all I needed them to do. So
The Falcons didn't Falcon today, I don't think.
They didn't. There was very little falconing, I think.
Yeah.
overall.
if they did Falcon, we won't know about it for a few years.
For a
which
bit,
is
yeah,
kinda
exactly.
nice.
It's not
It's a
instant
long-term
Falcon.
falcon. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So you mean people aren't gonna like argue over like if it was good or not until then, right?
Oh no, absolutely. We're gonna wait like 3
My
years.
my
We're all
mentions
gonna
are
have
already a
civil-
mess. They're like, why did we reach on Desmond Ritter? I'm like, what are we doing here? Like,
Yeah.
I'm not.
Like,
I'm
what-
not open
what is
to Twitter
going
threads
on?
tonight. I'm gonna go to Taco Bell, probably.
I got to
I
order something
figured
because
it'd
I'm
be
like
good.
3 beers deep now. I'm surprised I'm given coherent draft takes at this point, but so far so good. So we only got another like 10, 15 picks. I think I can make it, but
Yeah.
All right, we just saw Dylan Parham go to the Titans. Great pick there. I think this is a very good spot, very good value for Parham. One of my favorite interior guys, so that's a good pick for them. We're gonna have the next Bucks pick here. Bucks have had a bit of an interesting draft tonight. I think Cam Taylor-Britt was a good pick for them. The other one there earlier, Logan Hall was good too. I liked Logan Hall. Did they have another pick? I feel like they did. Didn't they take
Logan Hall.
Logan Hall and somebody
Luke
else?
Gadecki.
Oh, Gadecki,
Yeah.
that's it. That was a little
That's
early,
correct.
I think, but who knows? The Bucks always seem to take good offensive linemen, so at least recently.
We would have all said something about Ali Marpet out of where did Marpet go again?
Yeah,
Hobart.
like freaking Hobart. Yeah,
Yeah.
Hodor College. Or...
Hobart. Yeah. But anyways, Aaron, go ahead. Sorry, I made catch up.
No, I'm good. I didn't watch much of D'Angelo Malone. I heard mixed things about him. He's athletic, but he's undersized.
But he plays bigger than his frame from the film that I watched. Like, I mean, he was one of the only guys to get into Trevor Penning's ass. I know that doesn't say much. I know Trevor Penning's technique is lacking big time. But I mean, just from he met his physicality. That's what more so I meant overall with him. He very much is a speed rusher, but he has a nice Euro step back inside. Like, I mean, he played at Western Kentucky, so he was able to get away with a lot of shit that he probably is not going to be able to get away with in the NFL. But I mean, at the Senior Bowl, he was really able to bend that edge really well and show the real nice ankle flexation that those speed guys have. But I mean, I think he's got a little bit more pop in his hands than people think. And I'm curious to see how that Euro step translates to the NFL, because it's an uncharacteristic move from pass rushers that guys usually don't do at a consistent level in the NFL, unless you're like Joey Bosa, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Can see that.
But I
for
mean,
sure.
it's unusual in the sense that usually Euro steps a counter to like a power move, sort of speak, but he's using it to counter his speed, which I thought was interesting. But he's also really fluid, and he'll try a spin here and there. Like, I said the exact same thing about Arnold Ebiketie. Like, one of the biggest terms with pass rushing is being uncomfortable, or being comfortable being uncomfortable. And I feel like both of those guys do that. Like, they'll throw different things at you, and I feel like that's half the battle as a pass rusher. So I'm curious to see how Malone translates to the NFL. I feel like there'll be a little bit of a learning curve, but I like him. I feel like he's a third round pick. I think he'll be a situational passer, but he could probably also be a guy that could be like a spy in DMP's scheme for facing, like, Josh Allen's of the world as well. He's that athletic.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. The Bucks get
Who's in
Rashad
Stephen
White
Means?
here, one of my sons, so it's unfortunate. Rashad White's damn
Would
good.
you stay there, Aaron?
I like
Basically
Rashad
going to
White.
be Stephen Means.
Yeah. I mean,
He's better than
a
Stephen
better,
Means.
hopefully healthier.
No one's better
version
than
of-
Stephen Means, Kevin. That's not true.
Well,
But
not
I
according to
think
Dean Pease. Yeah.
I feel like this puts the nail in the coffin for Stephen Means, though. I hope.
Yeah.
I'm praying to sweet baby
Well,
Jesus.
I mean, we don't have to worry about losing Stephen Means because we got
James
Adeola
Goddard.
Deji, who's no better than Steven Means.
Man, he had a rookie. Man, can you give him benefit of the damn doubt? Jesus. This goes back to mine and this guy's conversation about him being a 5-tech. That's why he's just like, I just need him to be bad. I just need him to.
It's just funny to me that Steven Means got so much grief when he was actually like, for most of the last season, more productive pass rusher than Adeola Deji.
Oh yeah.
I'm
No,
so excited
don't get
for
me
Ade.
wrong. Like, yeah, there was like such a low bar to clear though. So it's like it's you're the best pass rusher on the worst pass rush, you know. But hey,
Here's
Steven
the
Means
Days in here too. But I mean, like,
yes, yeah,
if he's
definitely.
just like a run stuffer, like, oh wow, he was like a sixth
rounder.
I mean, that's like, if he's a good run stuffer, that's fine. Like, you know.
Oh, good pick. Good pick.
Yeah, I like
For
this
my
pick
Green Bay
better.
Packers. Sean Ryan, great pick. I think he went a little too late.
Yeah, that's way low for him.
Who's this, Sean Ryan?
Yeah,
They're gonna stick in the guard. Yeah.
I did not like Sean Ryan. I just could not. I just couldn't
too
wrap
many
my head
shades of
around him. I
Jalen
was just like,
Mayfield. Too many shades
Just
of
like-
Jalen Mayfield for
he
you.
just fell off of every block that I saw him try to make.
Yeah,
Well, now he's playing for the Packers, who can actually develop offensive linemen.
that's
so
true.
That's good for
They're
him.
good at that. That's one of their strengths for sure. So
Was it? Didn't Kayvon Thibodeau like throw him into the quarterback?
it's entirely
Pretty
possible.
sure, I'm pretty sure he like threw him into the quarterback.
I don't
that was
doubt it.
one of those. That was one of those games where it's like, oh well, Kayvon's actually good against UCLA.
Sean Ryan's actually bad, so at least we know that.
I mean, that's what Kayvon did. He just used to feast on bad Pac-12 tackles.
Look, it's
The
not
Vic
his fault the
Beasley.
Pac-12 sucks.
The Vic Beasley of the Pac-12.
Vic Beasley to God, okay? Look, that Vic Beasley, don't you dare
Now,
slander
now
that
I'm
2016
free to throw
season.
shade at all the players I thought were overrated, like Kayvon and George Pickens.
Oh,
Now
man, they
defending
got
Falcons.
49ers
No,
got
don't do it.
the 49ers got Dr. Disrespect here to deliver their pick. So
Oh, what? They got the dog? What a legend.
video game hyphenated
I don't know
streamer.
who the fuck that guy is. I could not tell
He's
you.
a,
who
he's
he
a
is.
streamer. He's a streamer. Yeah.
He's
one of
really
the
funny.
biggest
He's also
streamers.
like 6'7".
Yeah, he's really tall.
Biggest like figuratively and like literally. Yeah, he played like college basketball. He's fucking massive.
Oh man,
Oh,
there's
Jesus
like
Christ.
the stereotypical strange running back pick by the 49ers on day 3.
Yeah.
Tyrion
Like
Davis
clockwork.
Price. Yep.
What are they doing? Like, why do they keep taking running backs,
We
man?
can't keep getting away with this.
Like, how many do you fucking need, man? Like, what the hell?
Look,
Carolina
when
just
you can
needs
get,
to
when you
like
can
this
get
guy
your
as, like,
fourth
the
running
big
back in the
three.
committee, you have to do it. Okay.
Oh wow, like Brent Cox getting washed out of another play. What a shocker. And giving up.
Carolina
He's
just made
actually a
fun
nice
pick.
little back.
I forgot. I thought Carolina. Wait, did Carolina trade up?
No, I think they're pick 100. Is that about where we're at?
I thought they were like pick 130 something.
No, I think
Somebody
they
Oh
traded
yeah,
up.
they
Okay.
did. They traded up. They traded up. They traded.
Oh, okay.
They traded a 2023 third to move up to 94
This is Sam Howell, but
from pick
I can see
137.
that.
God, that would
Whoever
be just
told me
perfect.
today they had
Panthers.
pick 100, you lied to me.
No,
Go
they
back.
actually picked a bad quarterback, not Sam Howell.
Oh, they picked the
Sam
bad
Howell's
one.
good.
Yeah. Okay. I got you.
I keep reading they're close on Baker Mayfield, so that'll be fun. AJ
Okay, they
Terrell should
picked the
see his
bad.
highest interception
Oh, I
numbers
know
this
who
year.
Aaron's talking about. It's the bad one. Okay, I immediately know now because I
He's
know who
trash.
Aaron doesn't like.
They
It is a
Who is
quarterback.
Strong?
It is a quarterback. It is a quarterback.
Strong is not
Carson's
trash.
good.
You
Yeah.
don't-
Aaron doesn't
Like,
hate Strong.
okay?
No, Aaron only hates one quarterback, so you should know who this is. So
Wait. They took you said they took the bad quarterback. Can he pick it in the first round?
How dare you, Jay? How dare you? Okay.
all right, we're gonna everybody get your virtual gloves on. We're gonna go throw hands. The virtual alley. So
I did love their first pick though. I think Ike Ekwonu was the best player.
oh,
in
Ike
the entire
Ekwonu is
class.
awesome. That was a great pick. But
The reality is, moving up for a quarterback is good here. I don't even care who.
Bro,
it is.
they
It's gonna
really-
be an updater.
They really went quarterback? Did they we know it's a quarterback?
They're really going quarterback.
Oh.
They're going quarterback. I'm not going to spoil it until it's announced, but they're going quarterback. Yeah.
I think I know which one Aaron doesn't like, and if he doesn't like this one, I don't like
Oh,
the fit for the team, but I don't know.
It's gotta be. It's gotta. Oh man.
I like the
I'm
mental. I
90%
can see
sure
the
I know
wheels
who you're
turning.
talking about.
No, I know who it is.
Yeah.
I don't want to say.
We get a process of elimination. I don't think we're talking about Skylar Thompson out of Kansas State. So.
Yeah, that would be a good pick.
What about Zappy? Yeah, Zappy.
Yeah, the zapper. Get the zapper in there. Yeah.
If this is who I think it is, I don't love the fit.
Yep.
Mainly because Matt Rule is a dum-dum, but that's not really.
Well, that's also true. Yeah. All right. Well, eventually they're actually going to announce this pick. I do know who it is. We'll take this time. We did have a tip come in from Noah Cook. Thank you, Noah. He says, overall, thrilled with the draft. Excited to see what Troy Anderson's going to do in our defense. Concerned with Ritter's accuracy as a potential starting quarterback. Thoughts on Ritter? Yeah, I mean, we've talked about him a bunch. I know you put this in like 14 minutes ago. Sorry, I missed it then. I think, like, if you're concerned about Ritter's accuracy, that is the concern. Like, that is the big concern with him. Like, I think that's a reasonable concern. And he's going to need to fix his accuracy, or at least mitigate his accuracy problems, to be an NFL starting quarterback. Like, you can get away with it in college sometimes. In the NFL, if you're off target, it's going to result in turnovers, and it's not going to be good. And honestly, Ritter generally takes care of the football pretty well. Like, he's not putting the ball in harm's way, but it's really like, I don't know what it is, because I think honestly Ritter's mechanics overall are pretty good based on my limited knowledge of quarterback mechanics in general. It's sort of, I think it's sort of a mental thing with him. I think he just gets super hyped at the beginning of games, because if you watch his pretty consistently, the first quarter, his accuracy is scattershot, and he just calms down after that, and the accuracy gets better, and then he's like really dynamite at the end of games. And like that's a little weird, but I feel like something like that is correctable, because I don't think it's a mechanics issue. And honestly, like, you think you can fix mechanics for some of these quarterbacks, but honestly, mechanics are pretty damn hard to fix, especially for guys that have been playing this much football. Like, that stuff's ingrained at this point. It's really hard to change. Your throwing motion's really hard to change, stuff like that. So I think if it's a mental thing, like it really is, then I think it's not that big a deal, and I think he can end up being a starting quarterback in the NFL. But we'll just have to see. But it has officially been announced. It is quarterback Matt Corral from Ole Miss going to the Panthers here at 94. So I know there's takes. So go ahead and unleash your takes, fellas.
All right. Well, if Aaron's wrong, he can go first.
Look, Matt Corral's fine. Like, to me, the thing that stood out to me watching the film, because last year he had some really rough outings when teams dropped 8 in the coverage, right? Like, he threw 6 picks in like that Arkansas game, all because he couldn't locate underneath defenders when they would drop 8 in the coverage. And so this past year, the thing I noticed watching the film was that I think Lane Kiffin basically was just like, look, if the first read is not there, just tuck it and run it. Don't force it. Don't turn the ball over like you had a tendency to do last year. And he did that. But it made sort of that offense and how he was operating it simple. And the other thing that really stood out to me watching the film that I saw was like when it was like a 3rd and 6 or in the red zone, it was very, very scripted, very, very structured plays. It was just like one read, throw it away. And like he would never get the opportunities in critical down situations to sort of sit back, drop, and make reads and throw the football. It was just kind of all just like manufactured, a lot of QB runs and whatnot. And so like that to me, basically the feeling I got, and again, I don't know this, but just the vibe I was getting was like they didn't trust him to make good decisions. And like if you can't trust a guy to make good decisions in college, like that's a recipe for failure in the NFL.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with everything you said. But yeah, go ahead, Jake. I also might agree. I might agree with some of the things Jake says too. I don't want to rule it out, but go ahead. I also was somewhat low on Matt Corral, but go ahead.
I joke too, and you keep saying he's all right. That's how I feel about all these guys as far as the quarterbacks go. My thing with Matt Corral is I think he has very fluid mechanics. I actually really like his throwing motion. It's super compact, very quick. and the ball comes out of his hand. Like he throws it hard very effortlessly, which I really like. And obviously that's not everything, but very effortless throw of the football, good athleticism. And I said this earlier, I like my quarterbacks a little dumb. Not too dumb, a little dumb. He's very reckless, but sometimes he has the talent to make it work. And I don't know if that's going to work in the NFL, which is why I say I didn't really love Carolina for him. But I just think Corral has a lot of moxie too. He seems like he was very well liked by his teammates. He seemed like he led that football team. And there are concerns. I'm not going to act like he should have been the number one pick because, I mean, I had a second or third round grade on him, which is where he ended up. But I think there's something there. There's definitely something there. There's a strong arm, there's mobility, and there's leadership qualities, and I think that's something you can work with compared to, some of the other guys that would be available around this time.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I also think at this point in the draft, like, it's fine to take your shot. I think for the Panthers, them trading away what is very likely to be a high third next year to get up to get Matt Corral, I think is maybe where I have an issue with it. And they have no one to blame but themselves for this, trading all their picks away like this season to try to, maximize a quote unquote playoff window when they were never a playoff team ever. Like they never were. It was always an illusion. It was very stupid.
Second for Sam Darnold in this economy?
Yeah, in this economy? Exactly. So, I mean, they have no one to blame but themselves for this, and they've now forced themselves into another bad decision, trading away another pick. But again, if Sam Howell hits, no one's going to care that he took an extra third-round pick. But again, is he being brought into a situation that's going to actually result in good things for him? That's what I don't know. Like, Matt Rule's probably getting fired. And then it's like, does a new quarterback have any allegiance whatsoever to Matt Corral? And then you're just screwing him over. So, like, I don't know.
There's my guy Nick Cross going to the Colts.
Oh, there's Nick Cross. Yeah, we just had Zachary Carter go to the Bengals as well. Yeah, I know you're a big fan of Nick Cross. You want to tell us about some of the reasons you're a big fan of him?
Yeah, he's definitely a lot more sizzle than steak right now. But there's a lot of sizzle there. He's big and he can move really well. He's kind of never really showed that much on film. He did have 3 picks last year. But you can definitely tell he's kind of just out there being a massive freak and playing the game instead of actually understanding what's going on. But I like it, man. I think there's some upside there, and especially going to Indy. They got a well-coached defense. I like the fit there.
Yeah, I like that too. There's some good picks coming out here in the last couple. Yeah. All right.
All right, let's see. Detroit, Washington, Cleveland, Arizona, Jets, Miami, Kansas City, LA Rams. I don't know if we'll see Sam Howell. If it's not this next pick with Detroit, somebody picks up.
It could be Detroit. But yeah, unless somebody trades up, I don't necessarily see it. I mean, maybe Washington, theoretically, if they're not sold on Carson Wentz long term. I guess it's always I don't know.
I'm gonna piece you guys out. Gonna listen to Terry and them day 2 presser and then record a podcast.
Okay, so they're not making any more picks. Spoiler alert, jeez.
No, yeah. Terry and them.
All right.
See you guys.
Enjoy it, Aaron. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, I don't know what the hit rate is on fourth quarterback pick in the 3rd round, but I imagine it's not pretty high. So
yeah, I wonder how many drafts do you think there've been when there've been 3 quarterbacks taken in the 3rd round? I feel like it's pretty rare.
That's the first, second, and then like 4th. I feel like the 3rd is where you skip.
Yeah, it's weird. It's sort of like if they're good enough, they usually go in like the first couple rounds, and then they're just day 3 guys after that. But
then you just take some darts and see if you can hit on somebody.
Lions pick is in here at 97.
Pepperoni and hand stuffed it inside that garlic kissed crust. Oh no!
Somebody got from that freaking pizza commercial, man.
Sorry, my bad. That's me.
They're blasting that, crispy crust all over my screen.
It's so loud. I don't know why it's so loud.
Yeah, the freaking commercials are just always obnoxious.
Perry on Winfrey taking a little tumble here, eh?
Yeah, I don't get that at all, man. I don't know what the issue is there. That one makes no sense to me.
Myjai Sanders too. That one surprised me. I thought he was a good little edge.
I'm actually not surprised by that. I think teams are afraid of the weight stuff because I know he showed up. He looked like he was playing in the 430s or in the 430s wouldn't be that would be another weight problem in the 230s. He looked like he was playing in the 230s in college, which is not going to fly in the NFL at all. Shows up at the Senior Bowl, weighs in at 242. It's like, okay, that's fine, box checked. Shows up at the combine, he's like 228, and everyone's like, oh my god. And then he's like, no, it's fine. I was just sick. And then at his pro day, he's back to 248 again. So it's just like, I think there's enough concern there that he can't keep weight that I think teams are a little bit concerned about that. But yeah, I mean, he probably would be ahead of like some of these guys, some of these edge players. Like I think he was ahead of D'Angelo Malone actually on my board slightly. But you know, it is interesting because I figured somebody would take a chance on the athleticism or something by now, but.
Yeah, I mean, the way Cincinnati was using him last year, too, he's more like a 5-tech.
Yeah.
That's what kind of intrigued me, which is like, if he's playing like that at that weight, imagine what he would do like in an NFL weight training program. So, I mean, that's the only thing that intrigued me. But I feel like we got to add to like the actual D line.
Yeah.
I feel like we need like a nose tackle, like a pass rushing nose tackle would help, or like a 5-tech or 4-eye kind of defensive end, but I don't know who's. I have to take a look at who's left. But.
Yeah, I mean John Ridgeway, he's like a nose tackle. He could be someone.
Yeah,
maybe.
Ridgeway.
We don't pick again until the 5th now because we traded our 4th.
Yeah.
So like a Matt Henningsen, I know is getting a lot of hype.
Oh, Henningsen, yeah. Oh,
Matthew
Hinton,
Butler.
Chris Hinton. Is that Hinton, the Michigan defensive end?
Yeah, he might be available too. Sometime he might be available too. I don't see it here, but I know the. Falcons
Atlanta had him in for an interview, and he was a guy that it was a really good fit for that 3-man front.
Yeah. Let's see. There was Ioma Uzurike, is someone that I think has been connected with the Falcons as like a 3-4 defensive end / defensive tackle type of player. So there's definitely some of those guys will probably be around in the 5th round. Safety Kirby Joseph going to the Lions here. The safeties are all coming off the board pretty quick. It's kind of interesting. Sometimes those guys fall. Yeah, it's really like, you know, I sort of always penciled in that 114 pick as like a running back pick for the Falcons. And now that they don't have it, it's sort of like, are they still going to go running back in the 5th round? Because I think there's going to be good running backs.
Isaiah Spiller didn't get picked.
No, he's still there. He's still there.
Holy
now he's not going to make it to the 5th, but you know, because he's still there. I mean, there's running backs falling, like Zamir White, Pierre Strong, Brian Robinson, Damian Pierce is my boy. You know, I'm all about Damian Pierce. Hassan Haskins. Some of those guys.
We're on the same page with that.
Yeah, Damian Pierce Strong, is like my number. Yeah.
There goes Brian Robinson right there.
Oh, well, there you go. I spoke too soon on Brian Robinson.
Player to Washington, man. So does like Dan Snyder just like, man, Alabama's a really good college football team. If we just draft all their players, we'll be good.
If we need to mold ourselves after the best college football teams. That's how we win games. So
is there going to be a run on running backs now?
Maybe. Nick Saban, who arguably runs the tightest ship in all sports, versus Dan Snyder, who arguably does the complete opposite.
Does he even have a ship? I feel like it's grounded. Like it's like if you've seen the movie like Blade Runner, the new Blade Runner, you know, when they go into the battleship and it's like just like a shell of a battleship. It's just like wrecked and it's just in this wasteland. And that's what the Washington Commanders are right now in terms of how the ship is put together. But yeah, I guess it makes sense for them. I feel like running back's not really a concern for Washington. But, you know, why not? I don't think this is a bad pick at this spot in the draft, certainly.
Yeah, I mean, I like Robinson. I feel like he's a pretty safe choice, too. The last running back I can think of that they drafted, that really didn't go very well. I feel like he's the complete he's pretty safe choice. I feel like he can give you 3.5, 4 yards of carry and definitely carry a workload.
Yeah, that's the thing with Brian Robinson. I don't feel like he's a super special running back, but I feel like he's like a fringe NFL starter, like a quality part of a rotation at the NFL level, a good early down grinder, like someone that can carry the load on the ground for you. And he's a good pass protector too, so that adds some value there. I mean, he can catch the ball. He's not a dynamic receiver, but he's certainly, the hands aren't an issue or anything like that. But yeah, I found myself. Gibson? What's that?
Did they draft Gibson?
They did draft him, I think. I think that was original.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
I was thinking of Darius Guys.
Yeah. They also drafted Darius Guys.
Yeah, no. When I said the last one they drafted, yeah, that's my fault. I'm getting a little. Yeah. We're approaching hour 4. I'm a little tired.
Yeah, we're deep at this point, so that's okay.
You been here from the hop, Jake?
Oh yeah.
Oh geez, man, y'all are killing it. Jesus.
Yeah. I don't get to leave. I got to leave for like 5 minutes while Dave was here.
You're obligated to be here.
Yep. I'm contractually obligated. Dave makes sure we sign those contracts in blood, so I can't get out of that one.
Shit. Dave slid out of here without telling anybody.
Yeah, I know. He just sort of pops in and out. He just likes to supervise. You know, he sits back there and watches us and judges, and then he leaves. And he comes
just
back
make sure
you're
still here, eh, Kevin?
Yeah, he's just checking in. Make sure the stream's up. Yeah, make sure the stream's up. Yeah. Make sure the takes are flowing. David Bell here to the Browns. Yeah.
I like that pick too. And Adam, I will never turn down an opportunity to come run my mouth and give opinions for any amount of time. So
that's how I knew I could get you on here. I just knew that the siren's call was too much to resist. So
if you need somebody to come talk,
Jake's about that life.
I'm an entertainer at the very least.
He's a big game hunter. That's what I like about him.
My opinions may not be very good, but you know what? I'm here to entertain.
Hey, it's day 2. You know, no one's opinions are good at this point. Especially day 3. Day 3 just gets silly. So I try to pretend like I know every player on day 3, and I think I do a good job of pretending. So
isn't Donovan Peoples-Jones basically David Bell?
I think DPJ is a little more athletic.
Yeah, I was about to say I think DPJ is a better athlete. Yeah, but I think David Bell. I think David Bell.
Guys all hate David Bell, man. I like this guy.
I love David Bell's tape.
RAS, but his testing was horrible.
Yeah.
But his tape is very good.
David Bell's tape is awesome. I love David Bell's tape. It's really good. But David Bell's...
Him and Cam Thomas.
Oh, man, yeah.
I like that.
That's good. That's a good one.
But anyways, I want to hear what you got on. Sorry.
Yeah, that's the only problem I have with David Bell.
Yo, the Rams are going to pick for the first time. Yo, they're going to get a Hall of Fame.
Oh, hell yeah.
They're going to get Perrion Winfrey. Watch.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
They'll probably get a running back. They'll probably take Pierce Strong. That's my guess. That's my guarantee.
Pretty sure they always take a running back.
They got Henderson and Cam Akers.
Yeah, that's why.
They have to take a running back. They have to. Yeah, they're very on brand. They're very on brand.
Their first pick's always in the 3rd round, and they always take a running back. So I'm going Pierce Strong. I'm putting a pin in that.
They need a dynamic presence.
Yo, they're going to go Jeremy Ruckert, and he's just going to run amok in that offense.
I wouldn't hate it. For them.
I don't even know. I got to pull the stream back up. I don't even know who the hell is available.
Here, I'll show you the top available. I'll pull it back up here so you can see the top guys on the board.
Okay.
It might take a second.
All my Bills buddy. There's a ton of Bills fans where I live. Obviously, I live in Canada.
Yeah.
Tons of Bills fans that absolutely love James Cook. They don't even know who Kyrie Elm is, but they love James Cook.
Hey,
you know who else? You know who else the Bills love is me. Me and Bills Mafia are tight.
Well, I have to come down to Buffalo then. That's like 30 minutes from me.
Yeah, I live in Syracuse, so I'm like adopted Bills Mafia. So.
Kevin, you live in Syracuse? What the hell?
You live in Syracuse?
Yeah. Yes, I live in Syracuse.
I was just there for a tournament.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I love Syracuse.
That's funny.
Cool. I haven't lived here like super long.
I had absolutely no idea.
Yeah, I've lived in Syracuse since like 2018. But yeah, I'm from Florida originally, so that's where I got hooked on the Falcons.
What the hell? Why the heck would you do that?
Well, you know, the wife.
You're around two competent teams.
Yeah,
You don't play.
exactly. Somehow I ended up with the Falcons. So yeah.
Buddy,
Yeah.
I just came back from North Carolina. I'm willing to work at McDonald's to stay down there for the weather.
Yeah, I actually like the cold, so it works out for me. But I lived in Florida for like 20 years, so I was ready to get out away from the heat at that point.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, this is good right here. We can do a quick little look ahead to tomorrow. Leo Chenal is probably my number one. Perry and Winfrey is definitely my number two. Channing Tindall is definitely on that list. Tariq Woolen, Daniel Bellinger, Kobe Bryant. There's some talent here. Damian Pierce, Khalil Shakir, Charlie Kohler, Darian Beavers, Max Mitchell, who I like, Pierre Strong, Jamari Salyer, Isaiah Likely, Zach Tom, Brandon Smith, Calvin Austin. Calvin Austin's still on the board.
Yeah.
Calvin Austin. That would
I'm
be a great
surprised, but like not shocked because he is smaller. But it's like the Rams took maybe the Rams will take him. They took Tutu last year. You know, Calvin Austin's got 10 pounds on Tutu, so they're clearly unafraid of that. But yeah, I think the top remaining players according to TDN's board here that I'm using, Sam Howell, 37 overall, Perrion Winfrey, 39 overall, Tariq Woolen, 52, Isaiah Spiller, 55, Daniel Falele, 58, offensive tackle, Jamari Salyer, 59, interior offensive lineman, Leo Chenal, 64, linebacker, Isaiah Likely, tight end, 69, nice, Darian Kennard, 71, Calvin Austin, we just said, 73, Khalil Shakir's at 76, and then Cade Otton, the tight end, at 84. So maybe one of those players will still be there for the Falcons. Maybe.
It's going to be somebody we've never heard of. But.
No, I know. Like, I'd never heard of
who I'd kick tires on. Fuck.
I'd never heard of Ogundeji either. Or Taekwon Graham.
Yeah, no, I'd never heard of Taekwon Graham. I had heard of Avery Williams. I had never heard of Frank Darby. Yeah. Frank Darby was such a weird pick. Can we talk about that? Like,
yeah.
I still don't get that pick. I still don't get it at all. Like, even to this
all
day.
the issues that people think Drake London have is what Frank Darby has.
Yeah, Frank Darby's a deep threat that can't run fast. Like,
yeah, he was a jump ball guy at ASU that couldn't jump, but he was just playing against bad people that also couldn't jump, so he could just catch.
Yes.
I just don't understand like the aversion. Real quick, just the wide receiver aversion. Everybody's like, we don't need a wide receiver. I'm like, you realize, like, our Auden Tate is technically our wide receiver one right now. Like,
yeah.
You do realize that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of like.
There you go.
Oh, yep. There's Jeremy Ruckert. There's your boy to the Jets.
Yo, you went to the Jets? Let's go. Yo, I actually like that. Yo, you went with Olave? Oh my God, bro. New York's like, that's it. That's it.
It's the Ohio State destination there with Garrett, the Wilson to Wilson connection, and now the Ruckert there too. So,
and my dog Jermaine Johnson went there. Let's go.
Yep, they're getting all the guys.
God damn, I should have been a Jets fan.
Well, you know, be careful with that. Yeah, be careful with that one.
Yeah, I was about to say, man. There's a few worse destinations than the one we're in, and that might be one of them.
Yeah, that might be one of the few that's consistently worse. So. I do like their draft, though. I think this is a good draft for them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's a goddamn animal. Yeah, the Clemson game, he was cooking, man. He was cooking big time.
Yeah.
Little angle route, bang. Woo,
he was so good at the Senior Bowl,
too.
Like, he was just wrecking guys, and then he got hurt, and it was like all the hype cooled off. But, like, I didn't, like, don't forget, like, he was still wrecking guys. Like, you know.
Yeah. The guy that Ohio State's not going to use right now, too, G. Scott Jr., in like 2 years, watch, he's going to be a sick wide tight end like Evan Ingram.
Yeah, I could get down for that.
I'm telling you, but we're not going to use him. Nobody's going to talk about him.
I don't know why any like good tight ends would go to Ohio State. It's just
no,
like,
I have
not
no
gonna get
idea
used at all. Yeah, it's
basically, if you're like a 2-star good blocker, like basically go there. But like if you're a receiver, like why are you coming to Ohio?
Yeah, like it's really good for getting those sort of blockers drafted. Like, who was that other guy that went like the 3rd round a couple of years ago? That was an Ohio State tight end. That was just like he's a blocker.
Nick Bannon.
Yeah,
Nick Bannon.
Bennett, and there was
Yeah,
another guy
stud.
too. But yeah,
Serious
Well,
question:
last year-
is this Miami's first pick?
it might be.
Might be.
Because they traded all that for Tyreek. It might be.
Yeah. Yeah, guys, we got 3 more picks after this one. Then that will be the end of day 2. Just want to remind you guys, I will be back. I can't speak for these guys, but I will be back tomorrow at 12 noon for the start of day 3, and we'll be here through all rounds 4 through 7. It's going to be a good
Goddamn
time, I
lunatic.
promise. I will pretend to enjoy it. No, I do enjoy it.
Send this guy some body armor.
Yep.
Yo, listen. Being from Canada, I had body armor for the first time this tournament. It was so good.
I haven't
Like
tried
I
that.
bought
Did you get
like
the
I
orange
went through
mango?
like 12 of them. I went through
orange mango is
the
my favorite.
mixed berry or something like that. That was a good one.
Damn good dog off the board, fellas.
Oh, man, another dog coming?
It was a Channing
Yeah.
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 Good pick.
That
I
is-
like that
is
for
good.
Miami though. They need
It's
that
about-
side. They need that sideline to sideline.
Bro, he might start for them, man.
You might.
Yeah, well, they got Jerome
Exactly.
Baker.
Because they got rid of Raekwon. Yeah, they don't have Raekwon McMillan anymore. Or maybe I'm thinking of Jerome Baker. I'm not sure.
I can't remember.
He's
He's
got
good,
range
though.
like nobody else, though,
Yeah,
man.
he's really good. He sort of gets forgotten
Stud.
because of like Quay and N'Kobe Dean, but he's damn good too.
I like the value there for him.
Yeah, that's good value. Yeah, guys. Like I said,
This
noon
is-
tomorrow. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but yeah, like and subscribe, all
No,
that
you're
good
fine,
stuff,
you're fine.
and then back to the takes. You know.
Oh my God, Mike McDaniels is not. He just. I didn't know that was even him. He just doesn't look like a coach to me. We were talking
looks
about
like
this last night.
The owner's kid that snuck in, you know. Yeah.
Exactly. We were talking about this last night. I mean, I need my coach to be like extremely overweight and greasy, like hasn't shaved.
Oh,
two-
why?
like
What
two-
the hell?
two
Yo, I need
dips
my
in his
guy to look
mouth.
like McVay, man. Just a goddamn stud.
Yeah, it has to be
Well-
either that or like Arthur Smith. There's no in between.
Or like
yeah.
Mike Tomlin, just super like, you know what I mean? It just looks like he would ruin your day.
Yeah, just like
Mike,
angry.
yeah. You gotta be rocked up too. Yeah, like
Yeah,
like
yeah.
actually
Yeah.
swole.
Like,
Yeah, like Dan
Tomlin
Quinn.
looks like he could throw hands, man. Like I
Yeah.
definitely wouldn't want to fight Tomlin.
No, for sure.
But I just like all the handsome coaches. Well, I guess except McVay now. All the handsome coaches just fold in the playoffs. Kyle Shanahan, Matt LaFleur, all three.
this
There
is
goes Leo. Good pick.
oh
Good
yeah,
pick.
there goes Leo. Yeah, he was one of the
Of
highest players
course.
left on the board. So
Of course.
not surprised that the Chiefs made a good pick. The best team you know just made a great pick. How unfortunate.
Yeah, I was gonna have him as my number one target for tomorrow, but that unfortunately that ain't gonna happen. Oh, and we don't have the first fourth.
We
right?
don't have the fourth, yeah. So we're gonna be like, it's gonna be down the board a bit by the time that the Falcons actually get on the clock again.
Good pick. Really good pick.
Yeah, that's a good
He's gonna be a
one.
monster in Kansas City.
Oh yeah,
Next to Willie Gay too. Great athlete.
yeah. I like that fit for them a lot. That's a damn good player.
They got Bolton, right? Nick Bolton too.
Oh yeah, that's right. They do have Nick Bolton.
Yeah. Nick Bolton. But Chanel's the more throwback, smash you up linebacker. Bro,
I think Sindler
just
very-
know this pick's gonna be Perrion Winfrey.
That would be a really smart play if it was.
It would. It'd be super smart. So maybe
I'm
it'll be
sticking
the
with Pierre
punt
Strong.
god. No.
There's-
Punt god.
Dude, if they take
Mataraza, come on.
Mataraza, dude, we gotta snag him if he's there in the fifth. That's what worries me. I'm worried to use that fourth on.
Yeah. No, the Falcons could draft a punter at any moment now. Like it's a legitimate chance. Like they
And they actually
basic-
don't have like more said in Miami. Like they actually do need one.
yes. Unless you love Dom Maggio. So
Yeah,
the king.
which personally,
You know,
I
I
like
don't
other
love him.
Italians.
Yeah, you know, I don't.
That
I'm
was a
sorry,
joke.
Dom.
That was a
Dom
joke.
might be watching, but you know.
oh man,
Gonna
who are they
see
bringing out?
who the Rams pick here, and that will be the final pick of round 3 and the final pick of day 2. So after we get this one in,
Dude, you got
No,
49ers
San
up
Fran's
six.
next.
That's one more.
San Fran's got one.
oh, that's right. You're right, Sam. So yeah, Two more technically.
We're almost there, boys. I've enjoyed it though. I'm having a great time.
No, this has been good. I appreciate you guys coming on. I like the back and forth. I like the discussion. It helps keep it lively here late on the program.
Damn, Steven Jackson's skinny as hell, though.
Yeah, that's Steven Jackson?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Are you? Wow.
He
cut
used
his
to be
hair
so
too,
thick,
man.
dude. He was just jacked. Even when he got to Atlanta for that last season, he was just
Bro.
still jacked.
The height photos in training
Oh my
camp of him were
God.
nuts.
Dude,
He was
jacked.
so big, man. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Like I can't understand why that didn't work. Like the jacked levels were off the charts. It just didn't work. So
His peak in St. Louis when he was Logan Bruss. I'm not familiar with this guy. His peak when he was in St. Louis, it was very short, but when he was like the best running back in the league for like that short little while, he was so incredible.
Oh yeah.
yeah, I really enjoyed watching him at his peak. Just a really
That was
fun
kind of when
player.
I first really started watching football, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, probably like 8 or 9. That was a long time ago.
Oh, I don't know who that is, so we're okay.
Yeah, Logan Bruss. Not heard of this player. Guard.
My favorite thing on day 3 is when they clearly do not have a cut up of whoever just got drafted, and they're just kind of like.
They just start
Anyways.
talking about other players. They're like, they go back to the previous player again or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know Eric Robinson. He told me he's been making the cut ups for ESPN for a lot of these day 3 fringe guys, and he's just like, it like they have to request film from the teams. Like there's not ESPN footage that they can put on their rolls, so they gotta actually get the film. So it's funny.
I was cracking up when he was like, he was telling me somebody. I can't remember the name of the school, but I had never heard of the school. I had never heard of the player. And he was like, yeah, I'm trying to get a hold of that right now. I was like, good luck, man.
Yep. All right. Final pick, 105 in the 3rd round, San Francisco. We just are waiting the final pick here. And guys, like I said, we'll be back on tomorrow at noon for day 3 of our Falcons draft party. And again, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Like and subscribe. Check out the Patreon page if you want to support the show. Patreon.com/Falcoholic Live, and all that good stuff. Here we go. 49ers pick.
Danny
Gray from SMU. I'm sorry, but him going ahead of Calvin Austin, I just can't get on board with that.
That's all. Yeah. I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, but all right, guys. Well, there you have it. That is all of day 2's picks. That was a fun one. A good day for the Falcons. Just a quick recap of all the Falcons picks. We had the Falcons taking, after a small trade up, Arnold Ebiketie in the 2nd round. Then at their the pick from the Julio Jones trade, which was number 58, they took linebacker Troy Anderson from Montana State. Then in the 3rd round at pick 74, quarterback Desmond Ridder from Cincinnati. And then finally, at pick 82, edge rusher D'Angelo Malone from Western Kentucky. I think it's a class that we're all pretty excited about so far. I think there were some questions about the direction, from me about, should we prioritize wide receiver and all that. But I think everyone feels a lot better seeing that they didn't just continue to neglect these other needs. Like we filled, edge was the other big one, and they spent 2 picks on edge on day 2. So I think that makes me feel a lot better with that knowledge. And I think I like Troy Anderson. You could argue about if it was early or whatever. And I think the Desmond Ridder pick at 74 is just good value and a worthy selection. But I do want to give you guys a chance to give your thoughts sort of on the day 2 as a whole. Jake, you want to take the first shot here before we wrap up?
Yeah, I'll keep it short and sweet. I've been yapping enough tonight. You've been staying on. I give it a B+. It's solid. It's nothing that none of these picks I particularly jumped out of my seat for. But you know what? I'm not an NFL GM. I like all these guys. I see potential in all of them for sure. I think the Ridder pick has great value. I like Ebiketie, especially where you got him when you saw the run on edge rushers. And Troy Anderson obviously has incredible athletic upside. And Adam said D'Angelo Malone's a really good player. So if he is not a good player, direct that towards Adam.
At Dansky 32, yeah.
I'll take it. I'll definitely take it. No, I think I think it was a good day, man. Like I'll say B plus too. Troy Anderson kind of threw me for a loop, but I'll deep dive his stuff and see what he's about. Obviously an Uber athlete and a 10. What did you say? He's a 10.0
He's
on a
10.0.
RAS. So,
Yep, he's a 10.0.
yeah, I mean, I like 10s. You know what I mean? So
Solid 10.
Arnold
10 out of 10.
Ebiketie.
Yeah.
Arnold Ebiketie is a damn stud. He was the pass rusher I wanted going into today. Obviously, Logan Hall, he went early. Desmond Ritter, like everybody else said, is just good value, man. That's it. I mean, if he ends up being the guy, then you got your guy for a 3rd round pick. If he doesn't, hey, Bryce Young or CJ Stroud, we'll see you next year. D'Angelo Malone is the guy that I'm really, really curious about. I really feel like he'll outweigh where he got drafted. Just a speedy edge rusher. I absolutely love the draft plan so far. Keep it in the front 7. I don't think anybody prospecting looking from last night into tonight would complain if they seen that this is how it panned out. Obviously we wanted like guys like Travis Jones and stuff, but I mean it is what it is. I really like the class so far, so we'll see what day 3 holds.
Yep. As the song goes, you can't always get what you want, but
Yeah.
But hey, it's not so bad. It's not so bad after all. These are some good players. Yeah, I agree. All right, guys. Well, before we wrap up, want to give these guys a chance to plug their stuff. Jake Gordon is at Can't Guard Jake on Twitter, at Sports Talk ATL. Anything else you want to plug, Jake, before we sign off?
Yeah, if you want to play Prize Picks, daily fantasy parlays, use code Jake when you sign up to get your deposit match 100%.
Very cool. Very cool. Damski, I'm not, allowed to disclose his full name. He's at Damski32. Damski, anything you'd like to plug before we sign off?
Yeah, blame these kids, man. Blame these kids.
Yeah,
I'm actually me and one of the fellow coaches here started a YouTube page called KA Sports. That's KAYAH Sports. It's for Canadian football athletes, man. We're trying to get some kids noticed. We do some video breakdowns on them. So check it out, man. It's pretty cool. We even did one on John Michi just for the hell of it. But yeah, Canadian high school kids, we're trying to get them noticed and stuff. It's a nice little project I'm working on the side, so go check it out.
Yeah, guys, for sure, check that out. Appreciate both you guys for coming on and sticking with me through the very bitter end here, guys. I'm Kevin Knight at Falcoholic Kevin. You know where to find my stuff all over falcoholic.com. Like I said before, we'll be back tomorrow bright and early, noon, for day 3 of our Falcons Draft Party. Until then, guys, thank you once again for tuning in. Until next time here on the Falcoholic Live, for me, for our guests earlier, Adnan, Dave, Aaron Freeman, and for Jake and Damski, guys, have a great night. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. We will see you tomorrow. Have a good one, folks.